By now, we gotta let the stream breathe for just a second here. Make sure that everything is nice and stable all across the YouTube platform. Welcome in, Broncos country. It is day 3 of the 2026 NFL Draft, and that means the 7-hour marathon stream. The Denver Broncos have 6 day 3 picks, so we've got a lot of activity coming today. The Broncos may not select 6 players. They could trade out of some of these picks. That is very, very possible. But I expect that Denver is going to come away with at least 5 players today. So I am really excited to break all of that down and break down every single pick made by every single team. So we are ready to go, Broncos country. Looks like everything is all good on the YouTube end. Yep, we got 3 people in the house, so we are rocking and rolling. Let's go ahead and take care of some housekeeping matters real quick, guys. If you could just do me a big favor and smash the like button on this stream, as well as subscribe to the channel, I would really appreciate it. Those are both free and easy ways to show your support. Helps tell YouTube's algorithm to push us out, and it helps us get seen by more and more members of Broncos country just like you and me. Additionally, if you want to go above and beyond in supporting the channel, please consider becoming either a YouTube channel member or even better, a supporter on Patreon. The links to do both are in the description below. So as far as things stand right now for players that the Denver Broncos can get at this point in the draft, there are still some really good dudes on my big board. None more so than Mike Washington Jr., the running back out of Arkansas. The fact that he has slid this far is incredibly surprising to me. I get the drop issues. I get the fumbling issues. I understand all of that. But Mike Washington brings incredible value as a runner of the football, man. He's got vision. He's got burst. He's got explosiveness. And Sean Payton has talked about fumbles being correctable. The drops might not be as correctable, but I'm less concerned about that here in Denver because they've got R.J. Harvey, who is a more than reliable receiving back. So it's not like you're going to be forcing Mike Washington to do something that he can't do. You're asking Mike Washington to be the physical downhill runner that we know he is. So if the Denver Broncos were to select Washington, I think this would be an excellent fit. And he's got a second-round grade, and that's the last second-round grade player that I still have on my big board. Another guy that I was a little bit surprised that fell was Keith Abney, the corner. He's the second highest graded player I have on my board, and I know that DB may not be the position Denver's targeting, but if you have a really good player fall into your lap, man, you might not be able to pass up that opportunity. I know inside linebacker is going to be a position that we're paying attention to. There's still some good players there as well. Caleb Ellerms-Orr, Jimmy Rolder, Bryce Betcher, Kyle Lewis is up there as well. So we still have the opportunity to add some sufficient talent to this roster. And they added a really talented player yesterday in Tyler Onyedem after they traded down from 62 to 66. We broke down some film on Onyedem yesterday, so you can check out that video if you want to. And I'm going to be honest, I saw some more film after that was even better than the film we broke down. That might not have even been his best film that we did in that initial film study. So if he can continue to show more and more, I'm liking this pick a lot, man. I think Tyler Onyedem can step in and be an immediate impact player as a run defender, which really excites me. Let's go ahead and say hi to some people here. We got Paul in the house saying, "Good morning, Gage. I want running back, inside linebacker in the 4th round, not in any order." Lord Biscuit says, "Afternoon, everyone. It's today. Feels like a kid in a candy store." I get you, man, because this is the day that Denver's going to add the bulk of their talent to the back end of their roster. So super duper excited for it. And let's go ahead and talk about the running back position, where things stand there outside of Mike Washington, because I have a sickening suspicion that he's going to go really early, maybe before Denver gets a chance to pick at 108. So you still have guys like Nick Singleton. Emmett Johnson has been a very popular name. Jonah Coleman. I know everybody in Denver loves Jonah Coleman. I'm not as high on him personally, especially in comparison to guys like Mike Washington and Emmett Johnson. Seth McGowan is also a popular option as a power back. So there are still some really good running backs that Denver can come away with in this one. Let's go ahead and talk about the draft order here as we go into the 4th round. So we've got the Raiders as the first pick in the 4th round, followed by the Bills, the Jets, the Cardinals, the Chargers, the Texans, the 49ers, Denver the first time around, Kansas City, the Bengals, and then Denver the second time around. So those are the teams that are currently ahead of us right now. We're about 3-ish minutes away from things officially getting underway. Let me go ahead and pull up my Twitter on my other computer here so we can get the picks as soon as possible. Another slightly surprising fall is Jermod McCoy, the cornerback out of Tennessee. But I am concerned about the medicals with him because he has an ACL and apparently there's some associated cartilage damage. That's the big concern with McCoy. He's without a doubt a first-round talent, and if the injuries weren't an issue, he would have gone pretty high in the first round, but clearly a lot of teams have taken him off their boards or pushed him very far down the board because of the medical issues. That is very unfortunate for McCoy. So we'll see how long his slide continues. Sean made it sound like in the press conference they already had the roster set before the draft. So a lot, if not all of our draft picks will mostly be depth. And George Paton said the same thing. He literally said they are looking for quality backup players who they can develop. But that doesn't mean if they luck their way into a starter, they're not going to take that starter. But the way the board's been falling, that's pretty much what you're going to find. I think Tyler Onyedem is an exception to that. I believe they have early plans to get Onyedem on the field, but I agree. This is mostly about rounding out the depth on your roster. And this roster's in a position where you can do that. I know this isn't the best analogy, but I play Madden and I have literally a fake UFL league that I built through some mods on Madden, and I run a team called the Denver Bison. And my roster is pretty loaded from top to bottom. And in this most recent draft, even in the first round, I was in the position where I could add depth pieces that are going to be contributors for me more long term. Again, I know that's not the greatest analogy, but Denver's roster, the Denver Broncos roster, is in a very similar situation right now. So I really feel like this is a good position to be in, and Denver can't screw up at this point. All they can do is continue to round out the depth and get better at positions where they're not necessarily weak, but maybe could stand to get just a little bit stronger. All right, are we ready to rock and roll, guys? 4th round of the draft is about to get underway. And again, guys, we are going to be live for 7+ hours, and once the Broncos start signing undrafted free agents, we're making videos on those guys too. So it's going to be a busy day, and there is going to be a crap ton of content here on the channel. I can promise you that. He looks strong and has a nose and burst to get to the tackle. Yeah, for sure. I'm not guessing anyone on who the Broncos draft, and that's probably a safe bet because you've got to learn to expect the unexpected in this business. I didn't expect them to go with a smaller body interior defensive lineman, but I will say that Tyler Onyedem plays a lot bigger than his size would indicate. And he's very instinctive in the run game, which I really can appreciate. What's going on, Merlot? Good to see you. Says, let's effing go. All right. All right, so Raiders are on the clock, followed by the Buffalo Bills. It is 10 a.m. right now, so looks like we are about to get underway, Broncos country. The only correct draft I've ever had is Bo Nix. Yeah, that was one I was on from really early on in the process. I knew they weren't going to get the big three quarterbacks, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, or Drake May. And pretty much immediately from that point, I started zeroing in on Bo Nix. You guys will remember Jaden Daniels was my number one quarterback in that draft class, and I still think that he is one of the better quarterbacks in that class. But right now, I'd say that Bo Nix and Drake May are basically tied for that top spot. Caleb needs to be more consistent for me, for him to be ranked higher, because he's got those amazing splashy plays, but he'll spray a routine 10-yard out route when his footwork is perfectly clean and his base is set. So I don't understand what the exact issue is with Caleb Williams just from a consistency perspective. That's what really baffles me. Yeah, man. Early on in the process, you could tell that Bo Nix had the physical tools, and a lot of evaluators were overthinking him because he played in a really gimmicky offense in Oregon. But when you strip back all those gimmicky plays and you saw actual NFL dropbacks, it was really good, man. The mobility, the athleticism, the arm talent, everything we see with Bo Nix in the NFL, we saw at Oregon. But people didn't look at those plays. They just looked at all the gimmicky screens and all the crap that Oregon ran, and they put way too much stock into Bo's evaluation. They thought that because Oregon ran a gimmicky offense, Bo couldn't play an NFL pro-style caliber of game. But he very much could. Oregon just didn't ask him to do it. Remember when people thought we'd trade up to number 1 overall to get Caleb Williams? Well, Sean was very complimentary of Caleb Williams. I'm very glad they didn't, though. I like Caleb, but I don't quite love him yet. I'm not sold on Caleb. I'm sold on Bo. I'm sold on Drake. If Jaden can get past the injury issues, I'm definitely sold on him. I was sold on him from the beginning, but I'm not sold on Caleb, and I'm definitely not sold on Michael Penix. And J.J. McCarthy, that's a completely separate discussion, obviously, but Michael Penix, I think right now, outside of McCarthy, who still needs some more playing time, I think he's the worst quarterback in that class. And I truly believe that Tua is going to be the week 1 starter, and Atlanta's not going to look back. Well, that's true, and I will admit that I watched less and less of his tape at Auburn. I don't dive that much into previous years. I usually watch the most recent years, so I mostly was stuck on Bo's Oregon tape. I can understand those pre-existing biases for sure. So, yeah, I was judging Bo pretty much strictly off of his Oregon tape. How the hell do you not love Jonah Coleman? I'm not going to lie, man. I watch him on tape, and I don't like his run style. It feels like he's got bricks tied to his feet. It feels like he's got quicksand in the backfield. Like, that acceleration initially just isn't there with him. Also, his vision is all over the map. That's kind of R.J. Harvey-esque to me. You see a lot of plays where he's running into the back of his blockers. So, I don't know, man. I'm just not sold on Coleman as a consistent NFL back. I could be wrong. I've been wrong many, many, many times. You're going to hit some of these players and you're going to miss on some of these players. That's just what happens. But based on what I've seen on tape with Jonah Coleman, I'm just not sold. You think Rattler's better than JJ? Honestly, yes. Rattler's shown more consistency. He had a couple of bad weeks in New Orleans, and Tyler Shuck did look really good once he took over, but I don't know. I thought Rattler kind of got the raw end of the deal there in New Orleans. I wish he would get traded personally. It's not that I don't like Jonah. I do like him. I just like other guys better, man. I'm not completely sold on Jonah, but I am sold on guys like Mike Washington and Emmett Johnson. I'm even more sold on Seth McGowan and Nick Singleton, honestly. Like, if Nick Singleton could get back to his earlier form before that injury, man, he could be really, really special. All right, so we are waiting on the Raiders. Okay, the Jermod McCoy slide has stopped. The Las Vegas Raiders are going with the Tennessee corner. Honestly, that's a great pick for them. That really is. It's a low risk, high reward type of thing. If he works out, great. If he doesn't and the injuries are just so overwhelming for him, then you burned a 4th round pick on him, 100th overall. So not the worst thing in the world there if it doesn't work out for the Raiders. But if it does, that is an excellent, excellent pick for them. It's just going to be all about the medicals, man. How much do teams trust that? I mean, he's got cartilage issues associated with an ACL. That is concerning. And so that's 101 overall. Yeah, I'm aware, Robert, and clearly that scared away teams to this point, but taking him in the 4th round when he's a 1st round talent, that's honestly really good value. Even if it doesn't work out for you, not the worst thing in the world. I'm confused at how NFL scouts looked at Bo throw 45 touchdowns and 3 interceptions in his final year at Oregon and think he wouldn't be good enough for the NFL. Well, they thought that a lot of those touchdowns were a product of the system, and they thought that his safe, conservative play was just a product of him not being aggressive. And we've clearly learned in the NFL that that's bullcrap, and when you stripped back the gimmicky plays, you could also see that that's bullcrap. But like I said, not a lot of people who scouted Bo did that. It honestly felt like lazy scouting with Bo. You could tell the people who were actually putting in the work when scouting Bo based on the opinion they drew with him. Like, the guys who were diving in depth on Bo, you could tell because they came to the same conclusion that a lot of us did. He's a good player. He's just in a system where he's not being put in a position to succeed. What's going on, Maverick? Good to see you again, my friend. Glad you could make it for day 3. All right, so Buffalo is now up after the Raiders get Jermod McCoy. Followed by the Jets, the Cardinals, the Chargers, the Texans, the 49ers, and then the Broncos. Looking at potential landing spots here, man, there's a good chance Mike Washington passes through to us. Because I don't know if the Jets are going after running back. I strongly doubt the Cardinals are going after running back. Chargers don't necessarily need help there. Texans maybe is a little bit concerning. Maybe. And then 49ers definitely not. So there is a legit chance that Mike Washington falls to us, guys. We got to see if he makes it through Buffalo right here. Or if he makes it, yeah, if he makes it through Buffalo right here and then makes it through the Jets. If he makes it through there, man, then I think Denver might be able to snag him. That would be huge, man. I would have been okay with the Broncos taking Mike Washington at 62. If you could get him at 108, dude, I will be over the freaking moon. All right, we're still waiting on Buffalo's pick, it appears. But if we can get Mike Washington, guys, that would be incredible. Mike Washington makes my life complete. I agree. Yeah, I definitely want Washington over Coleman. I'm of the opinion we can start talking about Jonah Coleman. We can start talking about Jonah Coleman once Singleton's gone, once Johnson's gone, once Seth McGowan's gone. That's when we can really start talking about Jonah Coleman, in my opinion. But I'm hoping that we can just avoid it altogether and go with Washington here, man. This is the perfect opportunity for Sean Payton to put his money where his mouth is. He literally talked about running backs having fumbling issues and how that's very much correctable. This is the perfect opportunity for Sean right here, man. But the question is, will he slide to us? It's looking better and better and better as the seconds tick. So, yeah, I'd say right now Washington is definitely my top target. Then we can start thinking about the linebackers after that, but with Washington being there, you've got to take him because you don't know how much further he's going to slide. I don't know if they can potentially risk him going to Kansas City right after the Broncos at 109, man. I will barf if that happens. So I don't think you can risk him maybe slipping to 111. If he's there at 108, you have to take him. Crumble, yes, he does have a fumbling issue, or at least he did in college, but Sean Payton has literally said that fumbling issues with running backs are correctable. Oh, man. Okay, so we've got... The Bills are going with Jude Bowery, the offensive tackle out of Boston College, a player that wasn't really on my radar, but this player was on my radar, a guy that I also quite liked. Darrell Jackson, big nose tackle. So that one is a little bit unfortunate, man. Big nose tackle out of Florida State, 6'5", 315 pounds. That would have been one that I would have been interested in for sure. So, looks like we're moving at a pretty fast pace right now. So Darrell Jackson comes off the board to the New York Jets. The 49ers don't need a running back. There is a slight chance the Texans do. The 49ers already took a running back in the third round, so I'm less concerned about them. The Texans I am slightly worried about. Oh, come on, you stupid thing. So that's kind of where we stand right now. Looks like we're moving at a pretty fast pace too, which is definitely nice. How you doing, Turtle? Hope you are doing well. Yeah, I'm not overly concerned about the Texans, but it is within the realm of possibilities. Sorry, just having some technical issues here, guys. Bear with me. All right, so Cardinals pick is in. Chargers are on the clock then. It's the Texans, the 49ers, and the Broncos. We're moving at a really fast pace at this point, guys. We got 48 people in the house. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Really, really appreciate it. Let's see. Do we have the Cardinals pick? Seems like we do not quite yet. The pick is in, though. And just a reminder, guys, once the pick is announced on Twitter for the Denver Broncos, we are going to announce it here on the channel. We do not wait on the TV. So if you guys do not want the pick spoiled, I will give you an opportunity to leave this stream and you can come back after the pick is announced on TV. But yeah, we do not wait around for that. And I'm thinking, since we pick so close and we're moving so quickly, I'm probably going to just do one video for 108 and 111. I think that's going to be the play here. Christian McCaffrey will turn 30 soon. They might go running back, in my opinion. They already took a running back in this year's draft, so I don't think that's the direction they're going to go, personally. They took a running back in the 3rd round. Who's the top tight end left, and do I like them? So I'd say right now the top tight end, as far as like big slot tight ends, is Justin Jolie. And then the top like inline tight end would be Dallin Bentley. I do like both of those players. Merlot says he's worried about Houston. I am slightly worried about Houston as well. That's probably the main one I'm worried about right now. Okay, so the Jets go with an interior defensive lineman, Caleb Proctor out of southeastern Louisiana. Kind of a similar bodied player to Tyler Onyedem, so not a player that I would have expected the Broncos to be in on. Onyedem's 6'3", 292. Proctor's 6'2", 291. Boom shakalaka. Oh, there we go. All right, so Caleb Proctor to the Cardinals. So right now we've got the Chargers on the clock, the Texans, the 49ers, and then the Broncos. Again, the main team I'm keeping an eye on right now is the Houston Texans. Come on, Mike Washington. Keep falling. Keep falling, baby. Keep falling. We are less than 15 minutes, I would say, away from the Denver Broncos making their first pick. And then they'll be making their second pick very shortly after that. Yeah, the Texans did get David Montgomery, and they have Woody Marks, so unless they want to add a third back, I think we might be in good shape there. I think we're going to be in okay shape here, guys. I think Washington's going to fall. I am a little worried about the Texans as maybe an RB3. I'm not worried about the 49ers. I'm not as worried about the Chargers. It's looking like he's going to be there. All right, it says the pick's in for the Chargers. You're just a few picks away, Broncos country. Come on, Mike Washington. Come on. If he's there, man, and they pass on him, I'm going to flip my lid. I'm going to go nuts if he is there and they pass on him. I would say Jolie is a very, very strong option, Brandon. Very strong option for our second, 4th round pick. Dallin Bentley I would put into that equation as well. I would also be good with Mike and Bryce. Mike and Bryce would be a great pairing right here. Come on, baby. What do we got, Chargers? What do we got? Yeah, Mike Washington and Bryce Betcher, yes please. Or Mike Washington and Justin Jolie. Mike Washington and Dallin Bentley. I would be so good with one of those combos. Come on. Hurry up, Arizona. Or hurry up, Los Angeles. Yeah, I agree, Bronco fan. That's going to hurt so bad if they pass on him and somebody else gets him. That's going to sting so, so bad. Come on, Broncos. You can't screw this up. You cannot screw this up. So we've got the 108th pick. So the Chargers are on the clock, followed by the Texans, the 49ers, and the Broncos. Yes! Yes! Chargers go with Brennan Thompson, wide receiver out of Mississippi State. I think he's going to be there, Broncos country. I really think he's going to be there. Oh, let's freaking go. Yes! Yes! That is awesome! All right. I don't think the 49ers are going with Washington. And if the Texans pass, he's going to be there. He's going to be there, Broncos country. You cannot fumble the bag here, Denver. You cannot fumble the bag. You've got to take Mike Washington. Maverick, the two tight ends I'm still eyeing right now are Justin Jolie and Dallin Bentley. But at this point, man, Mike Washington is right there for the taking. You've got to pick him. You've got to pick him, man, if he is sitting right there for the taking. At this point, you've almost got pick of the litter of the running backs. We have 111 after 108, so what we're going to do is probably make one video for the two fourth-round picks. All right, Texans and then 49ers. It says the pick is in for the Texans. So the Broncos are going to be on the clock, and at any given time, this pick can come in, guys. So just warning you right now, if you do not want the pick spoiled, I would recommend exiting this stream until the pick's announced on TV. Because once the pick is announced online, that is when we are going to announce it here. Yes! Texans go offensive line. Fabichi Nwaiwu, guard out of Oklahoma. Let's go! I think he's going to be there. I don't think the 49ers are going to take him. I really think he's going to be there, Broncos country. Oh, let's go. Oh, I'm so stoked right now. Come on, man. You cannot fumble the bag here. Gabriel, Sean Payton's talked about many times that the fumbling issues are correctable, and I agree. We're on the clock. We are on the clock, Broncos country. We don't know what the 49ers pick is yet, but the Denver Broncos are officially on the clock. All right. Mike Washington is going to be right there for the taking. You cannot pass on him, dude. You cannot pass on Mike Washington. Oh, you cannot fumble the bag here, dude. Come on, he's right there. He's right there. And you've got Kansas City and Cincinnati between your next pick. If they pass on him and Kansas City takes him, I'm going to flip my lid, dude. Ooh, boy. Come on, man. Mike Washington, please. Please, 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 Mike Washington. If he goes to a different team, man, this is going to sting. And it's going to sting hard. We got a Kliss tweet. Oh, boy. All right, the pick is in, Broncos country. If you guys don't want the pick spoiled, then I would recommend that you depart right now. The pick is in, Broncos country. Jonah Coleman. The Denver Broncos are taking Jonah Coleman in the 4th round, running back out of Washington. I don't like it. I'm just going to be blunt. I don't like it. Mike Washington was right there, and I understand the ball security issues. I'm not a fan of the way Jonah Coleman runs. I see redundancies with R.J. Harvey with his poor vision. He runs like he's got bricks attached to his feet, man. I understand he brings value in pass pro. That's a good thing. That's definitely a good thing, but I don't like this pick. I'm just going to be completely transparent. I don't like this pick. But at the end of the day, this is who the Broncos believe in, and this is who the Broncos trust. So I can't fault them for it. But if this were me, that's not the player I would have personally taken. I know Cecil's happy, though. Yeah. I'm underwhelmed with this pick. I'm really underwhelmed with this pick. It's like, oh, man. I don't know, dude. I just feel like you could have gotten such better value. So as far as Jonah Coleman, he's 5'8", 220 pounds. I like the weight. I don't like the height. That's too small. I'm not a fan of the way that he runs, man. My NFL comp for him is Samaje Perine. I feel like we just drafted Samaje Perine in the 4th round. He is a bruising running back, and he's hard to tackle. He just doesn't have that initial burst. He doesn't have that initial acceleration. I'm going to give this pick a C-. I'm not a fan of this pick. We're going to wait to make a video on it until the next pick comes in so we can react to both of them at the same time. And I think one grade is going to influence the other. And the Broncos are ready to pick with 111, so it seems they're not going to trade that one down. Yeah, man. I don't like it. I don't like it. I know that's not going to be a popular take, but I'm not going to go with the norm here. I am willing to state what I believe, and I believe this is not the best pick for the Broncos. So, we'll see. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, and I'm going to root for Jonah to be successful because he is now a Denver Bronco. So, if he's successful, that means that the team's going to be successful, but it's just not the direction I personally would have gone. It's just not. But I'm not mad. I'm not going to sit here and flip my lid and rage about it. But I just think you could have done better with what was available at the time. Like, if Mike Washington weren't still on the board and Jonah Coleman were the pick, you could probably have sold it on me a little bit more. But I don't know, man. I just feel kind of meh about this one. But I do know that Cecil is absolutely jumping for joy right now. Because that was one of Cecil's dudes, man. So, I know that he is absolutely over the moon. Good for him, man. Alright, so let's move into 111. As soon as we get that pick, we're still a little bit behind. I think we're right at Jonah Coleman right now as far as what the tracker says. So it's still going to be a couple minutes here. And once pick 111 gets announced, that's when we're going to go ahead and do the video. Okay, Grayson Halton, defensive tackle out of Oklahoma, now comes off the board of the 49ers. That's who went before Denver. All right, so now that Denver's made the pick, Kansas City's on the clock, followed by Cincinnati, and then Denver again. So it's going to go really, really quick here. As far as what I'm now looking at for pick number 111, definitely keeping an eye at the tight end position at this point. Justin Jolie, Dallin Bentley, I'm definitely keeping an eye on that. I'd say trade back scenarios are possible here. I don't necessarily see Dobbins, I'm sorry, I can't exactly pronounce that. I don't exactly see Dobbins with him. I think Dobbins is a more bursty, explosive runner. I don't know, man. I just don't think that Coleman has the initial acceleration. That's what concerns me. So, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it's fine. It's not good. It's not great. It's just fine. Defensively, definitely keeping an eye on guys like Caleb Elmzor, Jimmy Rolder, Bryce Betcher, Kyle Lewis. If Denver is targeting a linebacker here. Yeah, I know for a fact that Broncos Country is going to love this pick, but I'm just not sold on it. So we'll see what happens. So at this point, we've got Kansas City and we've got Cincy to get through, and then Denver makes their second pick. And once Denver makes the second pick, that's when we will go into video making mode, guys. So Jonah never ran a 40. I don't have anything listed here for it, so I don't believe he ran the 40. Or it was a 4.49? Okay. It's not great, to be perfectly honest. I'd like that a little bit higher, or a little bit faster for a running back. I'd like that more in the lower 4.4s personally, if not the 4.3s. I don't know. I think it's kind of a C- pick for me. But if that's their guy, that's their guy, so I've got to trust him. Oh, Jets are trading up. Are they coming up with Denver? Okay, so the Chiefs go with Jaden Kennedy, cornerback out of Oregon, player that I did not exactly have on my board, so all right, that's fine. Kansas City getting yet another DB in the building. All right, so the Jets have just come up. They've come up with Cincinnati to pass the Broncos. So the Jets are on the clock right now, and then the Denver Broncos. And once the second pick is in, guys, that's when we will be going into video making mode. If we get Washington at 111, I'll scream. If you get both of them, then okay, great. But I don't think that's going to happen. Could be wrong, though, man. If they take both, man, I'm down. I'm so down. But, no, I'm more thinking probably tight end, linebacker, maybe offensive line. Damn, Maverick, a year and a half. You've been on it. Let's see what they do. This is going to be really interesting. Who did the Jets come up for? That's the first part of this equation. They just fucking traded up for Cade Klubnik. Over Garrett Nussmeier? Come on. Jet's gonna jet, bro. I like Klubnik, but not over Garrett Nussmeier. All right, great. Because Denver clearly wasn't going to take Cade Klubnik, so that works out for them. All right, so Denver is now back on the clock after that disaster clash by the New York Jets. That's an F- right there, man. It's not because Cade Klubnik's a bad player. It's because you had Garrett Nussmeier right there, who is much better out of the two. Nussmeier's got a better arm. And quite frankly, both of them had down years last year, but I thought Nussmeier looked more competent. Yeah, for sure, Crumble, for sure. And if he's not their guy, I get it. But he definitely was my guy, though. Not as bad as Drew Aller. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I thought Carson Beck was pretty bad, too. All right, here we go. Denver is back on the clock, guys. So once we have the pick, we're going to react to it. And we're going to make the 2 videos. Or we'll make 1 video. I like Cole Payton, too. I don't know about his arm, but his athleticism, definitely. All right, the pick is in, Broncos country. The pick is in. So, I'm going to give you guys just a second here to go ahead and depart if you need to, because I know some people do not want the pick spoiled, but I will give you guys just a second here to go ahead and do that. So just take your time. I got the pick right here. Let's go. Denver Broncos are going with Kage Casey, offensive tackle out of Boise State. For the first time since 2017, the Denver Broncos are taking an offensive tackle. Let's freaking go, Broncos country. Let's freaking go. 3-year starter for Boise State. I will admit, a little bit unathletic, but as a depth tackle, as somebody who can maybe develop into a future starter for you, I really, 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 really like this pick. Some might say it's a reach. I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think this was a really, really strong pick by the Denver Broncos. All right, guys. So Denver Broncos take Jonah Coleman and Kage Casey. 2 guys from the Pacific Northwest area. All right, let's go. Let's go ahead and get the scouting reports up on both of these players. And we're going to be going into video making mode right now, guys. So bear with me here. All right. Boom shakalaka. All right, so we're going to be going into video making mode right now, guys. Bear with me. Let's get into it. All right, Broncos country, the picks are in. The Denver Broncos have made both of their first... let's start that again. Fumbled the bag. All right, Broncos country, the picks are in. The Denver Broncos have made both of their fourth-round picks, picks 108 and 111 overall. So starting off with 108, the Denver Broncos have selected Jonah Coleman, running back out of Washington. And then pick number 111, they go with their first offensive tackle since 2017 in Kage Casey out of Boise State. Let's go ahead and start off with Jonah Coleman. I know that this is a very popular pick in Broncos country. I know that Jonah Coleman was high on a lot of boards in Broncos country, including that of Cecil Lammey, who is a very big draft voice here in Denver. I'm personally not as high on Coleman. I have issues with his run style. His initial acceleration at the line is not very good. He runs like he has bricks attached to his cleats, like he's got quicksand in the backfield. He just can't get that initial burst, and that's a big concern for me for a running back. I also have concerns about his vision. There are a lot of instances on tape where Coleman runs into the back of his blockers. That is a little bit redundant with R.J. Harvey for me. The Broncos believed in Jonah Coleman, but what makes the pick sting for me just a little bit is that Mike Washington out of Arkansas was right there, and I felt that he was a much better fit from a schematic perspective, and I also felt that he was just a higher rated player. Let's go ahead and bring in this scouting report here from the NFL on Jonah Coleman. This is from Lance Zierlein. So his production score 80, which is second best from the running backs at the combine. Athleticism score 11th best, but you've got to grade that on a curve because this is a slightly weaker running back class. And then his total score, third best at 77. He didn't do any testing at the combine except for the bench press, 22 reps. But he did run a 4.49 40 at some point in time, I believe, at his pro day. Team captain and productive three-down back. Coleman has a clear understanding of run blocking schemes and protection duties. And that's a big plus for me. I love his pass pro, and I have no doubt that's what influenced the Broncos to take him. He knows where blocks are likely to develop and finds those spots. However, he lacks speed as an outside runner and has average burst between the tackles. I'd say it's well below average burst, personally. He's more of a tackle slipper than a tackle breaker, so it's imperative that Coleman plays at a brisker pace to stay ahead of closing defenders. He projects as a day 3 option who can compete for a job as a 3-down back. Strengths: team captain with compact frame and sturdy base. Lost only 1 fumble in 4 seasons. Shakes are subtle but effective to elude tacklers in tight quarters. Able to process and cut to a new lane after hitting it downhill. Does a good job of setting up lead blocks inside and in space. Gets to his protection duties and squares up blitzers. Again, he is a willing and able pass blocker. That is very good. Weaknesses: will slow feet into contact between the tackles. Doesn't press the line deep or inside or outside zone. Below average burst through the line or to the corner. Needs to play faster in the early stages of the run as a pro. Vision, that's a big thing, man. He's got to see the rushing lanes faster, and he's got to hit those holes faster. Not as prolific of a tackle breaker as expected for his frame. So Coleman is 5'8", 220 pounds. I like the weight. The height is just a little bit too short for me. If this is Sean and George Payton's guy, then I believe in them. I believe in what they are building as a football team, so I can't fault this. But they haven't exactly had the greatest history of drafting running backs either. My pro comp for Jonah Coleman is a slightly more athletic Samaje Perine. So, I don't know, man. This is a C- pick for me. I'm hoping that my opinion changes over time and Coleman proves me wrong. I've been wrong plenty of times before, but as of right now, I'm kind of underwhelmed by this pick. So, we'll see how that goes, man. I don't know how this is going to pan out for the Denver Broncos, but let's go ahead and get into Kage Casey now. Pulling up his report. Sorry, I thought I had already done that. So Kage Casey is the second pick by the Denver Broncos, 111 overall in the 4th round. Offensive tackle out of Boise State. They finally did it. This is the first time that they've drafted an offensive tackle since Garrett Bowles. Some people will say this is a slight reach for the Denver Broncos, but Sean and George Payton both said that they're prioritizing developmental tackles or developmental backup players. And when you've got an aging tackle duo in Garrett Bowles and Mike McGlinchey, as a developmental guy who doesn't have to start right away, yeah, I'm all for this pick. Well-proportioned, durable tackle prospect who counters his lack of length with persistence that helps him finish the job. So that already is a big plus for me that he's got that persistence. He's got that extra oomph to his game. Casey is a capable athlete with enough range to reach zone landmarks and the body control to redirect when mirroring edge to edge. Initial slides can be a little tight, causing occasional oversets and early openings that leave him vulnerable to inside moves and spin counters. In the run game, he's strong and steady as a drive blocker, and his anchor projects as NFL caliber as he continues to add functional mass. Casey could begin his career as a swing tackle with guard flexibility, and Sean Payton's talked about that. If they're going to draft a backup offensive lineman, they need to have flexibility to go inside and outside, and Casey very much can do that. Strengths: proportional, well-built frame with good lean mass, firm on contact and turns his legs to generate movement, adequate lateral quickness to reach and secure, brings a block finishing mentality to the field, identifies pre-snap movement creeping into the box. So that shows a higher football IQ. Shows ability to redirect and mirror inside moves with quick feet. Will change his set points and hand attack in pass pro. Able to sit down and hold his ground against power. Some weaknesses: below average length allows defenders into his frame first. He struggles adjusting block to sudden movement. He lacks rhythm and timing when hitting the second block on combos, so that's something he's going to have to get better with. Has a tendency to rush pass slides and tempt oversets. Restricted slide set can cause his gate to open too early and shows signs of breakdown at the top of the rush versus speed. So rounds 4 or 5, that was where he was projected to go. So this seems right about right for Kage Casey. As a developmental swing tackle, I really do like this pick for the Denver Broncos. So I am going to give this pick a really, really solid B+. Solid pick. The Jonah Coleman pick, I'm a little less high on, but hopefully that ages poorly with time and Jonah Coleman becomes a really good player for the Denver Broncos. All right, guys, let me know in the comment section below. How do you feel about these players? Do you think the Denver Broncos got these 2 4th-round picks right? Let me know down below. We will see you again for the 5th round. And until next time, I'm your host, Gage Madrid, saying peace out. All right, guys, thank you so much for bearing with me there. Let's go ahead and see which picks we missed here. All right, Cowboys got Drew Shelton, the offensive tackle out of Penn State, and the Colts took Jalen Farmer, the guard out of Kentucky. So those are the next 2 players to come off the board here. You're just going to have to bear with me real quick while I upload this video. Alright guys, so let me know what you think about this pick, and once we get back to the chat, I will go ahead and get to all of your comments, questions, and concerns. Alright guys, just uploading this video real quick, so bear with me. All right, now I just got to do a thumbnail. What did you think about the running back position? What did you think about the draft of the running back and then the player we got yesterday? I mean, I'm not as high personally on Jonah Coleman, the running back we just took, but I just made a video about that, so you guys can check that out if you want to hear my more in-depth thoughts, or you can rewind this stream a little bit to hear my more rated with some of my takes that go against the grain and maybe do sound a little bit more negative. But as I say on this channel, we tell the truth. We call. Find a good picture of Jonah, shall we? This looks like a good one. Let's see, how's the board falling? Ravens go with Elijah Surratt, the wide receiver out of Indiana. And we'll update our graphic with the pick tracker in just 1 second, guys. Again, I'm just trying to get this video out here because people are ready to... I'd love to be able to one day hire a producer, somebody who can actually upload these videos for me on draft day. That would be great. He sits. Second. Mike Washington is plummeting. He is. He really is, and that shocks me. Maybe we can get him later on, man. So let's come back up here. Peyton or Hayes King. If Denver is targeting a backup quarterback, those are literally the top two guys that I would go after. Kage Casey, that's different. I like the Jonah pick. Coleman is good. I promise you your mind will change about Jonah Coleman. I hope so. I hope so, too. I was just looking at some concern with him. That is my #1 concern. It's running with bricks attached to his cleats. I don't like it. I really don't like it. I think with Mike Washington, Sean has personally said that fumbles are correctable. He said that at the combine, so I don't know. You think Coleman will even make the team or practice squad? Oh, he's definitely making the team. He's a 4th-round pick. You spend a premium pick on him. He's definitely making the team, but I don't know. There are other running backs I would have targeted here personally. I just don't like the value. I don't like the fit. I hate the pick. I really do. I'm trying not to be so negative, but I really don't like the pick. Coleman is the best pass blocking running back in this draft. He does not fumble. Of course, Peyton's going to draft him. Duh. Yeah, that's fair. I've cut out. Oh, that's not good. The internet's been pretty kind to me for the entirety of the draft so far. Maybe it'll stop cutting out now that this video is done uploading. Alright, so that's good to go. And let's launch this video, shall we? Boom, shaka laka. Video is out. Let's go. Alright, well, let me know if it stops cutting out, guys. Because we just finished uploading that video, so hopefully it does stop cutting out. Coleman reminds me of Javonte in a lot of areas. Yeah, me too, and not exactly in the positive areas. Like, he reminds me more of late Denver Javonte as opposed to Dallas Javonte. Cowboys came up, trade. Okay, who did they come up with? Did they come up with the Chargers? All right, so the Buccaneers took Keontae Scott, the corner out of Miami. That's actually one of the higher rated players that I still have my board on. So I had on my board. So I think that's actually really good value right there for Miami. Okay, fine now. Excellent. Seems like it was just cutting off while I was uploading that video. All right, let's go ahead and get this graphic updated here. So that was number 16, Keontae Scott. All right, boom shakalaka. So as far as the Denver Broncos are concerned, their next pick is going to come in the 5th round, and that is their own pick. So it's going to be 170 overall. That is towards the bottom half of the 3rd round, but there are a bunch of compensatory picks in the 3rd. So it's not the bottom pick. There's like, looks like 10 or 12 picks after Denver. 11. There's 11 picks after Denver in the 4th round. Or in the 5th round. Raiders getting McCoy. I think our schedule's looking monstrous. I'm not scared of the Raiders. With McCoy, without McCoy, with Mendoza, without Mendoza, I don't believe in the Raiders. They still need to continue to build in the trenches, which they are doing. They're just not there yet. And until McCoy proves that the injuries are behind him, I'm not confident he's going to get on the field. I'm going to be watching Jonah and Mike Washington next year, comparing Cecil and your running backs. Hey, that's great, man. A little friendly rivalry between me and Cecil. I love it. But that's just how it goes in this process. You're going to have your guys that you really, really like. Washington was my guy, and Coleman was Cecil's guy. And that's the beauty of this business. We've got different eyes, and we see things a little bit differently. And that allows for a diversity in opinions, which I think overall is a really good thing. All right, Chargers at 117 go with Travis Burke, the tackle out of Memphis. A player that I admittedly did not get to. All right, so that's the 17th pick in the 4th round, Travis Burke. Yeah, McCoy doesn't scare me either. Prove you can stay healthy. I agree. I completely agree. And at this point, I'm just not confident that he will be able to. There are a lot of concerns about those medicals because he was a 1st-round talent that fell that far. Oh. Sorry about that. Now the tackles are coming off the board. Glad we took ours. Yeah, we kind of started the run on the tackles a little bit with Kage Casey. So, hey, Denver finally starting a run on players. I'll take it. I will absolutely take it. Oh, Lions go with another Michigan defender. They're taking Jimmy Rolder out of Michigan. All right, so that is a player that was on my board for the Broncos potentially. One of the higher rated linebackers that I still had available. So right now I'm definitely looking at linebacker-wise for the Broncos, Caleb Ellerms-Orr, Bryce Betcher, or Kyle Lewis. Those are probably the 3 that I am looking at right now for the linebacker position. Bryce is the one I want to see picked. Yeah, Bryce is probably my top target right now. And probably the main reason is he's a Denver kid. He knows Bronco ball. And that means something to me. It really does. Playing for your hometown team, you've got that extra chip on your shoulder. Plus, I just really like Betcher's game as well. All right, so we've got the next pick. Jaguars are on the clock. It looks like that's in. Okay, Wesley Williams, edge rusher out of Duke. And then Packers pick is in after that. Danny Dennis Sutton, edge rusher out of Penn State. Okay, so we've got a little bit of a run here on edge rushers and a little bit of a run on offensive tackles right now. And Denver kind of kicked off that run. All right, so the latest pick is Danny Dennis Sutton. Steelers are on the clock at 121, followed by the Falcons at 122 and the Texans at 123. All right, so the most recent pick is going to be Danny Dennis Sutton. What the hell? Sounds like my neighbors are fighting. My neighbors are like screaming F-bombs right now. What the fuck? Dude, it sounds like my neighbors are like trading blows right now. Holy crap, bro. Do you think these prospect grades mean anything on the NFL site? Well, sure they mean something because guys like Lance Zierlein definitely put effort into grading them, but are they gospel? Are they an end-all, be-all? Absolutely not. That's why you really do have to dive into the tape. Betcher's a multi-sport athlete, also played basketball for Oregon. Oh, baseball for Oregon. Interesting. I did not know that. Interesting. All right, so we've got Steelers on the clock, followed by the Falcons, the Texans, the Panthers, and the Bills. Oh, looks like the Raiders might have just traded up. No! Aw, damn. Steelers just got a player that went a lot earlier than I thought he would go. Caden Wetjen, the wide receiver and return specialist out of Iowa. Aw, that one stings, man. I really liked him, and I was kind of hoping he'd be a Bronco. I know immediately when people see a white slot receiver, they think of the next Wes Welker, the next Julian Edelman. I think that Wetjen was his own type of player, but that feels like just a typical Pittsburgh Steelers pick. I'm not going to lie. That would have been a really fun option for the Broncos. My neighbors can't agree on the Coleman pick. Facts. No, it was actually a couple of chicks. I have no clue what was going on, but it sounded like they were going at blows, man. I actually haven't really scouted Harold Perkins. Oh, this is interesting. According to Zach Stevens, Kage Casey tried to model his game after Garrett Bowles. He likes how consistent Bowles is in pass pro, so that's awesome, man. And I already know because of the type of dude Bowles is, he's going to take Casey under his wing. So I love that, man. What better of a mentor than the guy that you're modeling your game after? That's awesome. I'm so surprised the Steelers are still going wide receiver. I'm not, because their wide receiver 2 last year was Calvin Austin. The Broncos are 100% using the 7th round as the top undrafted guys they want. I mean, if last year was any indication like they did with Caleb Lohner, that's probably very possible. Oh, fuck you! The Raiders just got Mike Washington, bro. No! Oh my God! You're kidding me. You are freaking kidding me. Oh, dude. I'm pissed. That is nightmare fuel, man. So now they just got like the perfect backup running back to Ashton Genty. Two of my favorite players go off the board back to freaking back. Oh man, this makes me hate the Jonah Coleman pick even more, dude. Oh, dude, I'm not mad at the Raiders. I'm mad at the Broncos. Yo, of all teams you let him go to. Watch, he's going to become a really good contributor for them. If Ashton Genty, God forbid, gets hurt, he's going to end up becoming a solid starting back. And, oh, that makes me mad, dude. That makes me so mad. I mean, I don't think this changes the stock for the Raiders as far as how good of a team they're going to be, but, yo, you just let one of the better running backs in this class go to your division rival, and you took a mid-tier running back instead over him. Come on, man. You've got to think this stuff through. Oh, Bears just traded up with the Panthers, so looks like Chicago's on the clock right now. Or Houston's on the clock first, and then Chicago, and then back-to-back picks for the Bills. That's frustrating, man. That is definitely frustrating. I wish Mike nothing but the best in Las Vegas, but that hurts. Raiders are going to be good. People are sleeping on them. Every down, you're going to have a good running back. I still have questions about their offensive line, and I have questions about their defensive line. So, we'll see how it goes, man. If you're not right in the trenches, you're not going to be a good team. Yes, I really like the first pick the Broncos made, and I really like the Kage Casey pick as well. But the Jonah Coleman pick, it's going to take me a while to get sold on that one. You think Bryce Young is going to pan out? I don't know, man. I still don't know what to make of Bryce because he's so inconsistent. 1 week he'll look amazing. He'll look like that franchise quarterback. And then the next week he'll look like an absolute bust. He'll spray a routine 5-yard out route. So, I don't know. I really still need to see another year of Bryce Young before we can make a definitive conclusion. And that's why I say young quarterbacks take 3 years to develop. It's really going to be 3 years before you absolutely know what you're getting out of a young quarterback. All right, the pick is in for the Texans. They're going with Wade Wadaz, the linebacker out of Clemson. Not one of the top linebackers I had in play for the Broncos, so I would call that overall good news. But we still have a lot of picks to go until Denver picks again. They don't pick until the back half of the 5th round. I feel like we can definitely use Coleman almost like a second fullback rather than a runner of the ball. He can be a great asset from what I'm seeing. I'm not saying he's not going to be a good asset, but Mike Washington would have been a much better asset. As a runner of the football, I just see a lot of inconsistencies with Coleman's game. At this point in time, the only consistent runner of the football that you have in that backfield is J.K. Dobbins. If he goes down again, you're probably fucked. So that's my number one concern right there. You wouldn't have been screwed had J.K. Dobbins gone down if you had taken Mike Washington. At this point, again, they are putting all of their eggs in the J.K. Dobbins basket. I can't put my finger on the inconsistency when it comes to the Panthers or the Lions. Well, with the Lions, it just felt like injuries were the main thing bogging them down last year, as well as a bad offensive line. The retirement of Frank Ragnow really hurt them. So if they can get those things right, then the Lions should be okay. As far as the Panthers, I still don't know what to make of them. I think they wanted to keep it simple for the Super Bowl, just hand it off and break tackles. Well, that's the problem. To me, Jonah Coleman is below average as a breaker of tackles. It just doesn't make sense. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. So according to Benjamin Albright, they're actually profiling Casey as more of a guard here in Denver as opposed to a tackle. Which makes sense, but he does at least bring that versatility. We'll see what they officially classify him as, like, position-wise, because that could impact his deal a little bit. I'm hoping Ward can show some positive development this year. Young quarterbacks get the short end typically when starting day one. Yeah, I agree with that, and that definitely applied to Cam Ward last year. He had virtually no help. His offensive line was a mess. His best receivers were Ilik Iomaner and Chimere Dike. So, yeah, they need a lot of help. I do like the Carnell Tate pick for them. I was a little surprised that they went with Carnell Tate. But I do like that pick for them. Maybe just have him be flex on the O-line all around. Essentially, that's what he's going to be. It seems that he can play every position except for center. So, yeah, he's definitely going to have that flex. People are asking Benjamin about Frank Crum because they were wondering, does this spell the end of Frank Crum now that Casey's here? It seems that Denver is more thinking about a guard with tackle flex with Casey as opposed to Frank Crum just being a straight-up tackle. Yeah, I see more of a tackle out of him personally, but he does bring that versatility, and Denver's going to at least start him out and try him out at guard. Doubles hoping for Jolie. I do have doubts that he's going to be there by the time Denver picks in the 5th round, unfortunately. But we'll see. Let's see, do we have the next pick in yet? All right, looks like the internet's still on Mike Washington as the latest pick, so we're caught up as of right now. Or no, Wesley Woodaz was the last pick. So we're caught up. We're good. So then it's the Bears, the Bills again, the 49ers, the Bengals, and the Panthers. Those are the teams that are up for us right now. So while we have a break in the action here, guys, I actually am going to go ahead and step off screen just for a second. I'm going to go take a bong rip. So I will return in about 90 seconds or so. All right, we are back. Bills are going with Skylar Bell. Wide receiver out of UConn. Smaller school guy, but excuse me, I think he's got a lot of potential. I like that pick for them. And then before that, the Bears went with Malik Muhammad, cornerback out of Texas. Excuse me. Probably one of the higher rated corners that I still had on the board. And now Buffalo is up again with their second of back-to-back picks. And that would be pick number 26, right, for Buffalo? Okay, 25. They got 25 and 26. Ooh, that one got me. We got 35 people in the house in this little break of action for the Broncos. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. And again, we're here evaluating every single pick from every single team. So let's go ahead and talk about Skylar Bell just a little bit here, because he is a guy that I had some intrigue in the early part of the process as a slot guy. 5'11", 191 pounds. So that does also profile potentially as a Z receiver. My pro comp for him actually is Curtis Samuel, who was most recently on the Buffalo Bills. I'm not sure if Samuel's still there or not, but that's clearly the vision that they have for him. He's a twitchy receiver. He's a really solid route runner. He's got good instinct. And I think that he'll be able to develop a really quick chemistry with Josh Allen. Buffalo's stealing our defense. Mike Washington's fumble issues are what's really concerning. It's true, but again, if there's a team out there, and the Raiders clearly were that team that felt like they could correct the fumbling issues, then he was worth the investment. Bears, Denver, Seattle, and LA Rams are my top teams. Love the coaches and their play styles. Yeah, I would definitely put those teams all in that top echelon for sure. You think we go receiver at some point for the rest of the draft? I don't know. Some of the receivers that I like for the Broncos, including Skylar Bell, have come off the board. So, at this point, I'm not exactly sure. Caden Wetjen, that was another one that I was really intrigued by for the Broncos. So, yeah, I really have no clue. What grade we got so far? If I had to grade the Broncos draft as a whole, so I gave a B+ pick to Tyler. So Tyler Onyeta would be a B+. I gave a C- to the Jonah Coleman pick, and then a B+ as well to Kage Casey. So I think that averages out to a solid B or B-. Personally, I don't, but Eli Heidenreich is somebody I'd like if they go for wide receiver. I don't think I got to him. Wait, Eli Heidenreich's a back. Yeah, I had him in my on the radar thing. I never got to him. Personally, the Broncos get a C+ from me so far. Maybe Jordan Hudson or CJ Daniels. I like the concept of the draft. JFM replacement, J.K. Dobbins insurance, offensive line depth. I feel that's exactly what we wanted. Well, on paper, yes, Coleman's J.K. Dobbins insurance, but in reality, I don't think he is. If we get the Oregon linebacker, my grade goes up to a B. Yeah, I would definitely put my grade up there if we got Betcher. We still need tight end and inside linebacker. I'm confident they are eventually going to address those positions. I mean, they just addressed 2 big positions of need. Actually, 3. So, well, one of the linebacker options just came off the board. Caleb Ellermzor. I'm a little worried we might see a little bit of a run on linebackers here. Ellen Razor was my second highest rated linebacker left after Bryce Betcher. So at this point, it's getting pretty slim for linebackers. Bronco fan says C+. We get Bryce and Justin. It's going to go up to a B. Yeah, I'd say right now, Bryce, Justin, Dallin Bentley, those are all guys that I'm keeping an eye on. Kyle Lewis is another one. Malik Muhammad, he's gone. Yeah, he went already. Devin Moore is a corner I definitely would keep an eye on. You have a couple of nickels that I kind of like if you're looking at nickel depth. Jalen Kilgore, Chandler Rivers. Then you come back to the offensive side. If you're looking at depth quarterback later on, we've talked about guys like Haynes King, Cole Payton. Wide receivers, Bryce Lance, brother of Trey Lance out of North Dakota State, somebody that I like. Malik Benson's still available. Slot guys, I believe Dion Burks is still on the board. Kevin Coleman Jr. Other tight ends, I like Tanner Kojal and I like Michael Trigg as sort of later on options. I also like Carson Ryan a little bit later on as well. And then Connor Liu as a center option. I'm surprised he fell this far, even with the injury concerns. Yes, Maverick, it is true. The Raiders got Washington. Let's not forget, we have to hope Denver cleans up that wide receiver drop problem. Yeah, that is a big concern for the Broncos, and that's one of the reasons why they went out and got a new wide receivers coach. So hopefully that's something they prioritize early on in the process. Trading up for some reason has become a foreign concept to the front office. Listen, I'm not a huge fan of trading up unless it's a player that I really believe in, because you have to give up other draft assets. That means that that's one less player you're going to come away with in the draft. That's one less opportunity for you to get an impact guy. So I understand the team's hesitancy to trade up, but I know fans can get frustrated with it. George saw Sean trade up for Troy and never let him do it again. I mean, listen, dude, I was never a fan of that particular trade up, so that just goes to show that trading up isn't always going to be the most positive outcome. Bills defense, man. Ever since they got our coach is the team I'm worried about. Yeah, I can understand concern about the Bills because obviously Josh Allen is incredible. Best quarterback in the league, in my opinion. And now that they actually do have competent defensive coaching, I felt like that was the one thing holding them back. So, yeah, the Bills are definitely going to be scary. Oh, Connor Liu's gone. I knew that slide wasn't going to last. 49ers, they got Washington tackle Carver Willis. I really like that for them. He could eventually develop into a starter for them. Connor Liu is also a fantastic pick, man. If the injury concerns are behind him, they might finally have some competent offensive line help for Joe Burrow right there. Panthers, they went with Texas A&M cornerback Will Lee. So with Will Lee, I had him kind of penciled in here as sort of a boundary corner that could tween in to be a safety. So that one comes off the board. Yeah, Will Lee, definitely one of those tweener guys. Really, really good in zone. Not the best in man. So I think that's going to be a really good fit for Adrian Evero's defensive system. Because he runs sort of that Vic Fangio zone defensive scheme. So let's get actually the graphic back here. The teams are picking really, really quick right now. So I believe that Will Lee is the most recent pick here. Yes, Will Lee is the most recent pick. And that is at number 129. Yeah, I like that pick for them quite a bit. I do hope Franklin can settle in as our wide receiver 3 this year. His hands need to be more consistent. That's the number one thing holding Franklin back right now. It's those drops. His route running improved significantly last year. I thought that he was running basically the full route tree, but he needs to get better being a more physical receiver at the point of the catch. And that's not exactly something you can teach. So I don't know if he's going to get better there or he is just kind of who he is at that point. Why does Mel Kiper think corner's a need for us? I think he's thinking long-term here. Are they going to extend Riley Moss? Are they going to let him walk after this season? Are they going to put a tender on him? Jaquan McMillan, they've got him on a one-year tender. He's pending an extension, so is he going to be here long-term? Of course, you got Jahdae Barron waiting in the wings, but there isn't a clear defined role for Barron right now. They don't know if he's an outside boundary corner or if he's an inside nickel. I think he's more of an inside nickel, but Jaquan McMillan's so good there, I don't think you let him go. I just think that they're thinking long-term for the departure of Riley Moss. I'm just going to give you a word of advice, though. I wouldn't put much stock into what Mel Kiper says. Kiper was great maybe 20 years ago, but I think there are much better draft analysts out there now. Like guys like Brett Coleman, Marcus Whitman from That Franchise Guy, Dane Brugler, Trevor Sikkema. All of these guys I feel like are much better draft analysts at this point than Mel Kiper is. So the Broncos' next pick is going to be in the 5th round. It is going to be 170 overall. That's the 30th overall pick in the 5th round. Bengals should get a quarterback to learn behind Burrow while they still have him. I mean, Burrow's going to be there for the foreseeable future. I don't think that he's going to retire early or demand a trade or anything like that. So it's not like the Bengals have to think about a quarterback succession plan. They've got a cromulent backup quarterback in Joe Flacco, so if Burrow goes down again, they should be in at least halfway decent shape, and they are at least investing some pieces into making their defense better and their offensive line better. So I do have some hope for the Bengals this year. Who should we trade a late pick for, like the JFM trade? That's a good question. So I've heard there's a couple of players. So on Arizona, there's James Conner because obviously they've drafted Jeremiah Love. They signed Tyler Algier in free agency. They've got a lot of depth there. There's 2 more. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Oh yeah, Cole Kmet was one of them because the Raiders, or because the Bears ended up taking a tight end. That's very possible since the Bears ended up getting Sam Roush. Cole Kmet could be on the move. And then the third one was the Jets with Mason Taylor. Because the Jets also went tight end. Franklin needs to hit the books and learn the offense. Bo has to know where he's going. That's not the big issue with Franklin. His route running's fine, and his knowledge of the offense is fine. He knows where to sit down in zone coverage, all of that good stuff. The big issue with Franklin is he's not physical enough at the point of the catch. It leads to a lot of drops. So that's my main concern right now with Troy Franklin. And once he improves that, then my hopes for him are actually quite high. All right, we got another linebacker off the board in Trey Moore. He comes off the board to the Miami Dolphins. So Miami actually investing in a couple of linebackers in the draft. They came away with one of my favorite players overall in Jacob Rodriguez. Now they're coming away with Trey Moore. So he's kind of a tweener guy. He can play edge and he can play off-ball linebacker. Yeah, really interesting pickup right there for Miami. If the Broncos don't go tight end in the draft, they're probably thinking free agency. I mean, David Njoku is still sitting right there, guys. That's not a bad contingency plan whatsoever. Hell, I was of the opinion that regardless of what they did in the draft, they should go after David Njoku. All right, Genesis Smith is off the board. The Arizona safety, he goes to the Chargers. So the Chargers, they run sort of that Jesse Minter style system. I can't remember who took over for them as the defensive coordinator, but I believe they run that same system. So they like safeties who can sort of play that star nickel role, and I think Genesis Smith can very much do that. Kind of a chess piece they can use similar to Derwin James. I mean, James is getting up there in age, so perhaps that's the thought process behind this pick. Please go get Njoku. I mean, at this point, you kind of have to, right? If you can't come away with a wide tight end in the draft, you've got to go get David Njoku. Any thoughts on Keyshawn Elliott? I like Elliott, but only if Betcher's not still on the board. They literally could pick punters for the rest of this draft, and if we get Njoku, we'll still be okay. I don't know. I still think you need a little bit more depth at tight end, a little bit more depth at linebacker, but that's what you need. You need depth. It's not like these are immediate pressing needs. If we get a linebacker and pick up Njoku in free agency, I'll forgive George Paton of all his sins. I don't have any issues with George Paton. I really don't, man. The Jonah Coleman pick's frustrating, but that was their guy, so you got to trust the process there. I'm going to try to trust the process with Jonah Coleman because it's kind of like Janae Barron, man. I questioned the pick at the beginning, but they have a clear long-term vision for him that we just got to trust. Yeah, Kyle Lewis would probably be my second-rated linebacker, so I'd say Betcher, then Lewis, and then Elliott right now. All right, Saints go with a guard. Auburn's Jeremiah Wright. All right, so we are moving through this fourth round right now. We still have... One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8 picks left in the fourth round. And then Denver has the 30th pick in the 5th round, so that is their own pick. Going into this next season, what team are you concerned most about? As far as, like, teams that we're competing against, Buffalo's up there. Buffalo's up there for sure. I like what the Chargers are doing, but with the Chargers, it's kind of one of those I'll believe it when I see it situations. The Ravens, definitely concerned about them. So those are the teams that immediately come to mind. Vegas will still be middle of the pack to below average. I agree. They're still going to finish 4th in the division, but they're going to look a lot better doing it this year than they did last year. Like, the division is still going to be really good. Like, the 4th best team in the division could still finish with a winning record. So, the Raiders could go 9-8, have a successful season, and still be the 4th best team in the division. And quite frankly, that's what I kind of see happening. I think that the AFC West is going to be a bloodbath. Broncos, I still view as the best team in the division. Kansas City is going to be a lot better this year. I'm confident in that, but I don't know if they're going to be better than the Broncos, and I still think the Chargers have a better roster than they do. So, right now, I would say the Broncos have the best odds of winning the division, followed by the Chargers, then the Chiefs, and then the Raiders. I say they win 5 games and that's it. Well, even if they only win 5 games and they're competitive in most of their games, I think Raiders fans would call that a successful season, especially what they've dealt with the past several years. Last year was the low point for them. It was about as bad as it could get. So, if they win 5 games and look competent doing it, then I think the Raiders fans will call that a win. Jaguars also very much threatened by them. Wow, Ravens go a tight end that I did not expect to go this early, man. They go with Matthew Hibner out of SMU. That's a guy that I had an undrafted free agent grade on, man. I am surprised by that one. Yeah, I'm definitely surprised that Hibner went that early. Like, if he was going to get drafted, I was kind of thinking day 3 for him. Or late day 3, like 7th round. Not 4th round. Literally, I had an undrafted free agent grade on him. I've got so many tight ends with draftable grades still. Why? Seriously, why? So Hibner, 6'4", 250, definitely profiles as an inline Y guy. Maybe he's their Charlie Kolar replacement? I don't know. That one's pretty bizarre to me. Cecil says he would have took Jonah Coleman at 30. He's stoked. Yeah, Cecil and I have radically different opinions on Jonah Coleman. I love Cecil. He's my friend and mentor, but I definitely disagree with him on that one. Didn't we say this about Vegas last year at this time? Yeah, we did, so maybe they underachieve again. But I feel like at least this time they got a more clear direction of where they're going, and the trenches look better this year than they did last year. I still don't think the Raiders are a good team or even an average team, but I think they're at least going to be halfway competent this year. The league this year seemed way off with the consensus on tight ends. I have a theory on that. A lot of teams out there are looking for the next Jackson Hawes. Jackson Hawes was drafted in the 5th round, way later than he should have been drafted last year out of Georgia Tech, and he was the best blocking tight end in the class. He came in and had a really strong rookie year for the Buffalo Bills, and I think teams out there are trying to replicate that type of production, and it feels like the inline blocking tight end is making its resurgence in the NFL, and I'm all for it personally. Yeah, I know Mace was also quite high on Coleman. We were discussing it on OBT last night, actually. I was in the chat there, and we were kind of talking running backs a little bit. Neither one of them were as high on Washington as I am, but again, that's okay, man. That's why we all do this, is because we have the ability to have differing opinions. Another linebacker comes off the board. Kendall Daniels goes to the Atlanta Falcons, the linebacker out of Oklahoma. So Daniels, I also had kind of a lower grade on. Yeah, I also had a UDFA grade on Daniels, so that's kind of a bit of a surprising pick right there as well. And I believe Daniels is going to be the most recent pick, right? Yes, Daniels is the most recent pick. So now we've got Indianapolis on the clock, followed by the Saints, the Cowboys, the Dolphins, the 49ers, and the Bengals. And that will complete round number 4. No! Colts just took Bryce Betcher. No! Oh, throw the F's in the chat, Broncos country. Come on. Oh, that sucks. My top linebacker on the freaking ouch, man. So we're starting to see another run on linebackers here. Oh, no, dude. At this point in time, you're looking at Kyle Lewis. You're looking at Jack Kelly. You're looking at maybe Owen Heineke. Oh, Keyshawn Elliott, maybe. Oh. Yo, that's an L in the chat, man. Come on. That sucks. That just sucks. Denver native. Would have loved to have seen him in the orange and blue, man. Boo! Boo! All right, so that definitely is a knife to the heart right there. So, the linebacker class is just getting slimmer and slimmer and slimmer and slimmer. Not good. Not good, Broncos country. Lewis will play hybrid safety and linebacker. And at this point, he's probably about the best you can do. The board has not been kind to Denver whatsoever at linebacker. It all started in the second round with the run that started with Jacob Rodriguez. Yep, you were right, Bronco fan. Need a linebacker that can cover tight ends? Well, I'd say Lewis can do that. But again, it's like, is he a linebacker? Is he a safety? But he's probably your best option at this point. This sucks. I'm assuming you're talking about Aiden Fisher right there. I mean, maybe, but at this point in time, man, you're kind of thinking 6th round for him, right? We were talking about how well the board was falling. 5 minutes later, all the linebackers were gone. Yep. That's exactly what happened last night, man. Not good. Not good at all, Broncos country. So, if they don't come away with a linebacker, we're definitely going to have to start looking towards free agency. At this point in time, you don't have a clear-cut, defined number 2 or number 3 linebacker. So that definitely is concerning. How much longer for our 5th? It's going to be a while. We're just now getting towards the end of the 4th, and we pick 30th in the 5th. Saints are on the clock right now, followed by the Cowboys, Dolphins, 49ers, and Bengals to close out the 4th round. And Cowboys, yet another defensive player. Alabama defensive tackle LT Overton. I don't think the Cowboys have taken a single offensive player in this draft. I think it's been all defense for them. And we literally said on day 1 that this entire draft could be defensive players for Dallas. Kind of as half joking, but it seems that's actually what's coming to fruition here. And the Cowboys sure do love their Alabama guys. And honestly, that's pretty good value for Overton. I had a potential 3rd round grade on him, so as a 3-4 defensive end, and I believe that's a scheme that Dallas runs. He's got a big, strong base. Not really much of a pass rushing threat, but definitely can be really solid as a run defender. So that's what Dallas is going to utilize him in. And they had probably one of the worst run defenses in the league last year. So, yeah, makes complete and total sense for them, man. And the Saints are going with Bryce Lance, the wide receiver out of North Dakota State. Brother of Trey Lance. So Bryce Lance would have been one of the few wide receivers that I might have been interested for the Broncos, but I didn't think that he was going to be in a position for Denver to take him in the 5th round. And 4th round, where Denver was at the time, just felt like a little bit too early. Lance profiles as kind of a backup Z receiver, and I think New Orleans is actually a pretty solid fit for him. Cowboys and Bengals going to look different. Yeah. You got to give them credit, man. They're both committing to investing in the trenches and committing to improving their weaknesses. I like that pick for the Saints. Yeah, me too. I really do like that for them. All right, so... Okay, so Bryce Lance went before the Dallas pick. Okay, so Twitter's a little bit ahead again. Okay, so LT Overton was the most recent pick. not Bryce Lance. So we can swap that. So the picks are kind of starting to come in a little bit out of order right now, so sorry about that. At this point, you've got the Dolphins on the clock, followed by the 49ers and the Bengals. And that closes out the 4th round. To open up the 5th round, we have the Texans, the Titans, the Cardinals, the Panthers, and the Chargers. So that's now 3 pass catchers that the Saints have come away with, man. Jordan Tyson, Oscar Delp, and Bryce Lance. So I'd say that the Saints are having a really strong draft, and they're putting reinforcements around whoever their quarterback of the future is going to be it Tyler Shuck or potentially a first-round quarterback in 2027. We'll see what they do long-term at quarterback. That's going to be really interesting to monitor because they're putting a lot of weapons around Tyler Shuck. People were saying that the Saints were going to try to tank for the number 1 overall pick. This doesn't feel like a team that's tanking. This feels like a team that's trying to build and put pieces around a young quarterback in Tyler Shuck. Well, not a young quarterback, but a second-year quarterback. What the fuck, Dolphins? 3 linebackers? Are you serious? Kyle Lewis is gone. Come on, man. Are you serious right now? Denver is in trouble at linebacker, man. They are in absolute trouble. So like we were talking about a little bit earlier with Lewis, he's kind of a hybrid linebacker safety prospect, and Miami is pairing him with Jacob Rodriguez, dude. Oh, come on. That stings. That really does sting for the Broncos. Miami investing serious pieces. And they've got Trey Moore as well, who's kind of a hybrid edge linebacker. Damn, man. Damn, that sucks. That sucks, man. That is so frustrating. All right, so the 49ers are now on the clock, followed by the Bengals, and that closes out round number 4, Broncos country. Yeah, Shuck did look really good at the end of the year. He looked like an actual quarterback who could play. Was fitting balls into tight windows deep downfield. His mobility and his athleticism was actually really good, and that was a concern coming out of college because of all the injuries that he had. Of course, that's the concern still. Will he be able to hold up and stay healthy? But, yeah, I thought Tyler Shuck looked really good. This new Dolphins GM is going to turn them around. No free wins for the Pats. I hope so. I'd like to see Miami be an actual contender. I believe it's going to take some time for them to get there. But long term, I actually have a lot of optimism for the Dolphins and what they're doing. I know that people said that about the last time that they blew it up and rebuilt and tanked for Tua, but I actually think they've got a much more clear direction this time, and they're not going to try to force anything at quarterback. That's why they went out and got a guy in Malik Willis who's sort of a lower floor, higher ceiling option. I mean, Malik Willis definitely showed a lot of signs of improvement in that last year in Green Bay, so I'm really excited to see that. As far as tight end goes for the Broncos, Justin Jolie, Michael Trigg, both of those guys are still on the board. Dallin Bentley is still there. I'm very much keeping an eye on Bentley. Yeah, we do have a little while until Denver makes their next pick, so we are going to be waiting a little bit for that. We're just waiting right now for the next pick to come in. 49ers are on the clock, 139 overall. Cowboys are going to have to get rid of Dakota Prescott pretty soon. He's costing them too much. That's the problem. They're in a position where they can't really move on from him because of how much he costs. I love how we like to get picks no one else would. Coleman is the 11th ranked running back. I mean, the Broncos clearly believe in Jonah Coleman, so that says something. It's definitely not the pick I would have made. Yeah, as far as inline wide tight ends are concerned, Bentley's probably your best bet. I have to go through and update my big board here pretty soon. Kind of feels like we're dragging a little bit of dead air time here. So if we could hurry up and get another pick in, that would be awesome. Oh, here we go. So Jonah Coleman, he spoke to the media on a conference call, and this is what he had to say about pass protection.
It's really important, you know. Now I gotta go. Now I get to go protect Bo Nix, and I take pride in that. And you know, I may not have like all the exciting plays, all that, but I do the dirty work. I do the things that not a lot of people pay attention to. So just being able to be well-rounded. And when I was a freshman, Coach Graham told me the only way you're gonna get on this field is if you're able to pick up blitzes, and just being able to be well-rounded and not be able to come off with.
So, yeah, I mean, he basically said it right there. His pass protection, he feels like, is one of the best assets that he brings to the table. So, we'll see, man. That's something that I definitely think is a positive, but it just makes me think of Samaje Perine, kind of a mid-tier runner. You know, somebody who doesn't have the greatest vision, doesn't have the greatest initial acceleration at the line of scrimmage. That's my main concern with Jonah Coleman. I mean, it's good that they have J.K. Dobbins back. I would have hated this move a lot more if they'd not brought J.K. Dobbins back. But like I was talking about earlier, man, you're basically depending on J.K. Dobbins to stay healthy for you as a pure runner of the football. And I'm not sure if that's something you can depend on. If J.K. Dobbins goes down, you're kind of screwed. So, I really hope that's not the case, man. I really do. 49ers pick is in. We'll have that in just a second. Then the Bengals finish out the 4th round. There were 40 picks in the 4th round. And then once you get into the 5th round, there are going to be 41 picks in the 5th round. All right, 49ers pick is in. Ephesians Prysock, the corner out of Washington. He's a guy that I had in my would get to if I had time category, but I did not get to him. So I do not have much of an evaluation on him. But that's a player that I don't think was on the radar for the Denver Broncos. So overall, I would definitely call that good news. So that's the second to last pick now in the 4th round. Not the 29ers. Yeah, Kyle Lewis's tape was really good. I'm bummed he came off the board, man. Miami got a really good player. I mean, I'm excited for Jonah Coleman, and I think he's a good dude, man. He clearly interviews really, really well, but I'm judging strictly off of his tape, and I really don't like his tape. I'm hoping that he proves me wrong, because there have been times where the Denver Broncos have drafted a player that I wasn't a huge fan of their college tape, and they ended up working out quite well. So hopefully that's the case here. And the Bengals are going with Colby Young, wide receiver out of Georgia. So that officially rounds out round number 4, Broncos country. We are now into round number 5. All right, boom shakalaka. So as we now move into round number 5, Houston Texans are the first team on the clock, followed by the Tennessee Titans, the Arizona Cardinals, the Carolina Panthers, and the LA Chargers. The Broncos have the 30th pick in round number 5. That's 170 overall. And then they've got the first pick in round number 6. That's going to be 182 overall. So the Houston Texans are on the clock right now, and we are officially through round 4, Broncos country. Justin Jolie still on the board for the Broncos here. Dallin Bentley is still on the board. If they were to go with another running back, Emmett Johnson is still there. Nick Singleton's still there. Seth McGowan. We've talked about some potential backup quarterback options. Cole Payton, Hayes King. If the Broncos are indeed going to move on from Jarrett Stidham. Then with linebacker, things are getting really, really slim there. Jack Kelly, you still have Keyshawn Elliott, Aiden Fisher. Those are probably some of the top guys that are still there. I believe Red Murdoch is still on the board. Couple of nickel guys that I still like. Jalen Kilgore, Chandler Rivers, Michael Tafe as possibly a high safety. Yep, they're both in one video. Because the picks were so close together, I figured that I'd still be recording the first video when the second pick came in. So I just decided to do it in one video. I like Jack Kelly as potentially for that first 6th round pick, or the first pick in the 6th round, our only 6th round pick. I do like Jack Kelly possibly if he slides down there. Not sure if I'd take him in the 5th at this point. Dude, the Miami Dolphins, I still can't get over what they've done at linebacker. Jacob Rodriguez and Kyle Lewis, bro. Jesus Christ. Ooh, nice rep right here that Zach Stevens tweeted out. Jonah Coleman absolutely annihilating Sonny Styles in Pass Pro. That is a really nice rep right there. I love his Pass Pro. I've got no notes there, man. All right, Tennessee Titans just made a pick. Ooh, Texans go with Kamari Ramsey. Damn, Texans go with Kamari Ramsey. Holy crap. And then the Titans went with Fernando Carmona, the guard out of Arkansas. I really like the Kamari Ramsey pick for them, man. That's a fun chess piece for the D'Amico Ryans defense. I can almost see him being like the Talanoa Hufanga in that defense. I really like that for them. And Titans get some more protection help for Cam Ward. Can always approve of that. All right, so now we've got the Arizona Cardinals on the clock, followed by the Carolina Panthers, the LA Chargers, and the Cleveland Browns. Jesus, Cleveland's got four fifth round picks. They've got 146, 148, 149, and 152. Jesus Christ. So it looks like the early vision for Kage Casey is going to be as a guard for the Broncos. But 6'6", that's pretty tall for a guard. Titans are going to wreck the AFC South, calling it now. We'll see, man. I believe in their coaching staff. I really love that duo of Robert Saleh and Brian Daboll. I think that's going to be a fantastic pairing for them. Saleh's got a clear vision for how he wants to build the team, and now that he's finally away from the Jets, I think he's going to be able to put that vision into place. I thought Saleh got absolutely screwed when he was in New York. There are a lot of teams that have multiple fourth-round picks. Looks like the Browns do. Looks like the Vikings do. The Bills, Ravens, Saints, Broncos, or not Broncos. Yeah, and that's it. So that is quite a few teams with multiple picks here in the 5th round. Yeah, he may not have the mass per se, but he definitely has the height at 6'6". Broncos rule and the rest drool. All right, so we are waiting on the Cardinals, then the Panthers, the Chargers, and the Browns. Geez, the internet's way ahead. They've got the Browns right here. Did the Browns trade up? Because the internet's talking about the Browns, and the Browns aren't picking until 146. I'm currently on pick number 143, so looks like the internet is way, way, way ahead. Either that or the Browns traded up. Cardinals don't want to play Jacoby Brissett, or don't want to pay Jacoby Brissett, which is crazy. How are you going to have him make less than $5 million and ask him to be the starter? I agree. But from the Cardinals' perspective, they do have Gardner Minshew on the roster, and now they've got Carson Beck on the roster as well. So it's not like they have to pay Jacoby Brissett. Roan asked, what did I miss? I'm not sure when you left, but Broncos did make a couple of picks. They got Jonah Coleman and Kage Casey. I quite like the Casey pick. The Coleman pick, I'm not as hot about. If you want to hear my in-depth thoughts on both of those picks, I did put out a video. See how the video's doing, by the way. Okay, not too bad. All right, so we're waiting currently to see when this updates because we have no clue who went to the Cardinals or Panthers or Chargers. They're already reporting one of the Browns picks. Browns have 3 picks coming up, and they've been doing pretty good. Hope they don't mess it up. Well, it seems we know what one of the Browns picks is, because they're reporting that they're taking Alabama offensive lineman Parker Brailsford. But the issue there is it hasn't been reported what the Cardinals, Panthers, or Chargers pick is, and they're all 3 ahead of the Browns. So I don't know if the Browns came up to get Brailsford or if this is just a premature report. I have no idea. Kind of feels like we've hit a bit of a stall right now. Okay, so now we know the Cardinals pick. They're going with Reggie Virgil, wide receiver out of Texas Tech, but we still have no clue who the Panthers are taking. By the way, I like Reggie Virgil quite a bit. He was a sleeper coming out, I thought. So we got Reggie Virgil, but we have no idea who the Panthers are taking. All right, so Panthers and then the Chargers and then the Browns. Panthers just tweeted that the pick is in, but I'm not seeing it anywhere on Twitter. This is weird, man. This is really weird. So if anybody sees the pick, let me know, please. Maybe it's a smoke and mirror. I have no clue. I haven't seen picks come in like 3 or 4 picks ahead of the internet before. 1 or 2, sure. I didn't think the Cardinals was bad last year, but they just need to fix that O-line. That's their main issue for sure. And lack of depth on the defensive side in the trenches. They've got a good secondary, but I think they could use a little bit more presence as a pass rush. So yeah, again, guys, anybody sees the Panthers pick, please let me know, because I still don't have it. Sam Hecht, okay. Alright, so, yeah, Sam Hecht I had as one of the few pure centers in this class. Like, he's a guy that doesn't really bring a whole lot of versatility. He is like a straight-up center. And I'm actually kind of surprised. Oh, no, Connor Lew did come off the board. He came off earlier to the Bengals. So, yeah, Sam Hecht would be the best center overall available. And long-term, it did feel like Carolina had a need right there. So that makes sense. But, yeah, he is a pure center. And we got the Chargers pick now. It's Nick Barrett, the defensive tackle out of South Carolina. So, seems like we're back in order now. And we had already heard that the Browns were going with... Who was it the Browns were going with again? With Parker Brailsford. Okay, so now we should be caught up here. We're at the Commanders at 147. Then it's the Browns back-to-back again at 148 and 149. So it seems that the most recent one is going to be Parker Brailsford, offensive line, Alabama. And that's going to be at 145 or 146. So 146, Parker Brailsford, Alabama. Okay, there we go. So now our graphic is updated. We had already heard about the Brailsford pick like several minutes ago. So as of right now, we've got the Commanders on the clock, then the Browns twice, then the Saints, then the Dolphins, and then the Browns again. Well, it looks like the Browns just traded one of the picks. Okay, they just traded one of the picks to Seattle. So after Washington, it's Seattle up now. And the Browns get a 4th rounder in 2027 out of it. That's a good deal, man. Turn one of your 5ths this year into a 2027 pick. That is a good deal for them because the 2027 draft from top to bottom is way more loaded than the 2026 draft is. So that's a really, really smart trade by the Browns. Really smart. And Seattle, clearly they're in that win now window trying to keep their Super Bowl window open. So I don't think they're too concerned about burning future draft capital. Makes complete sense for both parties. So now we're just waiting on Washington. Oh, wow. The Saints are trading for former Raiders edge rusher Tyree Wilson. So Tyree Wilson, former first rounder from a few years ago, now going to the Saints. There had been some rumors about the Saints being interested in trading for a veteran edge rusher. Kayvon Thibodeau was one of those players, but instead they get Tyree Wilson. That's an interesting trade for them, man. Wilson never really worked out in Las Vegas. Felt like he just wasn't in the right situation to be successful. And now he gets a really intriguing opportunity there in New Orleans. He's going to go play in that Brandon Staley defense. So really, really interesting. We'll have to find out what the compensation here is. But that is another player out of the AFC West. And Wilson became expendable. The Raiders had signed Kwity Paye with the idea that Max Crosby was going to be gone. Well, of course, the Max Crosby trade ended up falling through, so now they've got Kwity Paye and Max Crosby. That pretty much made Wilson expendable. Oh, that's right! Wilson was the player that Bo Nix stared into. The famous dangerous eyes from Bo. Dude, that's crazy. I forgot that was Tyree Wilson. So, yeah, I bet he's glad to be out of the division now and doesn't have to deal with his worst nightmare in Bo Nix. All right, so we're still waiting on Washington, it looks like. Let's see if NFL.com has Washington's pick yet. No, they do not. So, it's Washington, Seattle, the Browns, the Raiders, the Dolphins, and then the Browns again. Thoughts on taking Coleman over Washington and Emmett? I strongly, strongly disagree with that. I would have gone with Washington personally. I'm not a fan of Jonah Coleman's run style. I feel like he runs with bricks attached to his cleats. I feel like he runs with quicksand in the backfield. It's just not good enough, man. I feel like the Broncos could have maximized their value there with that pick, and they didn't do so. They took a player who probably would have gone much later in the draft if they had not taken him right there. If you want to hear my more in-depth thoughts, by the way, you can go ahead and check out the video that I released on the channel if you want me to get more in-depth about it. Got 31 people in the house chilling out as we wait for the next Broncos pick. Thank you guys so much. And you never know, guys. The Broncos can always make some sort of veteran trade. They've done it in multiple previous drafts, so that's something to keep an eye on here. They did it with Adam Troutman in 23. They did it with John Franklin Myers heading into 2024. So I strongly, strongly believe that something could happen here. And players I would keep an eye on, Mason Taylor, New York Jets. If they don't get one of the tight ends, I'd keep an eye on Cole Kmet from the Bears. And if they want to go with another running back, James Conner. But I think that one's a little bit less likely now. I do trust their draft evaluations. They've got a vision for the player. I just feel like the player just wasn't... How do I put this the right way? I feel like he was valued by draft media because of his name and who he played for and stuff like that. I feel like draft media didn't dive as deep into the tape as they could have with Jonah Coleman. All right, we got the Commanders pick. It's Joshua Josephs, the edge rusher out of Tennessee. Super duper athletic player, but he's raw, man. He doesn't have a whole lot of moves to his game. He's just kind of winning with pure athleticism and talent out there. So we'll see if maybe Dan Quinn can harness that and maybe get something more sustainable out of Josephs. This is kind of the point where you take guys with raw tools that you believe in, and that feels exactly what this Josephs pick is. Is Peyton not as good at evaluating talent as we think? I don't know it's that. I just think that they view things in a different perspective than we do as fans and as more casual draft analysts. I don't think there's any right or wrong way to do this. I don't think there's a right or wrong way to approach building your football team. It's all about different flavors, man. Some people prefer certain players and other people prefer other types of players. Oh, the Browns are getting Justin Jefferson, guys. But not that Justin Jefferson. They're taking the linebacker out of Alabama. A guy who I actually wasn't too high on. I watched a couple of his clips and wasn't really impressed with what I saw from him. So I kind of pushed him towards the back burner. Which is kind of a shock because that normally doesn't happen with Alabama guys. But clearly a match made in heaven here for the Cleveland Browns. Big highlight of the day. Cleveland Browns get Justin Jefferson. Trig's still on the board. Would you want to see us trade up to get him? Not necessarily trade up, but if he is there in the 6th round, you can definitely think about it. The anticipation is killing me. Do Denver go tight end or linebacker or something else? Also, do we need a safety? At this point, no, we don't need a safety. We've got plenty of depth at that position, but tight end and linebacker, definitely. Thought I was about to see Justin Jolie. No, thankfully not. All right, so the Saints trade the 150th overall pick for Tyree Wilson along with 219. So basically it's the pick swap. Oh, we got a trade! Denver's coming up! Denver's coming up to 152. Denver is trading up, guys. Denver is trading up to 152. This is not a drill. They're sending 170 and they're sending 182. So there went their 6th round pick. The Denver Broncos are trading up, guys. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. As soon as we have the player, we're going to announce it here on the channel. But the Denver Broncos are coming up and they are on the clock here in just a couple of minutes. Not a drill, guys. The Denver Broncos are trading up. Let's go. Is it Trigg? Is it Dallin Bentley, maybe? Ooh, here we go, guys. Here we go. Could this be Dallin Bentley, Justin Jolie, Michael Trigg? All of those guys are possible here, I would say. All right, the Denver Broncos are picking at 152, and once we have the pick, guys, I'm going to announce it. Seahawks select Iowa guard Bo Stevens at 148. Justin Jefferson comes off the board at 149. What are the Denver Broncos going to do, guys? What are the Denver Broncos going to do? So we got the Browns, Raiders, and Panthers making picks ahead of Denver right here. Browns, they took Justin Jefferson, waiting on the Raiders pick, and then we're waiting on the Panthers pick before the Broncos pick. But this Broncos pick can come in and be announced at any given time, guys. And as soon as we have it, we're going to announce it. So this is the pick that they got in the... Okay, the pick's in! The pick is in, Broncos country. So, if you guys do not want this pick spoiled, you guys can go ahead and slip out of here. But the pick is in. I hope you guys are ready for it. With the 152nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos are taking Justin Jolie, tight end out of NC State, baby. They've got their successor to Evan Ingram. They've got their F tight end. They've got their potential joker of the future in Justin Jolie. I really like this pick. Is he going to play inline for you? No, he's not. But he is going to be a really, really solid receiving weapon for this team. I am confident in that. Let's go. I love this pick. I absolutely love this pick. We're going to be going into video making mode right now. Let's freaking go, Broncos country. I like this pick a lot. All right, so we are going into video making mode, guys. Let's go ahead and bring up the scouting report on Justin Jolie real quick. All right, boom shakalaka. Here we go, Broncos country. We are going into video making mode right now. Broncos country, the pick is in. The Denver Broncos have traded up from pick number 170 to number 152. They have sent number 170 and 182, which was their 6th round pick that they got in their trade down in the 2nd round, to the Cleveland Browns. And with the 152nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos are taking Justin Jolie, tight end out of North Carolina State. This is a player that was towards the top of a lot of people's boards here in Denver, especially in this 5th round area. Denver missed out on the early tight ends, the Eli Stowers, the Max Clares, the Sam Roushes of the world, but Jolie is now going to be the Denver Broncos tight end of the future. He is their joker of the future, Broncos country. He is a true receiving tight end. He's not going to play in line for you, but he is going to fill that Evan Ingram role beyond 2026. I firmly believe that Evan Ingram is still going to be in Denver for 2026 because of his relationship with Davis Webb. But beyond that, I believe that Justin Jolie is primed to be that future Joker-type player for the Denver Broncos. So let's go ahead and bring in his scouting report here. Courtesy of Lance Zierlein, 6'3", 241 pounds. Yes, that's undersized for a tight end, but if you're using him in that big slot role, I am okay with it. He played at Connecticut in 2022 and 2023, played in all 12 games with 4 starts in 22, and then led Connecticut with 56 receptions for 578 yards and 2 touchdowns in 2023, played in all 12 games with 6 starts. Then he started 13 games in 2024 and was a first-team All-ACC in 2025, led the team with 49 receptions for 489 yards and 7 receiving touchdowns, 12 games, 11 starts. So this is Lance Zierlein's scouting report here. Round 4 draft projections, so to get him in round 5 is really solid. Brevin Jordan is his NFL comp. Undersized pass catcher with the ability to expand the route tree and challenge man coverage around the field. Jolie still needs to polish his route running, but he has the footwork and athletic traits to uncover. He doesn't catch with much hand extension and fights throws on occasion, but makes up for it with impressive body control and catch toughness. His effort and strain as a blocker needs to improve. So that's something I'm going to look at, but he is a smaller player, so I'm not going to expect a whole lot there, to be honest. Jolie has the ability to contribute as a movable F tight end. His strengths: possesses good wingspan with huge hands, sturdy and strong with ability to catch through heavy contact, has the hips and feet to run routes on all 3 levels. Route adjustments against coverage traffic come seamlessly. Consistently scrambles to freedom when the pass play extends. That's really good news playing with a quarterback like Bo Nix. Good leaper with basketball body control to lean and adjust to the throw. Weaknesses: wasn't as splashy or sure-handed in 2025 compared to his 2024 tape. Drifts on some route turns, opening a door for defenders to undercut him, and undercuts usually lead to interceptions. Has some trouble securing throws that are sent to his back shoulder and hip, ducks his head, and leans into his run blocking fits. That is a really bad habit to develop. But he also lacks consistent positioning, hand usage, and strain as a blocker. Again, I'm not expecting a whole lot from him as a blocker, but as a receiver, he is going to be a big-time contributor in this offense. Again, maybe not so much in year 1, but most definitely in year 2 and beyond. I know that Broncos country is really happy about this, judging by the chat. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. Do you think that Justin Jolie is a good fit for this Denver Broncos team? Be sure to smash that like button on the video, as well as subscribe and ring the bell so these videos appear in your notification feed. We will see you guys in the 7th round, where the Denver Broncos have 3 picks. They no longer pick in the 6th round unless they trade back in. But whenever the Broncos pick again, we will be back here covering it on the channel in the next video. All right, guys. And until next time, I'm your host, Gage Madrid, saying peace out. Alright guys, thank you so much for bearing with me. That video is recorded. Now we just got to go ahead and upload it real quick, make the thumbnail, and then we will get to the chat to answer all of your questions and address your comments and concerns regarding the Denver Broncos' latest draft pick. So, yeah, I think this is one that's going to be very well received from Broncos country, and this is a pick that I quite like. I don't really have any issues with this one, so... Cannot wait to break down the film on Justin Jolie, man. That is going to be a lot of fun. And I imagine that there probably is a little bit of buffering going on right now just while this video uploads. It's only going to upload for 2 minutes, guys, so apologies for that. All right, that's done. Now just got to do the thumbnail real quick. Thumbnail's done. Second, guys, once I finish uploading this video, I promise I will get to the chat. I am not ignoring you guys. And any other picks come in? Yeager Burton, the center out of Kentucky, went to Green Bay. Jaden Duggar, the linebacker of Louisiana, went to San Francisco. DeMonte Capehart went to Tampa Bay, the defensive tackle out of Clemson, and then George Gums Jr., the edge rusher out of Florida, just went to Indianapolis. So those are all the picks to get you guys caught up while we upload this. All right, public, done, upload. All right, we are in Broncos country. Our evaluation video of Justin Jolie is officially live. All right, so let's get back into the chat here, shall we? Walker Miller says, it's Jolie. Wow. Ilray Tito says, Justin. Jordan loves it. Roan says, LFG. Saved our draft, to be honest. Some big trade just happened. Was there another trade that went down, or are you referring to the Jolie trade right there? Don't know much about Jolie. Wanted Dallin Bentley more. Hope Jolie is good. Hey, man, it's not out of the realm of possibilities that we don't get Dallin Bentley either. I still think it's very possible that we get him. Bronco Fez says, I like it. Brandon says, LFG. I knew we would get him. I'll trust Denver on this one. We got Coleman and Jolie. Now it's a B-. Justin played with Mendoza. What they got to do to make it an A grade? I don't know if an A grade is quite in the realm of possibilities yet, but I will bump up their draft now to a B+ after the Jolie pick. Brandon said, I called it. I know you're happy after not drafting a tight end for 2 years. I definitely am. I definitely am happy. I think they get an Aiden Fisher or something, possibly. Didn't scout him a whole lot. Does he play more inline or more receiver? He is more of a receiving tight end, for sure. He's not an inline guy. We're going to win the damn Super Bowl. They need a tight end that can block, not another receiver. They need to do both. Hey, they can still get a blocking tight end. Clearly, they feel confident in Adam Troutman doing it, which it is what it is, quite frankly. I know that they probably weren't going to draft a tight end super duper high because of Troutman. It is what it is there. I'm not going to try to sing that. I'm going to spare you guys of the ear noise there. Yes, we did give up a 6th round pick. Did not give up a 7th, just gave up the 6th. As far as I know, anyway. Yeah, they just gave up the 6th, so they still have all 3 of their 7ths. How many more picks does Denver have? 3, and they're all in the 7th. Draft went from a C+ to a B+. Got Coleman and Jolie. That's really all I wanted. Added trench depth, and we're good, for sure. Real Young Citrus says, Jolie, let's effing go. Yep, I knew that was going to be a very popular pick in Broncos country. A very popular pick. Some people even had Justin Jolie as like the top tight end on their board. Personally, I wasn't that high on him, but I still am very much high on him. And I think this is a great pick and a great fit for the Broncos. All right, so the Detroit Lions are on the clock at 1:57, followed by the Miami Dolphins at 1:58. So at this point in time, the remaining 3 picks for the Denver Broncos are going to be 246, 256, and 257. 256 and 257 are literally the last 2 picks overall in the draft. So I imagine that if there are any top like undrafted free agent type guys that are available, that's going to be the area where Denver targets them. Who do we even get at linebacker? Probably not Lawson. I like Jolie and Raridan. Probably liked Raridan more because he was a better blocker, but still really happy. I am too, man. And no, Justin Jolie is not an inline tight end, but that's okay because you've got a long-term replacement for Evan Ingram. Oh, the Lions just got a steal, bro. Keith Abney II, the cornerback out of Arizona State. Oh, that's a steal for them, man. Keith Abney is one of the top corners still available. I thought he was going to go on day 2. Oh, that is such a good pick for them, man. That's an A+. That is an absolute A+ for them. No notes right there, man. No notes whatsoever. Oh, and then the Dolphins got another good defensive player, Michael Tafe, the safety out of Texas. I liked Tafe as kind of a deep coverage safety, so that's another really, really solid pick for Miami. I think Miami is having a very strong draft so far. Very strong. Make sure you spell that right. Yep, that is how you spell it. All right. Connor who, Roan? If they get Cole Payton or Haynes King, they hit this out of the park for me. I agree. That would be the cherry on top. All right, so latest pick, Michael Tafe. So we are currently waiting on the Minnesota Vikings, followed by the Bucks, the Steelers, the Ravens, and then the Vikings again. We're at pick number 20 in round 5, so we are just about halfway through the 5th round right now. Yeah, I'd be cool with Harold Perkins. I would be cool with Harold. Oh, Loner. I feel like he's still going to get an opportunity to compete because he does have the build of an inline tight end. Last year he was super raw. He's still learning how to play the position. But I do feel like they're going to give Loner the opportunity to come in and compete. Ooh. Vikings go with Max Bredesen, the tight end fullback out of Michigan. He's a guy that I felt like doesn't really have a defined role. Like, Is he a tight end? Is he a fullback? What is he? And I can already see that Vikings Twitter's not too happy about this one. Probably an old college teammate of J.J. McCarthy's. J.J. McCarthy's, considering where he played. All right, so that is round 5, pick 19, 159 overall. Max Bredesen to the Vikings. Tampa Bay is now on the clock, followed by Kansas City, Baltimore, Minnesota, and Jacksonville. All right, so Tampa Bay, they're going with Billy Schrauth, the guard out of Notre Dame, a player that I did not scout. But Tampa, I know they needed offensive line depth, so... That star role is something the Broncos could benefit from, the hybrid safety linebacker. For sure. I think they're actually kind of hoping that Barron will develop into that role for him. Because some people think... Oh, God, the Chiefs got Emmett Johnson. No. Probably the best receiving back in the class, man. Dude, so now you've got Emmett Johnson and Kenneth Walker in that backfield. Boo! That sucks. That sucks. Yeah, I would have much rather had Emmett Johnson than Jonah Coleman. And I will die on that hill. And Mike Washington, and now both of them freaking go to division rivals. I hate it here. Come on, man. Oh, dude. That is like literally a nightmare scenario for me. Bro, Mike Washington to the Raiders and now Emmett Johnson to the Chiefs. I can't. That sucks. My problem with him getting Haynes King is the trolls will say he'll be Bo's replacement. Come on, man. I like Haynes King, but dude couldn't even hold Bo Nix's freaking jockstrap. Oh, dude, I'm so pissed off. That sucks. How did you let Kansas City get him, man? How? And here we are taking Jonah freaking Coleman. Samaje Perine 2.0. No, my co-host will not be happy. That is a fact. Oh, God, that hurts. Oh, in fact, I just got a text on the group chat. That's probably him. Yep. Yep, sure enough. He is not happy. Actually, we have two co-hosts in that one that are Nebraska fans in that podcast. Cam and Mike are both Nebraska fans. That stings, man. That absolutely stings. Chiefs are going to be a threat, 2 running backs at the same time, and then Justin Fields, who can also run. I don't think Justin Fields is going to see any actual playing time for Kansas City. That was just an insurance policy, but I strongly believe Patrick's going to be ready to go for week 1. They might deploy Fields in some packages, but other teams have tried that with him, and it hasn't really worked. So, I don't know, man. I think they just brought in Justin Fields as a quarterback who can take all the reps during training camp and stuff like that. But as far as I'm concerned, Patrick should be ready to go for week 1. So who are we waiting on right now? We're waiting on the Ravens. So the Ravens are on the clock at 162, followed by the Vikings, the Jaguars, the Titans, the Bears, and then the Bills back-to-back. There are quite a few teams in this round with multiple picks. Some of these are compensatory picks. Once we get down towards pick number 173, that's when the compensatory picks start in this round. Ravens have 2, Raiders have 1, Chiefs have 1, Dolphins have 1, Eagles have 1, 49ers, Dolphins have 2 actually, and then the Lions have 1 as well. Every time Denver's defense gets pooped on from its run, so I'm nervous. I mean, that is why you went out and got Tyler, Onyedem. That's how we figured out how to pronounce it. Tyler Onyedem. Because he's really going to help out in that area. BK says, I'm dead wrong on Coleman. Saw most of his home games. I just don't see it, man. It feels like he's got bricks attached to the bottom of his cleats. That initial burst in acceleration just isn't there. I also have issues with the vision, too. Like, there are a lot of reps where he's running into the back of his blocker. I really do hope I'm wrong on Coleman, because the Broncos need him to be good. Not for Jim Leonard, since he's not a minority coach. Those comp picks only apply to minority coaches that get hired for direct promotions. So they get hired for a head coach or a GM role. I'm overall a big fan of this draft as well, BK. Jonah Coleman wasn't my flavor at running back, but I'm not pissed off or upset by it either. I love the Jolie pick. I love the Onyedem pick. So overall, I think Denver's in really good shape. And I love the Casey pick as well. Ravens quarterback is on the hot seat, in my opinion. This is a make or break year. I don't know, man. I don't think that Lamar's on the hot seat, but I know fans are frustrated with the fact that he hasn't had that playoff success. I call it how I see it, man. And I know there are other people who aren't that high on Jonah Coleman as well. Marcus Whitman, that franchise guy, I believe held the same opinion that I did. So I have heard people say the same thing as me about Coleman, but it's not the general consensus popular opinion for sure. And I'm going to call it how I see it. I am not here to conform to the norm. Oh, Chandler Rivers just went off the board. One of the nickel corners that I really, really liked. He just went off the board to Baltimore. So now we've got Minnesota, Jacksonville, Tennessee, and Chicago on the clock. I mean, it's not like Denver needed a nickel corner or anything, but that is definitely a player that I really liked. Chiefs didn't play rookies much last season, especially when Mahomes went down. They didn't play Noel Williams or Brandon Smith, or I'm assuming you mean Brashard Smith right there. That's true. I mean, that is kind of the historic policy with Andy Reid, but if there is a rookie they think can play right out the gate, they'll play him. How are the Ravens not getting a running back? Their main one is 33. I don't know if the backs that are left are worthy of being drafted quite at this spot. I think maybe teams are waiting for more like the 6th round for some of these. Oh, hi, kitty. What? Meow, meow. Really? Come here, Frosty. Say hi to Frosty. Say hi to the camera, Frosty. Yeah, I think the Ravens are kind of waiting until a little bit later on. If you'll excuse me for just 1 second. What's her problem? Ah. Oh, no. Sorry about that, guys. I'm going to deal with the cat. So, yeah, I think that the Ravens maybe are waiting a little bit later on for running backs. You know, Seth McGowan's still there. Nick Singleton's still there. I believe Katron Allen's still there as well. So, that's currently where they stand at that spot. Alright, guys, we are still waiting for this to continue to go through. Oh, wow. This is a player that I've never even heard of. Charles Demmings. Quarter out of Stephen F. Austin. Normally, you'll have a player that's taken around this spot that I've at least heard of, but not Demmings, man. That is a guy that I seriously have not heard of. Small school, Stephen F. Austin. That's the same school that John Franklin Myers came out of, actually. But clearly Brian Flores has a vision for him. I think you better do some homework on Coleman. He was really turning up before Love and Price. When he got hurt, that slowed down. You'll make a video later about him. I'm going to make a video about Coleman for sure. We're going to do a film study on him, but it's going to take a lot of convincing for me to change my mind. For me, the film is what it is with Coleman. Dante Balfour's a corner that's left I still like. I watched a little bit of him, and I liked what I saw. No one took LSU wide receiver yet. Aaron Anderson. I did have an undrafted grade on Anderson, so I think it's going to be a little while before we see him. Maybe 7th round if there's some team that wants to take a flyer on him, but yeah, I had an undrafted grade on Aaron Anderson. I did not see that interview, DJ. Not gonna lie, I don't really watch Kay Adams too much. Like, if there's something pertinent to the Broncos, but otherwise, I don't consume a whole lot of that type of media. I more prefer, like, analysis and stuff like that, as opposed to, like, talk radio and stuff. Not to say that Kay doesn't do good work, but just not my cup of tea. So I'll have to go check that out now that he's a Bronco. And just a reminder, guys, after this stream is over, the action does not stop. Once the draft concludes, teams are going to be scrambling to sign undrafted free agents, and the Denver Broncos are no different. The Broncos always come away with at least one good undrafted free agent. Oh, damn! Another good tight end comes off the board, Tanner Kojal. I liked him as kind of a tweener inline and slot flex. And I know Cecil Lammy really liked Kojal as well. So he goes off the board to Jacksonville, the tight end out of Houston. Jolie has some hands on him. Yeah, I really like his hands. I like his size. I like his wingspan. I like his contested catch ability. All that stuff is really, really good. All right, so we got the Titans, the Bears, the Bills back-to-back, the Steelers, the Browns, and then the Patriots. Say we're about 65% of the way through the 5th round right now. And then we got round 6 and round 7. There's 35 picks in round 6. And then there's going to be 41 picks in round 7. So we still got a lot of picks to go, Broncos country. This stream on day 3 usually goes to about 7 hours. So I imagine this is going to be no different. And I appreciate all you guys sticking with me here throughout this marathon stream because we are literally going all day long practically. And then once the undrafted start, it's going to get even crazier after that. Denver is lucky because they've got those final 2 picks in the draft. So, in essence, they almost have the first overall pick of undrafted free agency, if that makes any sense. Like, as far as the undrafted free agents go, Denver could get the best player available. All right, I'm going to step off real quick. Going to go and take another bong rip. So I will see you guys in about 90 seconds. Oop. I left my mic on. I hope you guys didn't hear that bong rip. Ooh, that one killed me. Bummer. Keyshawn Elliott's gone. Bears took him at 166. Oh, and Nick Singleton's gone too. Bummer. I mean, I didn't think they were going after Singleton as much now, but still, bummer. That is a good pick for Tennessee. That is a really good pick for them. I like the Elliott pick to the Bears as well, and pickings are getting really slim right now for the Broncos. I mean, at this point, at linebacker, you're kind of looking at Jack Kelly, maybe Owen Heineke, Aiden Fisher, Harold Perkins is still there. Red Murdoch, I believe, is still on the board. That's a little bit surprising. I thought Red Murdoch would be gone by now. I don't know if there's like off the field or injury concerns with him. So, yeah. Very, very slim pickings right now at linebacker. And that is number 27 for them. Or, no, 26. Pick number 26. All right, so Keyshawn Elliott comes off the board. Still got 31 people in the house. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. So after Elliott and Singleton come off, we've got the Bills on the clock at 167, followed by the Detroit Lions at 168, Pittsburgh Steelers at 169, and then Cleveland Browns at 170. So we're getting pretty close to the compensatory picks right now. Still got a ways to go, though, before the 5th round's over. So as far as some other guys that I definitely would be keeping an eye on for the Denver Broncos here. For man corners, I do like Latrell McCutcheon. He's still on the board. Hezekiah Massis is still there. Denver likes to play a man-on-man scheme, so I'm really looking at the man corners in particular here. I believe Jalen Kilgore is still there at nickel. He might have come off. I can't remember. At safety, that's getting pretty thin to be honest. Maybe VJ Payne is sort of a box safety. And then offensively, you still have some quarterbacks we're keeping an eye on here. Haynes King and Cole Payton. Those are the top two easily. Running backs. You have Dean Connors, who I'm starting to kind of like more and more around this point. Seth McGowan is still on the board. Things are getting a little bit thinner at wide receiver right now. Wide tight end, you still have Dallin Bentley on the board. So that would be sick if the Broncos could come away with both Justin Jolie and Dallin Bentley. I would be so down for that. Let's see, is Buffalo's pick in? Well, there goes Jalen Kilgore. I really liked him as a potential nickel option for the Broncos. Just to add some depth at that position, man. Actually, he was my top-rated nickel in this class overall. That definitely sucks. He's a bigger nickel, but definitely could have been a fun big nickel and maybe could have filled that star role that we were talking about a little bit earlier with the Broncos. So, yeah, that one definitely stings a little bit. Yeah, Bills are having a really strong draft as well, man. I love what they're doing. Well, I don't love it because we got to play against them, but... Alright, boom shakalaka. Or, no, not NC State. Get it right, Gage. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's a really solid addition for the Bills right there. I like Kilgore quite a bit. Ooh, one of my favorite sleepers just got drafted by the Detroit Lions. Kendrick Law out of Kentucky. Okay, so I really like Law, and I thought that he wasn't getting enough love coming out. Very, very physical dude, man. He almost is like an offensive lineman playing wide receiver, just with his mentality. He's willing to do the dirty work as a blocker. Ooh, I like this fit for Detroit, man. This screams Dan Campbell. This really does scream Dan Campbell. Great pick, man. Great, great pick right there. All right, stupid camera. Quit unfocusing. So let's see. Now we've got Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock, followed by the Cleveland Browns, the New England Patriots, and the New Orleans Saints. And we're going to be here for a while before Denver makes their next pick. They don't pick again until the 7th round. Their next pick is going to be 246 overall. And right now, we're currently at 170, so still got quite a few players that are going to come off the board before we see Denver again. And again, just a reminder, guys, you can just leave a big like on this stream as well as subscribe. I would really appreciate it. Those are both free and easy ways to show your support. Helps tell YouTube's algorithm to push us out, and it helps us get seen by more and more members of Broncos country just like you and me. Ooh, another good Jonah Coleman pass protection rep, man. Absolutely levels this linebacker. Puts him right on his ass. I mean, literally just takes him and forklifts him and boom, he's gone. The draft is actually going really fast because it's already 1 p.m. I agree, it's going fast. Just there is a little bit of time that's passing between picks right now. So we do have a little bit of dead air time, unfortunately. Up, tight end off the board. Joe Royer out of Cincinnati. So Joe Royer was one of the guys that I had left as an inline wide tight end. But Dallin Bentley's still there. So I don't know what the league is seeing that doesn't make them like Dallin Bentley. So he's still there as an inline wide tight end. So you got Joe Royer to Cleveland. Oh, and then the Steelers go with a tight end fullback in Riley Nowakowski out of Indiana. So a national champion there. Okay. So Trigg is still on the board and Bentley is still on the board. Make sure I spell that right. Round 7 is 4 minutes per team. Round 6 is 5 minutes. Okay, so especially as we get into round 7, it's going to go really quick. Would I rather have Bentley or Trigg? Trigg has good hands. Yeah, but Bentley appeals to me more as a blocker, so that's what I would go with, especially after you took Justin Jolie. And Shy asks how I feel about Justin Jolie. I feel excellent about that pick. He's your long-term succession plan for Evan Ingram. He's going to be your future joker. He's going to be your big slot tight end, your F tight end of the future. I absolutely love it. Okay, Wake Forest corner Karan Prutney goes off the board to the New England Patriots here. So now we've got the Saints on the clock, followed by the Ravens twice, and then the Raiders. We're about to get into the compensatory picks right now. course the Patriots draft some Wake Forest corner. Leave it to the Patriots, man. Yeah, I agree. Roush was one of my favorite guys as far as like inline blocking tight ends go. So if you can't get him at this point, Bentley would be a good consolation prize. Ooh, Andy NFL just tweeted out a little bit of Justin Jolie tape. So we'll definitely be using that in our film study. We'll be getting those film studies out starting tomorrow, because I already know most of my evening tonight is going to be occupied by the undrafted free agents. And then you got the Nuggets game tonight at 6:30, man. Let's hope that the Nuggets don't dig their own graves in this game. All right, so we are waiting currently on New Orleans Saints. And I'm already seeing all kinds of content pop up on Justin Jolie. So clearly Broncos country is really, really excited about this one. Oh, that's a nice catch right there, man. Goes up and high points the football. Leaping effort. That's really nice. I will admit, they could maybe shorten from the 5th round on to 4 minutes between each pick. We haven't gotten a definitive update on AG yet. He better play, because we're cooked otherwise. And for some reason, the Nuggets are favored by 1.5 points in this game. So Vegas actually thinks that the Nuggets are going to bounce back in this one. They better start shooting better if they do. They couldn't make a bucket to save their life in the last game. Yeah, I don't think AG is playing tonight. We are cooked. I mean, even without AG, man, that defense was unacceptable. Like, Nikola Jokic, what was he doing, dude? He was allowing layup after layup from guys like Dosunmu. It's like, what are we doing, bro? The Dolphins are in a phenomenal spot. They're going to have a good draft. They are having a good draft. Well, I think Vegas is thinking about this like the last playoff series against Minnesota, where they were down 2-0 and then bounced back in the subsequent 2 games. I don't know, man. I'm worried about the Nuggets at this point. I don't think they have the coaching to weather the storm here. And that sucks. It really does. Okay, so Saints, they're going with Lorenzo Styles Jr., safety out of Ohio State. Is he related to Sonny Styles? Is Lorenzo like Sonny's brother or something? Let me know if you guys know if Lorenzo's related to Sonny Styles. So now we've got the Baltimore Ravens twice on the clock, followed by the Raiders, the Chiefs, the Dolphins, and the Eagles. Oh, that's his little brother? Okay. Excuse me. Well, that's cool. Both brothers get drafted in the same draft. I'm done with the Nuggets. It's Avs time, baby. I just can't get into hockey, man. I'm just not a fan of the sport. I finally got into basketball, but I just can't with hockey. Alright, so we're now officially into the compensatory picks, so we're about to round out the 5th round pretty soon here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 compensatory picks. So the first of back-to-back picks for the Ravens is in, according to NFL.com. Once we have that, we'll get it to you. Yeah, I wish I could get into hockey because I know the Avs are a really good team. I just can't. It's too slow-paced for me, man. I don't have the time to commit to, 4 hours almost for a full game? At least with the NFL, there's live action pretty much the whole time. I mean, with hockey, you've got, 20-minute breaks in between each period? So, I don't know, man. I'm just not a huge fan of that. It's too slow-paced. That's how I am with baseball. Too slow. Agreed. I'm not a baseball fan either. I like action-packed sports. And that's what football and basketball bring. I've got ADHD. I can't keep myself focused for that long. Like, I'm somebody who can barely sit through a movie. You know, Justin Jolie has gotten a lot of comps to Harold Fannin, and that's why I think I'm a little bit higher on Jolie this year than I would have been last year, because I was too low on Harold Fannin. I didn't think he was going to work out because he was purely a receiving tight end. He couldn't go both ways. And Harold Fannin went into a good situation last year with David Njoku also there. I'm curious to see what he's going to look like without David Njoku. But Justin Jolie, if he's the next Harold Fannin, then the Broncos got a really good player. And we got another tight end off the board. Josh Cuevas out of Alabama. He's a guy that I viewed as more of a big slot receiving player, kind of similar to Justin Jolie. So I wouldn't say this pick is extraordinarily relevant to the Denver Broncos. Ravens getting yet another tight end in this class. I'd rather watch tortoises fight than baseball or golf. Yeah, I agree. ADHD too, and I had the Braves locally who aren't trash like the Rockies. Hopefully the Penners' minority ownership will turn them around. Yeah, I hope so too, man. Because Denver is such an excellent sports city. I would love for all of the teams to actually be good. honestly, baseball is so slow. I don't really care about it. The only time I cared about it is when the Rockies were playing good, and they've been sucking, so I don't really care about it. Exactly. Like, maybe if the Rockies were actually good, I'd get a little bit more engaged. But I just can't with baseball, man. Or hockey. Jolie would have been gone if we hadn't traded up, don't you think? Yes. And clearly the Broncos were worried about that because they were very prompt to trade up. Like, let me go look and see here who might have been interested in him. I think about the Vikings potentially at 159. Jaguars at 164. They came away with Tanner Kojal. So, yeah, those are two right there that I think Denver was worried about and ended up jumping. Now we're starting to see a lot of hybrid fullback tight end dudes. Guys like Nate Adkins. I find that really interesting, the way that tight ends have been really flying off the board this year. And first, the blocking tight ends went. Then the receiving tight ends went. And now kind of the fullback hybrid tight ends are starting to go. I still can't believe Dallin Bentley isn't gone, man. If he's there with one of our 7th round picks, I'm going to be over the freaking moon. Let him and Caleb Lohner duke it out and let the best man win. Yeah, I actually like the Justin Jolie pick because we needed a tight end. Yep. NC State fans are saying we got a steal. They really like Jolie. I think he's going to make an immediate impact, man. And quite frankly, I think he beats out Evan Ingram for that starting big slot job. I really do. I think there is a greater than 0 chance that Evan Ingram is no longer a Denver Bronco come the beginning of the regular season. I believe that because I think Justin Jolie is younger, more explosive. He's got a bigger catch radius. He's bigger and taller than Ingram is. I really, really think Justin Jolie has the potential to usurp Evan Ingram sooner rather than later as that starting big slot. No, I wouldn't, Jordan. At this point, you're trying to round out your depth, and I'm of the opinion that one of the Broncos receivers may not be here come week 1, be it Marvin Mims or Troy Franklin, because little Jordan Humphrey's making this roster, guys. What he brings as a big slot receiver and as a blocking receiver, he's making the active roster, and I will die on that hill. So you're only going to dress 5 receivers on game day. Somebody's on the outside looking in. And I've speculated Troy Franklin because Marvin Mims brings value as a return man. Troy Franklin doesn't. And I feel like a lot of the Jalen Waddle snaps are going to eat into what Troy Franklin was doing for you last year. So if there's anybody who's gone, I feel like it's going to be Franklin. If they want to round out the depth in their receiver room with the impending departure of Franklin, maybe. But probably 7th round as one of your early undrafted free agents with those 2 last 7th round picks. But I would also very much keep an eye on backup quarterback here, guys. If Haynes King or if... Oh, God, what's his face? I completely blanked on his name. Or if Cole Payton, the North Dakota State quarterback, if they're available, then I think Denver could potentially look at them as well. Oh, well. The Ravens might have just got their Derrick Henry successor. Big, giant, bruising running back out of Clemson, Adam Randall, 6'3", 232 pounds. My pro comp for him literally was Diet Derrick Henry. So that is a fantastic pick, man. Bruising, downhill runner. So if Henry misses any time for them, they've got a guy who can step in and play some really, really good football. Oh, I love that pick for them, man. Literally, they just got Diet Derrick Henry. That is a fantastic pick for the Ravens. I'm worried about them, man. I really am. If they can stay healthy, the Ravens are going to be dangerous. All right, so the Raiders are now on the clock, followed by the Chiefs, the Dolphins, the Eagles, the 49ers, the Dolphins again, and then the Bills. Oh, damn, man. The Raiders took another guy that I liked. Hezekiah Massis, the cornerback out of Cal. I liked him as a man-to-man corner, as a man-to-man boundary corner, and I feel like he could have potentially been a fun depth piece for the Denver Broncos. Denver plays a lot of man-to-man defense, and Hezekiah would have fit perfectly right there. So that's interesting, man, because the Raiders definitely needed secondary help. Jolie was a good flyer this late in the draft. Did we cut the basketball player from last year? Nope, he's still on the roster. And Jolie and Caleb Lohner have different skill sets. Jolie is very much a receiving tight end. Caleb Lohner, you're hoping will eventually develop into an inline blocking tight end. That's what his frame would indicate he would be. So they're two different types of tight ends. And quite frankly, I don't really want to call Jolie a tight end. I want to really call him a big slot receiver. And that's okay, because you're going to need a succession plan to Evan Ingram, who is currently your big slot receiver. I'm hoping they can get Dallin Bentley, though, guys, because I don't know if I can do another year of Adam Troutman as my starting inline tight end. For linebacker, they'll probably try to sign a vet. Let's take a quick peek at available free agents here. Because as far as I know, that linebacker class is pretty slim right now. I mean, maybe Bobby Okereke. That's probably the only guy I would be cool with signing here. Unless you want to bring in Bobby Wagner for a year, but I thought Bobby was kind of looking a little slow last year. Outside of that, there's really nothing there. So, yeah, Bobby Okereke might be your best bet if you're going after a veteran linebacker. And Chiefs go with a receiver, Cincinnati's Cyrus Allen. So I had a 6th round grade on Cyrus Allen as sort of an outside receiver. I don't know if he's going to see significant playing time for them. This kind of feels like more of a depth piece for them than anything else. Are there any linebackers that are likely to get cut post June 1st? I have no idea, to be honest. And you can cut a player and designate him as a post June 1st release, and he'll hit free agency right away. So you would have already gotten those designations. All I see are 4 starters in 2026 on our team. Let's go. What's up, David? How you doing, man? Coleman and Jolie are great fits. Yeah, I agree with Jolie. I mean, Coleman, I know it's not a popular take. I'm not the hugest fan of him. I don't like his run style. I don't like the lack of initial acceleration on his runs. It feels like there's quicksand in the backfield. It feels like he's running with bricks attached to his cleats. And for me, his vision's kind of all over the place. But I love him as a pass blocker. I mean, his pass blocking is chef's kiss. So, as a 3-man RB tandem, I'm all for it. Whether it's the NFC or AFC, both sides for the West Division are doing great, and they're leading the NFL. I got what you were talking about there, David, but yeah, we'll see with Coleman, man. You'll learn to love him. I hope so. I hope so. And maybe he's just one of those guys that I need to see in person. Maybe come training camp, I'll seriously fall in love with him. I love his blocking, dude. I love his blocking. Like, he is willing and he is able. The rep against Sonny Styles, holy crap, dude. That's making its rounds on Twitter right now. He cleaned his clock. All right, so who's on the clock right now? We're waiting on the Dolphins, followed by the Eagles, the 49ers, the Dolphins again, and the Bills, and that's going to close out round 4. Do you think we move up for a linebacker? I mean, at this point, who's worthy of coming up for? Like, maybe you could start thinking about it for someone like Jack Kelly. Like, if Jack Kelly's available towards the top of the 7th, maybe you come up. Is Red Murdoch still on the board? I'm kind of surprised if he is. I believe he is. I haven't seen him come off, I don't think. Then you got Aiden Fisher and Harold Perkins as well. Your nephew just got drafted to KC? What? Cyrus Allen's your nephew? No way! That's crazy. Oh, Kevin Coleman comes off the board, going to Miami, so yet another receiver going to Miami, man. Red's available? Okay. So, yeah, I'd say Red's probably towards the top of my list at this point. I've got a 4th round grade on him, a true 4th round grade. Go away, stupid computer. So that's pick 37 in round 5. For Kevin Coleman. I actually really like the Dolphins draft overall. Most guys at this point will struggle to make a roster. Moving up is pointless. There are still some good players out there that are falling for whatever given reason, be it like off the field stuff or injuries, but at this point, there are guys worth taking flyers on, and I'd say Red is one of the guys that you could take a flyer on. Because you need somebody with upside who can be your RB3 or your LB3. And I don't think Red Murdoch got enough attention coming out of Buffalo. He's not the most athletic dude in the world, but he does know how to make plays. He forces fumbles. He's got a knack for forcing turnovers, man. Dolphins are killing it. Unfortunately, the Raiders are doing fairly well also. I agree, but I'll believe it when I see it when it comes to the Raiders having success. I still don't think that they're going to be any better than the 4th team in the division. So we just got an update on Jermod McCoy. He's going to let the Raiders team doctors decide if he needs another knee surgery. I mean, clearly there were a lot of teams out there that were concerned about the cartilage. And it's a shame, too, because he would have gone really, really high if that not had been an issue. But for where the Raiders got him at the top of the 4th round, that's excellent value. Red's the opposite of Alex Singleton when it comes to his tackling style. In what sense? Day 1, Jets. Day 2, it was the Browns. And day 3, Dolphins. I agree. I don't know. I thought the Dolphins had a pretty good day 2 as well. I mean, just getting Jacob Rodriguez alone. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. All right, we are back. He hits guys and they fall backwards instead of forwards. Ouch. I mean, you're not wrong, though. Oh, the Eagles just took Cole Payton. Holy shit. Oh, man. I actually love that as a backup for Jalen Hurts, man. I am bummed, though, because I would have loved Cole Payton in a Broncos jersey. Sean Payton could have found some clever ways to get him on the field. But I got a feeling that Sean Mannion, the new Eagles offensive coordinator, might do the same. Is Jalen Hurts going to get Jalen Hurtsed by Cole Payton? I don't know, man. That's great, man. I actually really like that fit for him. I agree, David. I agree. I think they're going to try to get him on the field early in like Wildcat packages and stuff. I feel like Jalen Hurts isn't quite as athletic as he was his first couple of years, ever since that knee injury that he had. So I feel like Cole Payton's going to come in and maybe bring some of that read option shit back to Philadelphia. Yes, Hayes King, baby. Let's go. I've seen him beat up on the Colorado Buffs and take blow after blow after blow from the Colorado defense. Keep getting up and would go and run right through him again. I love Haynes King, man. He is a dog, an absolute dog. All right, 49ers going with Kansas offensive lineman Enrique Cruz. That went in the scout if time pile. I did not get to him. No, Harold Perkins is still on the board. At this point, I'm probably looking at Red Murdoch as my favorite linebacker. Oh, dude, King is as tough as freaking nails. All right, so Cruz was the last pick. So we've got the Dolphins and then the Bills to close out round number 5. I think some of these running backs we thought would get drafted won't. Hopefully the Broncos get a solid UDFA running back. Well, like I was talking about earlier, the benefit of having the last 2 picks in the draft is you basically get pick of the litter out of all of these undrafted guys. So if there's a running back that you really like that's on the verge of getting undrafted, I feel like you should just scoop him up and get him with one of those last 2 7th-round picks. I mean, at this point in time, dude, you're going to have a lot of options. Seth McGowan could be there. Chip Trayanum could be there. Roman Hemby could be there. Jaden Ott could be there. Le'Veon Moss could be there, for God's sake. I mean, there's a lot we could do here. Jam Miller. If Seth McGowan's there, dude, I will cry tears of joy. They're kind of cut from the same cloth and they signal to Hurts to clean up his act or they'll move off from him. I agree. This very much puts Jalen Hurts on notice. And wait, is Garrett Nussmeier still on the board? He is. Holy crap. That's crazy that Nussmeier's still on the board, man. I don't know if I like Nussmeier as much in Denver as I do Haynes King. I think King would be like the ideal backup for Bo Nix, but I'm shocked that Nussmeier is still there. Moss would be a fun dart throw. That like screams last couple of picks for me. He could very well be Mr. Irrelevant. Yeah, dude, like, I actually had a 3rd-round grade on Nuss. I mean, I've got a true 6th on King, which is pretty high for a backup quarterback. They need to, David. I can't go through yet another Jarrett Stidham game. I just can't. I mean, that chest pass lives in my head rent-free. I don't know what was worse, the chest pass or the fact that he backed up 20 yards before he did it. Trade Stiddy to move up and get Red and then draft Haynes. I'm down. Done. Sold. I understand that the team might not want to move off from Stiddy if you can't get good value for him, but if you're in essence trading Stiddy for Haynes King, yes. Because you still have Sam Ehlinger in the building who knows the offense, and he could be the immediate QB2 if you don't want to have Haynes out there right away. But I think Haynes could step in and be an immediate QB2. Oh, yeah. Dude, I'm so out on Stiddy. He showed that his one bugaboo is never improved, and that's him under pressure. He makes stupid plays when he's under pressure, and that chest pass was a perfect example. Yes, and you save cap space as well. To me, it's a no-brainer. But clearly the Broncos don't give 2 craps what we think. Okay, the Mississippi State tight end, Seydou Traore. He goes off the board to Dolphins. Number 180 overall. He also fell in the scout if you have time category for me, and I did not have time. Whose job's on the line after this draft? Long term, I would definitely say Evan Ingram. Long term for sure, Evan Ingram. More in the short term sense, I thought that Ini Uwazurike was in line for a big role this year, and maybe not so much now. So those are the ones that I immediately think of. Because I think Tyler Onyedem is going to get early snaps. I love what he brings as a run defender. Do the Browns have any more picks? They can get Garrett Nussmeier. I think the Browns do. Let me check. Oh, yeah. They've got the first pick of the 6th round because we traded down with them. That's right. So they've got the pick that we had. Then they got a 7th in there as well. So they could take Nuss. I don't see that, though. I mean, they still have Dylan Gabriel on the roster, and they don't really know what to do with him. What picks do the Broncos have remaining? So they've got 3 picks in the 7th round. They've got pick number 246, and then they've got 256 and 257. The last two are the last 2 picks overall in the draft. We are just about through, or actually we are now officially through the 5th round, so we are on to round number 6, Broncos country. Oh no, sorry, we've got the Bills still. They're the last pick of the 5th round. And it says the pick is in on NFL.com. Oh! The Browns are going with Taylon Green. Oh, that's crazy. So we don't know who the Bills are taking, but we do know the first pick of the 6th round, it's Taylon Green. If you guys want a hell of a watch, go and watch the Taylon Green episode of Gruden's QB camp. Oh, dude. Low-key, I think he could come in there and compete with Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson. I actually think Green has a slightly better arm than Shedeur does, and he sure as hell is more mobile. And as far as I'm concerned, Watson's only still there because of the money. He can't play. He's the worst quarterback on that roster. So, as far as I'm concerned, anybody is able to get that job in Cleveland. Robert, no, we traded away our 6th round pick. We used that to move up to get Justin Jolie. That's the pick the Browns just used to draft Taylon Green. I love that pick for them, man, and I think he's got a legitimate chance to play. I still have no idea who the Bills took ahead of Taylon Green. We're waiting on that still. But, yeah, man, I think he's got a chance to play. I like Shedeur. I don't think the Browns like Shedeur. That's the problem. The coaching staff that's in place right now isn't the coaching staff that drafted him, and even the coaching staff that drafted him wasn't that high on him. Deshaun Watson, Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, and Taylon Green. What a QB room. At this point, I have to imagine that Dylan Gabriel is getting traded to the Falcons. I mean, you need an all-lefty QB room, right? You've got Penix, you've got Tua. Might as well throw Dylan Gabriel into the mix. And clearly Stefanski likes Dylan Gabriel, so I don't know. I think that one of these guys is going to be on the way out, and Dylan Gabriel makes the most sense there. They need to get rid of all quarterbacks but Shedeur and add a backup quarterback. I'm tired of the soap opera of quarterbacks in Cleveland. I mean, Shedeur's one of the biggest contributors to that soap opera right now. Deshaun, he's stuck there. Piece of shit. They can't get rid of him because of finances, so he has to be there, unfortunately. Gabriel sucks and can't play, so we'll see what happens with him. And then, honestly, Green might be one of the better quarterbacks of that bunch. He's easily the second best quarterback right now behind Shedeur. I'll say that. Watson's easily the worst of that list. Like, he cannot play. He doesn't throw the football. He just stands in the backfield, dances around for 20 seconds, tries to extend a play even though he's not mobile anymore, and takes the worst sack you can imagine. They can't Russ him. That's the problem. They've got all this money to him fully guaranteed. Denver didn't commit that much fully guaranteed money to Russell Wilson. That's why they were able to move on from him. The Browns would take an insurmountable cap hit. They wouldn't be able to fuel the roster if they cut him. So basically, they're better off just keeping him on the roster and paying him to not play. They're going to try to let him play this year, but they're going to quickly find out that he can't play. So, yeah, man, the Browns brought that whole problem on themselves. I have no sympathy for them whatsoever. Seeing these quarterback rooms like Atlanta and Cleveland makes me so grateful for Bo Nix. We were in that situation also. I agree, man. I could not agree more. The Browns media is a mess. GM is amazing and Shedeur does his job. The media uses his name to stay relevant. I gotta be honest, man. I liked Shedeur and I really wanted to see him succeed, but you look at the tape, it's pretty rough to watch. Sure, being in that Cleveland offense didn't help, but okay, we finally know the Bills are taking. They're taking Zane Durant, the Penn State defensive tackle. So, that was actually one of the higher rated defensive tackles that I still had left on the board. And didn't they get Darrell Jackson as well? Or am I tripping there? I know Darrell Jackson went. All right, so now we are well into the 6th round. My favorite pick is the Onyedim pick. Or Onyedem. That's the consensus on how to pronounce it. Onyedem. I also really like the Jolie pick. Pretty much I like every pick except for the Jonah Coleman one. And I'm hoping that eventually I get sold on Coleman. Honestly, David, I never got to Heidenreich. I know that Blue Ridge Bronco really likes him. And I believe Benjamin Albright likes him as well, so I know he's a popular name here, but I never got to him. Shedeur had an historically bad O-line, no blocking, and a lot of drops. That's true, but he also had a lot of negative plays that he contributed to. He sailed a lot of passes. His footwork was all over the map. His decision-making wasn't great. Don't get me wrong, the situation around him did not help, but he's got a long ways to go to be a competent NFL quarterback. Yeah, I dove deep on Onyedim's tape, or Onyedem. Onyedem. Get it right. Yeah, I did some deep diving on Onyedem's tape last night, and I really came away impressed. Like, I watched, I believe, 4 full games of his, and that Texas game, dude. Woo! Yeah, I agree. If Bentley's still there, you've got to get him, dude. You've got your receiving tight end. You've got your F. Now you need your Y. Seems I'm the only person that doesn't like the Coleman pick. Yeah, well, I'll die on that hill, man. I saw what I saw on film. All right, looks like we're a little bit behind here on the NFL.com tracker. So the Cardinals are up right now. Okay, the Cardinals, they took Carson Sherrar, linebacker out of Iowa. Somebody who I liked, but not exactly someone I had on my radar for Denver. I'm definitely looking at Red as my number 1 linebacker at this point in time, man. As far as guys that are left, I mean, Red is probably your best bet. I got a true 4th round grade on him. Then later on, you've got guys like Jack Kelly, Owen Heineke, Aiden Fisher, maybe Harold Perkins, Turian York. Yeah, I wasn't as high on Sherrar. Hopefully Jolie bumps Kroll to the UFL. Hey man, he'd be a star on the St. Louis Battlehawks right now. So do you see him as more of a will, David? Because that's kind of what I'm thinking for Perkins, is kind of a will. All right, so next up we've got we got Tennessee. They just picked Jackie Marshall, defensive tackle out of Baylor. Then we've got Tampa Bay, the Giants, the Commanders, and the Seahawks. So we still have quite a ways to go until the Denver Broncos make their next pick. Yep, that's what I see as well. Will. I think he's a little bit undersized maybe for a Mike. Best pass defending linebacker that's still available? I mean, if we're talking like strictly coverage guys, maybe Kendall Daniels. That's just like strictly coverage guys, but probably the best all-around linebacker that's left, I'd say, is Jack Kelly. Okay, I need to change that graphic, Jackie Marshall. I think of Fisher more as like a run defending linebacker personally, but that's not to say that he can't play all 3 downs. I think he's cromulent as a coverage guy. See, I would have been cool with Jack Kelly at the top of the 6th round if Denver was still there. Deontay Lawson, I got a 7th round grade on Lawson. I've got Kelly and Heineke rated over him in terms of all-around linebackers. Yeah, they might have to trade up to get Kelly. Like, if he's there towards the top of the 7th. Giants might have a linebacker need just depth-wise. Jaguars, possibly. Packers. Well, maybe not as much Packers. Texans. I'd say Rams. Those are just kind of teams that I'm kind of rattling off the top of my head. I agree, and I think Red's good enough as a run defender right now that he could slide in and be the team's LB3. I mean, I had a true 4th round grade on Red. The fact that he's available now is a little shocking to me. So, clearly the teams are just really concerned about his coverage, or there's like some kind of off-the-field or medical situation with him. Oh, dude, I just jammed my finger. I don't think Drew Sanders has any trade value, unfortunately. And it seems that they're moving him back to the edge, which I don't understand, man. I think Drew Sanders, at this point, he's probably destined to get cut, unfortunately. The pick just didn't work. I don't know if there's a team out there that would be willing to gamble on the upside. Maybe somebody who's familiar with him, i.e. the New York Jets, but kind of like what Crumble says here, ain't no one wants Drew Sanders. It's sad but true. Okay, Giants go defensive tackle. Bobby Jamison Travis out of Auburn. I mean, as far as Denver's concerned, man, I actually kind of would have liked him here. He's got the size, man. 6'5", 335 pounds. I've been wanting a bigger body defensive tackle here for a long, long time. Somebody who can occupy space in the run game. So that is a little bit of a bummer. And then the Buccaneers go with Bauer Sharp, tight end out of LSU. Did you scout him at all, David? I did not get to Bauer Sharp. And then Katron Allen's gone. That's one of the top running backs that I still had available. I'm a little surprised that he lasted that long. I had a 4th round grade on Katron Allen. And I actually had a higher grade on him than Nick Singleton. So we might see a little bit of a run on some of the other running backs here. Seth McGowan might go. Eli might go. Jam Miller might go. We might see a run on running backs right here. Commanders have an interesting backfield, man. You got Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt there, and now you've got Katron Allen joining the mix. They did lose Chris Rodriguez, and then Austin Eckler's a free agent still. But Bill Krosky-Merritt and Katron Allen, I kind of like that as a pairing. Drew Sanders ain't even UFL bound. Send him to the CFL. I mean, he definitely has upside, dude. As a blitzing linebacker, he's shown those flashes, but he hasn't gotten on the field. He's got the raw athleticism, and that's why the team keeps trying him at edge rusher. But ultimately, I just feel like Drew Sanders is kind of a lost cause. Okay, we've got a guard off the board. Inez Cooper. He's going to the Jets. So we might have a run on guards here. Inez Cooper out of Miami. 6'5", over 330 pounds. So, possible mauler up front for Miami. At this point, when it comes to offensive linemen, it's just kind of all about acquiring depth pieces. You're not necessarily looking for like immediate starters here, but if you can find somebody who's got swing flex, somebody who can play inside and outside, somebody who can play guard and center. I view Cooper as more a guard than anything else, but he's definitely going to help be a run grader up front for Miami. Or not Miami, Jets, Jesus Christ. Whenever a Miami player gets drafted, man, I always do that. Jack Indry's falling this far, checks out. He doesn't really have any spark to his game. Michael Trigg in the 7th would be fun. And I think you could kind of use him as sort of that Nate Atkins replacement. Apparently the big concern with him, though, is maturity issues and off-the-field issues. So that's probably the main reason why Trigg has fallen. Drew Sanders should have been off the team 2 years ago. I mean, after that most recent foot injury, that was kind of my last straw with Drew Sanders. The fact that he's still on the team now is a little bit of a shock, but he is under a rookie deal still, so he's on the cheap. But I can't see him being here after this year. I just can't. I could see that. I could definitely see that as a big slot player. I love what he brings as a blocker from the perimeter. Yeah, at this point with Drew Sanders, man, anything you get out of him is house money, and I'm not anticipating anything really. Brian Parker II finally comes off the board, man. I had a 4th round grade on him as a tackle center flex out of Duke. I'm shocked that he lasted this long, but the Bengals get him. So that's another offensive line piece for the Cincinnati Bengals. They drafted one of the centers earlier, so I like this for Cincinnati, man. I mean, I definitely have red rated over Terrene York. Honestly, I'd rather take a flyer on Harold Perkins as well. I'd take a fake Pokemon card for Drew Sanders. This staff seems to have to take chances with injuries over off-field problems. They like team captains. Yeah, that's true. They like their leaders in the locker room, which I can respect. They're trying to build a very specific culture here. Who do you think is the worst ownership in the NFL? I mean, New York Jets, Cleveland Browns, low-key New Orleans Saints, Tennessee Titans. There are a lot of bad owners in the league, man. A lot. Oh, we got a trade. Patriots are sending 191 to the Jaguars for 196 and 245. So we've got the Saints on the clock right now, followed by the Jaguars from that trade up. The Giants back-to-back, the Titans, and then the Raiders. Yeah, thoughts and condolences out to Tim Tebow and his family, man. So at this point, just looking at the big board here for Denver, linebacker, looking at Jack Kelly, looking at Red Murdoch, looking at Harold Perkins, maybe Terrene York, but a little bit later on for me. Kendall Daniels is a guy that I'm looking at there. As far as man-to-man corners are concerned, Latrell McCutcheon, I believe he's still on the board. Other corners, is Devin Moore still there? You've got Thaddeus Dixon. You got Jaden Kennedy. I think he's still there as one of the nickel guys, right? And then on the offensive side, you still have Michael Trigg there as kind of a big slot tight end. As far as your inline wide tight end, somehow, some way, Dallin Bentley's still there. You've got Carson Ryan, who I like, as more of a 7th round guy. And then, if you want to go tight end fullback, you got Jarrett Kanik. I think he's still there. So those are guys that I'm immediately thinking of. Most likely, David, I know that's what scares away a lot of teams. And it depends, like, what's causing the missed tackles? Is it technique? Is it lack of discipline? Is it him trying to be overly aggressive? Is it him just not knowing what his assignment is on that given play? Like, what is causing the missed tackles? That's what teams, I feel like, need to figure out with him. Yeah, I mean, look, man, I'm not going to sit here and crap on Tim Tebow. I don't feel like this is the appropriate time or place to do something like that, but he was very polarizing. Very, very polarizing. Okay, we got back-to-back wide receivers off the board. Barian Brown out of LSU. He goes to the Saints at 190. And then Josh Cameron out of Baylor. He goes to Jacksonville at 191. So Jacksonville came up to get Cameron. Now we've got the New York Giants with back-to-back picks. Who do I want the Broncos to play week 1? I want the Bills, personally. We must really think Singleton is the long-term answer. No free agents, no draft picks. Am I missing something? Not necessarily, Logan. The board just hasn't fallen the way that Denver's wanted it to, and a lot of the free agents just weren't quite in the price range for the Broncos at linebacker. Plus, they like what Singleton brings as a leader in the locker room. Guys in that locker room respect the hell out of Alex Singleton, and teams in the NFL, they don't want to screw up the culture in the locker room. And I can understand that from the Broncos' perspective, man. Keep the guy who really seems like the defensive leader in that locker room. I get it. May not be my favorite thing in the world, but I at least understand why they're doing it. No! Jack Kelly's gone. His slide stops. The Giants took him. Oh, that stings, man. That freaking stings. So they get Jack Kelly and they get Illinois guard J.C. Davis. But no, dude. Oh, man. At this point, I'm really hoping that Red Murdoch's the pick. At this point, man, you're probably in a position where you have to take Red if he gets to where you are. You might even have to trade up for him, dude. Oh, that is a bummer. That is a serious, serious bummer. I really, really liked me some Jack, man. Yeah, things are getting really, really slim right now for the Denver Broncos at linebacker. Really, really slim. They did just extend Wattenberg, but they can move off of him after this next year pretty easily from a financial perspective. Jeff wants to play the Patriots in the first game. No. Nobody in the chat crapped on Tebow. I was saying I'm not going to. Because normally I will take advantage of that opportunity to crap on Tebow, the football player. Looks like we got quite a few trades that have been happening right now. But looks like the most recent pick was J.C. Davis to the Giants. And then they took Jack Kelly right before that, which is a big, big bummer for the Broncos. So now the Tennessee Titans are on the clock, followed by the Raiders, the Patriots, the Eagles, and the Patriots again. I mean, his run blocking is tough, though, Equinox, or Inquux, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Okay, another pure center off the board. Pat Coogan. He's going to Tennessee. Center out of Indiana. He was the highest rated center that I had left. And the Titans actually just cut Lloyd Cushenberry. So maybe they see him as a potential slide-in starter at center. That is pick number 13, right? Yeah. At this point, sign 3 ungrateful linebackers and hope one impresses. If anyone should get moved on the offensive line, it's Powers. Well, I can almost guarantee you that this is going to be Powers' last year in Denver. I guess it's just because they have the same offensive line now for 2 to 3 seasons and overall solid, I suppose. It is. It is one of the best offensive lines in the NFL, even with its weak links. At this point, it's all about reinforcing it with depth. Wattenberg is smart. It's its physicality that's weaker. Exactly. All right, so the Raiders are on the clock, followed by the Patriots, Eagles, the Patriots again, and then the Seahawks. Man, our 6th round pick this year took a journey. It went from Denver to the Jets. That was initially in the JFM trade. Then it went to Minnesota. Then it went to Philadelphia, and now it's with Baltimore. That pick took a journey, man. We did indeed, Turtle. Justin Jolie is going to slide in and be a great fit for the Denver Broncos. Maybe not in 2026, but definitely in 2027. Oh, I agree, Crumble. I definitely agree. But even if you remove Bo Nix from the equation, this is still a really good offensive line. Are they the best offensive line in football without Bo Nix? Probably not. But are they still a top 5 offensive line without Bo Nix? Yes. Because it's funny, the past 2 quarterbacks that line is blocked for are on the opposite ends of the spectrum. Bo Nix doesn't get sacked at all, and Russell Wilson would take so many sacks that it was ridiculous. I feel like if you put the league average quarterback behind that line that took an average amount of sacks relative to every other quarterback, he'd probably perform pretty well. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely top 5 to top 10 without Bo Nix. But having Bo Nix makes it look even better than it actually is. Alright, I think this might be a good opportunity to get up and stretch and take a quick bong rip. So we're going to go ahead and do that real quick, Broncos country. So we will be back in T-minus 90-ish seconds. All right. Let's see. What do we miss? Ooh. Malik Benson goes to the Raiders. And the Raiders continue to have a really good draft, man. Damn. Low-key, I really like that for them. He's got a chance to see early playing time with the current state of that wide receiver room. Like, he has got a legit chance to see early playing time here. Okay, that's pretty funny, Crumble. Peyton Manning made his lines much better. Bo Nix has some of the same character, doesn't take sacks, etc. Exactly. Draft grades so far, I have no clue about college ball. For the Broncos, I would say that it's a very, very strong B+. The only thing that's bringing it down a little bit for me is the Jonah Coleman pick. All right, we got another tackle off the board here. Patriots are going with Demetrius Crownover out of Texas A&M. So he's going to provide some depth for them at right tackle. That's predominantly where he projects to play at the NFL level. I was looking at him as potentially a Micah McGlinchey replacement for Denver, actually. So I'm curious what this means for the Patriots' offensive line plans now. Because they went out and they got Lomu in the first round. And I'm wondering, are they going to move Will Campbell to guard? And now what do they do at right tackle? Do they move Will Campbell to right tackle? Do they put Crownover in there? That definitely gives them a lot more flexibility on the offensive line. But I see Crownover as strictly a right tackle in the league. Yeah, that's fair, Crumble, but I can't put the Jalen Waddle trade into the draft grade. That's its own separate thing. Yes, you utilize draft picks to get him, but I still can't put Jalen Waddle in the actual draft grade. Yep, I'm right there with you, Lone Wolf. If they had gotten Washington instead of Coleman, it would have been an A. So Coleman does drag it down slightly for me, especially when you consider that Washington ended up going to the Raiders. I mean, that stung. And then Emmett Johnson going to the Chiefs on top of that? Ugh. Honestly, I thought Will Campbell looked pretty good last year until he suffered that MCL injury. After that point, he really struggled. All right, so the Rams traded up. They're on the clock right now. Minnesota is on the clock right now, or is on the clock after that. Then it's Seattle, the Dolphins, the Packers, the Chargers, and the Jaguars. Yep, Haynes King is still on the board. I got a feeling he's going to be there when the Broncos pick in the 7th round. All right, so the Patriots came up for Demetrius Crownover. Now we're waiting on the Rams and Vikings pick. Yeah, Emmett Johnson to the Chiefs, man. That one hurt. I'm not sure which one hurt worse, honestly. Washington to the Raiders or Johnson to the Chiefs. Both of them really stung. I'd say we're still at least an hour away from the Broncos making their pick. At least. Come on, Rams. Give us the pick, will ya? Oh, there it is. CJ Daniels. Wide receiver out of Miami. Okay. So CJ Daniels, bigger body dude. Rams, their starting core receivers set, but they could definitely use a backup there, and they deploy a lot of 13 personnel, so I wonder if maybe they view Daniels as a guy with maybe some tight end flex. Very interesting, because back in the day, the Rams used to be a 3 wide receiver set team all the time. Now they run a lot of multi-tight end sets, so very interesting. Imagine the Rams get another quarterback to battle the one he didn't like. I think that was all a bunch of bull crap, man. Sean McVay made it very much clear that his reaction was mostly just try to balance the fact that it was still Matthew Stafford's team for as long as he wants to be there. I understand why the Rams made that move, even though it's not the move that I would have made personally. I like the 170 and 182 picks because they broke up the huge gap of nothing, but Jolie is worth it, for sure. No, I like CJ Daniels. I just wonder, like, is he going to get on the field for the Rams right now? I mean, if Puka Nacua ends up finding his way off the field because of all this stuff that he's dealing with in his personal life, maybe. Quarterback, linebacker, and tight end in the 7th. All right, so let's go with Haynes King. Let's go with Red Murdoch, and let's go with Dallin Bentley. If Denver comes away with that package in the 7th round, I will be over the moon. And realistically, I know that Dallin Bentley probably isn't going to be there. I can dream, I can hope, but I know he's probably not going to be there, so we're probably going to be a Carson Ryan, maybe a Khalil Dinkins if you are looking at an inline wide tight end. So there are still some options there. Or you got DJ Rogers too. That's an option that we haven't really talked about. So you do have options. The hell? So the graphic is screwing up here on NFL.com. We have no clue who the Vikings are taking behind CJ Daniels, but between CJ Daniels and then it's the Vikings, and then after that, we know who Seattle got, Emmanuel Henderson Jr., wide receiver out of Kansas. Okay, Damon Claiborne, running back out of Wake Forest. That is who the Vikings are taking. So now we've got the Miami Dolphins on the clock at pick number 200. So we're getting there, man. We are getting there. We've got just 57 more picks to go in the draft. We are over halfway through round 6. Round 6 only has 35 picks. So most recent pick announced, Emmanuel Henderson, and now we got DJ Campbell, the guard out of Texas, coming off the board here to Miami. So maybe a little bit early for Campbell, if I'm being perfectly honest. I had a couple of guys over him, like Armaj Reed Adams, Jeremiah Wright, I believe, is still on the board. Bo Stevens, I believe, is still on the board. Isn't Jalen Farmer still there as well? So that might have been a little bit of a reach right there. That's 19. Yeah, that might have been a little bit of a reach right there for DJ Campbell. A lot, Lord, a lot. 13, Jesus Christ. That is crazy. That's the epitome of a tanking football team right there. All right, it says the picks in for the Packers. Then we got the Chargers, the Jaguars, the Texans, the Lions, and then the Chargers again. It is almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I anticipate we should be done probably around 4:30-ish. That sounds about right. Maybe closer to 5-ish. Dude, Dolphins are killing it this draft, man. They really are. I'm impressed with their new GM. He's got a clear vision for what he wants to do. He wants to build up his front seven. And he's getting a few receiving weapons as well. I really like this draft for Miami. They're laying the foundation and they're building up the core for the future. I'm very curious if Denver is going to retain all 3 of their 7th round picks. I feel like you could probably use 2 of them to move up if you wanted to. Domani Jackson to the Green Bay Packers. Yep. All right, so he's going to slide into Jonathan Gannon's defense. Gannon runs a very similar Vic Fangio type of scheme, so he's going to play that zone corner role, and that is predominantly what he does. He is a zone corner. So from a schematic perspective, that makes sense for Green Bay. All right, so Domani Jackson, corner, Alabama, Green Bay. Yeah, I can't think of a bad pick so far for the Dolphins, man. They have had a slam dunk of a draft. They really have. All right, so you got the Chargers, followed by the Texans, or the Jaguars, the Texans, the Lions, the Chargers again, the Eagles, the Commanders, and the Falcons. Whew, boy, I've been sitting for too long. We are just about 5 hours into the stream, guys. Thank you so much for rocking with me. And we've got probably another 2 hours to go, it seems. Wait, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Per multiple sources, Bo Nix met in person with Dr. Waldrop for a scheduled recheck on his ankle this past week. Nix continues his recovery to back for the Broncos this season. That's according to Benjamin Albright. So is this a positive development or is this a negative development? Okay, this was a planned follow-up with Dr. Waldrop. Not gonna lie, why is that news? Like, of course he's going to go see his doctor. Made it seem like we actually had a development here, but that's kind of a nothing burger. Okay, Logan Taylor, the guard out of Boston College, goes to the Chargers. Damn, I liked him. I don't think Denver really had a need there anymore after getting Kage Casey, but definitely like Taylor as kind of a mauling guard. Ben has nothing else to talk about. Seriously, bro, it's like, why are we reporting this? What's newsworthy about that? Okay, and C.J. Williams is gone now. Wide receiver out of Stanford. He goes to Jacksonville. Not gonna lie, man, that feels like a reach for Jacksonville. I had a UDFA grade on C.J. Williams. I have like 10 other receivers on my board ahead of him, dude. I have Omega Blake, Donovan Green, E.J. Horton, Corey Rucker, Brady Boyd, Dane Key, Romello Brinson, Chris Hilton, Emmanuel Henderson, Jalen Whitehall, that's way more than 10, Anthony Smith, Jordan Hudson, Harrison Wallace, Tyron Montgomery. I had all of those guys rated over C.J. Williams, bro. That feels like a massive, massive reach. Yeah, I don't know about that one, man. I really don't. You're right, they have. That's like the second or third time we've said that the pick for Jacksonville was a reach. James Gladstone, man, he's definitely not afraid to take the guys that he likes. I remember Sean McVay warning the world not to sleep on Gladstone. Well, let's just put it this way. Gladstone likes who he likes, and he's going to take who he likes. Never hire 30-year-old GMs. Come on, man. You'd think that he'd play enough Madden to know to not make shitty moves like this. Like, seriously, I had, 15 receivers that I listed there over C.J. Williams? Like, I had an undrafted free agent grade on him, and I had him towards the bottom of my list. So, according to Dane Brugler, these are the last 10 players that he likes in his top 50. Garrett Nussmeier, Deion Burks, the wide receiver out of Oklahoma, Diego Pounds, the tackle out of Ole Miss, Max Llewellyn, edge out of Iowa. Jack Indries, tight end out of Texas. Our guy Red Murdoch out of Buffalo, linebacker. Edge, Caden Curry out of Ohio State. Linebacker Aiden Fisher out of Indiana, who we've also talked about. VJ Payne, safety out of KSU. And then Rayshawn Benny, the defensive tackle out of Michigan. Yeah, I like Jordan Hudson too. And no, it's not Bill Belichick's girlfriend, Jordan Hudson. He's one of my top targets for an undrafted free agent, actually. Okay, well, this receiver would have been a lot better of a pick for the Jags, man. Lewis Bond out of Boston College. At least he can play. He goes to the Texans. Okay. So now with Lewis Bond gone, we've got the Detroit Lions on the clock, followed by the Chargers, the Eagles, the Falcons, the Commanders, and the Steelers. And we got another smaller body interior defensive lineman gone. Skylar Gill Howard out of Texas Tech. Profiles most likely as a 3-tech. Not the most athletic dude in the world, but definitely figures to be a rotational type of player for the Detroit Lions. They've got a pretty solid defensive interior as is. High-end comp for him in the NFL, probably like a Tershawn Wharton type player, if you guys are familiar with him from the Kansas City Chiefs. Taka, it's going to be a while before the Broncos pick. We're currently on the 25th pick in the 6th round, and Denver does not pick until the 30th pick in the 7th round. So yeah, it's going to be a while. Got a little over a full round to go, basically. Diego Pavia will go to the Bucs. They need a new quarterback. I'm rooting for Pavia, but he is so undersized, man. I don't know if he's going to get drafted. I really don't. I mean, he's tiny, dude. People talked about how small Dylan Gabriel is, and I think that Pavia is even smaller than Gabriel. Yes, 246 is the next Broncos pick. They've got 246, 256, and 257. I could definitely see that, Taka. The guy we're keeping an eye on right now is Red Matlock. Alright, looks like the Eagles just traded up. So they're no on the clock after the Chargers announced their pick. So we're waiting on that. No, Bentley and Trigger both still there. Somehow, some way with Bentley. I'm not as surprised with Trig, but I am definitely surprised with Bentley. Come on, baby. You've got to get him. What do we got, Chargers? What do we got? Lions fans are going crazy about the Skylar Gill-Howard pick. They love it. Imagine we take Diego Pavia with the last pick. If they take Diego Pavia and Haynes King is still on the board, I'm going to be pissed. I mean, don't get me wrong. Pavia brings that bulldog mentality. But by that same token, the size is just really concerning with him. All right, we got another tackle guard off the board in Alex Harkey. Now, those Oregon guys are flying off the board pretty quickly here. He goes off the board to the Chargers. So, yet another Oregon Duck on the Chargers. Yeah, I don't think Denver's getting Diego Pavia. I could see them coming away with Haynes King, though. I'd be so down. And maybe Pavia is an undrafted free agent, but I don't think I'd be okay with us burning a pick on him. Yeah, Broncos country is freaking out about this Bo Nix news when in reality it's just a big old nothing burger. Chargers so embarrassed they drafted 4 O-linemen. Hey, man, you got to do what you got to do to rebuild the trenches, bro. Between the injuries and a couple of the ineffective players they had on the line last year, it was definitely a tough go for them by the end of the year. A year ago, the world was obsessed with Shedeur Sanders falling in the draft right now. Yep. Facts, man. What a time to be alive. Robert, so Benjamin Albright tweeted out that Bo Nix is having a second appointment for his ankle with the surgeon who did the procedure. But of course he's having a follow-up appointment. Why wouldn't you? The way that the tweet was initially worded, it made it seem like Bo had a setback or something like that. But no, he's still on schedule. Nothing new with Bo. Very much a nothing burger. $35 people in the house. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, man. Really appreciate it. Exactly, it's status quo. So, nothing to read into here. But if you guys could just do me a big favor and smash that like button as well as subscribe and ring the bell, I would really appreciate it, guys. Those are both free and easy ways to show your support. Helps tell YouTube's algorithm to push us out, and it helps us get seen by more and more members of Broncos country just like you and me. And it tells you when we go live as well as when we upload each and every single video. So you guys don't miss any of our content. All right, we might have a little bit of a guard run here. Alex Harkey went to the Chargers, and now Micah Morris, another road grading guard, is going to the Philadelphia Eagles. It's going to be so weird. The Eagles no longer have Jeff Stoutland as their offensive line coach. I was about to say that this guy's going to Stoutland University, but nope, not anymore. And I know Howie Roseman isn't too happy about having to draft another Georgia Bulldog either. That's probably like the 15th Georgia Bulldog on the Eagles roster. And Howie Roseman, he's a Florida alum, and He says every time he has to take a Georgia Bulldog, it makes him die a little inside. So, Howie Roseman, he's going to sell his entire soul before it's all said and done for him in the NFL. But in all seriousness, though, this is a good pick for them. Provides them some needed depth on the offensive line. They had some injuries on the line last year, and I think that's the main reason why the Eagles didn't reach their full potential in 2025. So this definitely makes sense for them, man. Get somebody who can be a road grader up front for Saquon Barkley. Hell yeah. It's not a big deal for Bo to see the doctor again because N Policy has a long time to recover. Also, it's only April. Yeah, and we already know that Bo's going to be ready to go. He's already in good shape for off-season activities. That was reported weeks ago. We've seen him walking around with no limp. I believe he's running again. So, yeah, there's nothing to update you guys on with Bo Nix here. And I think that was just maybe Ben doing a little bit of engagement farming, to be perfectly honest. Oh, I've been sitting for too long. Jesus Christ. I might get up and do another stretch break here in just a second. My back is starting to not be happy with me. So currently we're waiting on the Atlanta Falcons, followed by the Washington Commanders, the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Baltimore Ravens, and then the New England Patriots. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more picks to go. All right, big body defensive lineman off the board. Ontario Thompson out of Washington goes to the Atlanta Falcons, so reunites with his old college teammate Michael Penix Jr. And the Falcons just traded away one of their interior defensive linemen in Ruka Rororo. They also got Mason Smith in return. I believe they drafted another interior defensive lineman earlier on in the draft, so Atlanta doubling up on that spot. Or tripling up, actually. All right. So Ontario Thompson now off the board. Gotta move off Bo Nix to get Diego Pavia. Imagine there's some parallel world where Diego Pavia beats out Bo Nix for the starting quarterback job. Alright, so Washington's on the clock, followed by Pittsburgh, Baltimore, New England, and Buffalo. I am going to get up and stretch for a second, guys, so I will be right back. All right. Okay. Matt Golban now goes off the board, Michigan State center. Another one of the pure centers in this class. Commanders get him. And that would be pick number 28. Yep. So, he's a guy that doesn't really bring a lot of flex. Boom shakalaka. Seth McGowan and Bentley is all I want. At this point, I'm going for... I mean, McGowan would be a good option too, but I'm going with Red, Murdoch, and Bentley. That would be my dream scenario. Realistically, I know that the Broncos probably aren't going to get Bentley, but I can hope. Hayes King and I'm a happy man. Bentley or King, Bentley and King too. That'd be a good combination. All right, so who are we waiting for right now? We're waiting on the Pittsburgh Steelers, followed by the Baltimore Ravens, the New England Patriots, the Buffalo Bills, the Indianapolis Colts, the Atlanta Falcons, and the Seattle Seahawks. That finishes out round number 6. We're coming on into the home stretch, Broncos country. We're almost to round number 7. Oh, God, I hate the Thunder, bro. Seriously, can they just lose for once? That entire fan base needs to be humbled, bro. I cannot stand OKC. Oh, boy. Running back from Navy? Possibly. Harold Perkins is still on the board. That's a potential option there. If you want to go with a man corner, Latrell McCutcheon, I believe, is still on the board. Red Murdoch, obviously we've talked about him very extensively. I'd say that he's a very strong option for the Broncos. We're still waiting on the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then after the Steelers, it's the Ravens with pick number 211. Okay, so Steelers add some edge depth. Gabe Rubio out of Notre Dame. Or no, I'm sorry, I had that mixed up. Gabe Rubio, defensive tackle, Notre Dame. Red fulfills the linebacker need. Bentley's your wide tight end. Yep, that's what I'm after at this point. Boom shakalaka. All right, so just a few more picks to go here in the 6th round. And still really good players available, guys. Hey! Hey, we got a punter. Let's go. Ryan Eckley. I have no clue what school he's out of. I do not scout punters, but let's go. We've got our first punter off the board, baby. Denver had no need there, so I have no clue if there were even any draftable punters this year, but apparently there was. Always love to see a punter get drafted. Where's this cat even out of? He's out of Michigan State. Okay. So, Ravens did lose their punter, Jordan Stout. He went to the Giants. So, all right, Baltimore gets a new punter. Obviously, the Broncos know well the value of drafting a punter. They drafted Jeremy Crawshaw last year, and his punt, pinning the Bills back deep in overtime, was a key reason why the Broncos won that game. So, drafting a punter, it may not be the sexiest thing in the world, but it definitely can benefit you. Now all the Ravens need is a new kicker. Steelers better not take back Aaron Rodgers. At this point, the latest rumor is that Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to take back the Steelers. Apparently, he's not happy with them right now. I mean, that's not exactly a headline because Aaron Rodgers is never happy with anything, but that's the latest rumbling out there right now, and I honestly find that hilarious. All right, Patriots go with TCU linebacker Nnamdi Obiazor. Not a linebacker that I had on the radar for Denver, so good news there. RJ, JK, and Jonah, three-headed monster. For sure, man. I'm excited for it. And I'm hoping that Jonah Coleman proves me wrong as time goes on. There's got to be something there that I'm just not seeing. And I'd be fully willing to admit when I do see it that I was wrong. Ooh, Chris Thomason just tweeted about Red Murdoch. Maybe he's on the Broncos board. Keep an eye on that, man. Red Murdoch's probably the best linebacker that's still available. And just a reminder, guys, after all the festivities are over with the draft, we are not done with content. When the undrafted free agents start getting signed, we are going to make videos on every single one of them. So, really excited for that. And we're also going to be going live for Sean and George Payton's press conference once the draft wraps up as well. So, the day is nowhere near close to finished, Broncos country. We've still got major action coming, including 3 draft picks for the Broncos to make. So, yeah, we've got a lot of players that we're going to be talking about today, baby. Looking forward to making the undrafted free agent videos. Those always do well on the channel, because usually that's the first look at these guys for a lot of fans out there. Aaron Rodgers needs to retire. At this point, I think he's probably going to. He's dragging it out for some grand decision, but no, at this point in time, I think Aaron is going to retire. I think the Steelers have moved on, because they've got the world-beating quarterback tandem of Drew Allar and Will Howard. Holy Diver, we've got pick number 247, or 246, 256, and 257. 256 and 257 are the last two picks overall in the draft, so Denver is going to take Mr. Irrelevant this year. Unless they trade up, of course. And another defensive tackle off the board. Jordan Vanderberg goes to Chicago out of Georgia Tech. A guy that I scouted a little bit and liked what I saw. He's got some traits. He's got some good hand moves. He's athletic enough. Honestly, I think the Steelers are probably just going to roll with Mason Rudolph for week 1 because he's there as well, and he's the most experienced quarterback on their roster at this point. All right, so we got the Colts on the clock, followed by the Falcons and the Seahawks. And then we will be entering the 7th and final round, baby. We are coming into the home stretch. Whack-a-mole, Rudolph. Jeez. So to start off the 7th round, we've got Arizona, Dallas, New Orleans. We've got Buffalo, Cincinnati, Detroit, Washington, the Steelers, the Titans, and the Bengals. That's the top 10 in the 7th round. 36 people in the house right now. Again, thank you so much for riding with me today. These draft streams are always a blast, man. Love talking ball with you guys. Even though the last day is a marathon, certainly. Round 6. All right, Caden Curry, edge rusher out of Ohio State, goes off the board to Indianapolis. So we got 2 more picks to go in round 6. Which pick do you think was the best so far for the Broncos? Justin Jolie. That's my favorite pick so far. He just edges Tyler Onyedem for me. I love them both, though. I also really, really like the Kage Casey pick. Jonah Coleman, not quite as high on. All right, we got Atlanta and Seattle to round out round 6. It looks like the TV is like several picks behind, so they're really dragging that out as soon as possible. Steelers, much rather the solo stream for the Draft Watch stream. Thank you for streaming. You bet, man. Thank you guys for tuning in. Come on, Atlanta. And Garrett Nussmeier is still on the board here, man. When will that slide stop? I can't believe we're about to go into the 7th freaking round. And Garrett Nussmeier is still there. I mean, freaking Cade Klubnik went ahead of him. And I don't see the Falcons or the Packers going after it. Maybe the Packers. Maybe the Packers. Because they need a new backup quarterback after losing Malik Willis. I think currently their backup quarterback is Desmond Ridder. So maybe Green Bay. Oh, come on, what the fuck? All right, we are officially into the 7th round, guys. Oh, Harold Perkins is gone. Bummer. Atlanta took him. Oh, and then the Packers just replaced Brandon McManus. They took Trey Smack, the kicker out of Florida. That is a bummer about Harold Perkins now. I'm definitely looking at Red Murdoch. That's probably the top linebacker that's left for the Broncos. Yeah, this draft is going by really quick. But the Packers, they replaced Brandon McManus. That is hilarious. He had an all-time stinker of a playoff game, and they're saying, nope, we're done. That's great. All right, so we've got our first kicker and our first punter off the board. Will we see a long snapper drafted this year? All right, it says the first pick is in for the Cardinals, and there are only 4 minutes between picks in the 7th round, so I imagine this is going to move relatively quickly. We are almost through this, guys. I'd grab another guard for depth, possibly. I think they view Kage Casey as your guard depth. All right, pick 30. It's coming up. All right, first pick is in for the 7th round. Jaden Williams, offensive tackle out of Ole Miss. Yeah, I agree, Lord Biscuits. We were talking about him a little bit, so at this point, I'm keeping an eye on someone like Red Murdoch. Says the pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys. They are the 2nd team up here in the 7th round. Justin Jolie tweeted out he's really excited to get to work. Oh, that's right. Trey Smack worked really closely with Darren Rizzi at the Combine. And there were some rumors about Denver maybe being interested in him as well. I totally forgot about that. I could see another defensive tackle. I could. At this point, it's all about just trying to find the best value that you can in the 7th round. That's why I'm thinking Red Murdoch. And Dallin Bentley as well. All right, we are almost 6 hours in. So we got Cowboys, then the Saints. All right, Cowboys go with Anthony Smith, wide receiver out of East Carolina. Another sleeper at receiver. Low-key, Dallas is having a really strong draft as well. Boom shakalaka. Yeah, I expect this 7th round to move relatively quickly here. It is going to be a little while before we hear from the Broncos, but it shouldn't be too much longer. And maybe they come up. Maybe they come up. All right, it says the pick is in for the Saints. Buffalo is now on the clock. Again, there's only 4 minutes between each pick, so this moves pretty quick. All right, looks like the Bills are on the clock right now. Come on, New Orleans. Hurry up and announce the pick. These are basically like our guaranteed undrafted player signings. Exactly. Especially the 2 picks at the end of the round. Those are essentially like the number 1 and number 2 overall picks of undrafted free agency. Snarf Bucket says, man, what a good draft. I'm really excited about Coleman, the D-end, and Jolie. It's already a win without our 7th rounders, and there's a chance that it can get even better from here, man. All right, Saints go with TJ Hall, corner out of Iowa. Somebody not really on my radar, so perfect. Boom. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. We got Buffalo on the clock, followed by the Cincinnati Bengals, the Detroit Lions, and the Washington Commanders. We're at pick number 220 right now, and Denver's first pick is 246. We have 41 total picks in this 7th round. I'm going to be sick if someone gets Bentley. Yeah, that's going to sting, man. Hopefully he falls within striking distance and maybe Denver can trade up and get him. Come on, Buffalo. Come on, Dallin Bentley. Come on, Red Matlock. Seth McGowan I'd be cool with. Looks like Buffalo's taking their sweet time here. Could this be where Garrett Nussmeier comes off the board? Maybe as a backup quarterback for Josh Allen? We're in the 7th round, and Garrett Nussmeier is still on the board, man. I know I'm a Hayes King guy, but hell, if Garrett Nussmeier is there, you might have to take him. And Buffalo goes DB. Toriano Pride out of Mizzou. Dude, what is going on with Garrett Nussmeier? I mean, last year, dude, going into the season, Garrett Nussmeier was thought of as a potential #1 overall pick. And even if he had a down year, which he did last year, that shouldn't justify him being on the verge of going undrafted. Something's not right here. I have no clue what it is. Something is not right. It's ho-hum for me. No Rodriguez, Hill, Stowers, or Roush. We got Coleman, but the rest were middling to me. And I'm the exact opposite of you. I think Coleman was the most middling of the Broncos draft picks so far. I don't like that pick. I like every other pick except for the Coleman pick. So I actually did have a 5th round grade on Toriano Pride, so this is really solid value here. And that's what this 7th round is, man. It's all about finding value, and I'd say Nussmeier is really good value. But the injury shouldn't make him fall this far, man. Something is not right. Second fastest time for a safety at 4.32. That's pretty good, man. Yeah, I am shocked, honestly. Because when he's on, man, he's on. At this point, I would very much be interested in Garrett Nussmeier as a backup quarterback in Denver. I'm aware I saw the tape last year, but that doesn't justify a fall to the 7th round. Come on. Somebody out there at least should take a 5th round flyer on him. There's got to be something else. Like he didn't interview well. I don't know. There is some other reason why he's falling, but we got the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock, followed by the Detroit Lions, the Washington Commanders, Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Tennessee Titans. Jack Indries comes off the board. We talked about him a little bit. Maybe a little bit of an undersized player at the tight end position, but Cincinnati Bengals get him as sort of a depth piece. Detroit Lions are now up, followed by the Washington Commanders. So that's another tight end off the board who's not Dallin Bentley, by the way. So that is something I also find very interesting. right, Jack injuries. Come on, Matlock. Just keep falling. Just keep falling, Bentley. Just keep falling, McGowan. And defensive tackle off the board. Tyree West out of Tennessee goes to the Detroit Lions. A guy that I definitely liked, but I don't know if defensive tackle is going to be the play here for Denver, given the fact that they already went out and got Tyler Yodom. Onyedem. I still need to get that right. Onyedem. What do you mean we still don't have a safety? There have been plenty of safeties off the board. All right, we got the Commanders up, followed by the Steelers, the Titans, the Bengals, and the Panthers. We're at pick 223. Denver's first pick of the round is at pick 246. There's a good safety, it might be a good move. I don't know. I think the depth at safety is fine for the Broncos. And just like David says, the Broncos really like Devin Key. And they think that he's going to develop into basically what P.J. Locke was for him. Damn, rimmed out. You have to go and get that in a second. Oh, we didn't draft one yet? I don't think they're going to. I strongly doubt that safety's on the radar for the Broncos here. I strongly doubt it. It's like, who are you going to take here? If you want a high safety, maybe Bishop Fitzgerald? Is Dalton Johnson still on the board? I believe he is. You got VJ Payne, maybe Robert Spears Jennings, but I don't know. I don't think that's the position Denver's going after. Come on, Washington. You are dragging us right now. Oh! Kaliakmanis. The quarterback out of Rutgers. Wow. I knew there was some buzz about him. I didn't think he was actually going to get drafted, though. Damn, Commanders. Okay. I heard the buzz. That is crazy. I didn't think that they'd actually pull the trigger. Some team out there really likes the raw tools that he brings, man. But he is raw. That's crazy. I can't believe he's actually getting drafted. Dylan says we need to go get Landon Barton. All right, so we got the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock, Tennessee Titans, Cincinnati Bengals, Carolina Panthers, New York Jets, and Las Vegas Raiders. I'd say out of our division rivals, the Raiders are probably having the best draft. Chiefs draft's also pretty good too. Chargers, it's fine. I really like their first round pick with Akeem Messidor. We did lose Locke. He went to the Cowboys, but the Broncos really believe in Devin Key. And I believe he's going to step in for them. And you still got J.L. Skinner on the roster. I don't think safety is going to be a position of need for Denver this year. I really don't. Oh, man, my back is killing me. If we add Waddle to our draft, I like ours the best. I said it earlier. I kind of feel like that's cheating. I'm not going to consider Waddle as part of the Broncos draft class. Because if we did, yeah, that would definitely bump it up. But nope, I'm just going to consider the players that the Broncos actually selected with a draft pick. What do we got, Pittsburgh? Well, there goes one of the safeties, Robert Spears-Jennings. We were just talking about him a little bit in the chat. He's gone. So, Robert Spears-Jennings, he was my 15th rated safety on the board. I mean, crazy athlete. There's no doubt about that, dude. His 40 time is absolutely insane. And I think the Steelers are going to try to find a way to get him on the field early on. So that one is a little bit of a bummer if you were thinking safety for Denver. I personally wasn't, though. Boom shakalaka. Yeah, Robinson is a little shocking, man. I had a 5th round grade on him. I got a feeling he comes off pretty soon. So we got the Titans on the board right now, followed by the Bengals, the Panthers, the Jets, and the Raiders. Those are the next 5 teams that are up. At this point, the safety class for undrafted free agents looks like it's going to be pretty strong, man. You might have guys like Bishop Fitzgerald in there, Xavier Nwangpa, Miles Scott, Deshaun Singleton, Cole Wisniewski might be there, Jalen Stroman might be there. That's a really intriguing one. Skylar Thompson might be there, or Skylar Thomas might be there. So it's looking like Denver could have some really intriguing options for undrafted safeties. Larry Worth, Gunnar Maldonado, Devin Neal, DQ Smith. So yeah, things could be really, really intriguing there. Yeah, PJ was interesting because he was undrafted and the Steelers initially signed him. He competed initially in the Steelers training camp. He got cut, and that's how Denver lucked into him. And by the time he left the team, he was the 3rd longest tenured Denver Bronco, behind only Bowles and Sutton. He'd been on the team since most of the way through 2019. All right, Cincy, what do we got? Still nothing from Cincy. probably going to get up and do one more stretch break before the Broncos get put on the clock. So just giving you guys a fair warning there. Because even after this stream's over, I'm still going to be sitting forever doing the undrafted free agent stuff. I'm curious, how many UDFAs is Denver going to actually sign this year? Are they going to go with 10 plus, or are they going to maybe be a little bit more conservative with the UDFAs? They are both still available, Shogun. Personally, I like Murdoch. All right, we got another tight end fullback off the board, Jaron Kanak. He's going to the Tennessee Titans. So we've seen so many of these hybrid tight end fullback players coming off. That really does feel like the direction the league's blowing, the wind's blowing in the league right now. People are seriously after these tight ends of all different categories and types this year. I believe you're allowed to sign an unlimited amount of UDFAs, right? Oh no. TD graduated from which college? Oh no. How do I not know this? Oh no, dude. I cannot believe you got me there. Ah. Was it San Diego State? Oh, that's probably dead ass wrong. How do I not know what college the best running back in franchise history came from? Oh, that's so bad. Oh, that's so bad. Cal State, Long Beach, and Georgia. How did I not know that? Jesus Christ. How did I not know that? My freaking God. Okay, so Bengals are on the clock, followed by the Panthers, the Jets, the Raiders, the Steelers, and the Falcons. All right, I think this might be a good opportunity to take one more quick little stretch break here before Denver starts to get in on the fun. Watch, they're going to trade up while I'm gone. That's what's going to happen. They're going to trade up while I'm gone, but I am going to step AFK for just a second. Oh, Mike Klisch just said that they figure to reach agreements with 10 or 11 undrafted free agents. So, seems like Denver's going to have a very active evening after the draft is over. All right, guys, we are going to go take that last stretch break here before the Broncos get back in on the fun. So I will return very, very shortly. All right, we're back. I hate Micah Parsons. He's so arrogant. That's out of left field. Bengals take Landon Robinson. And the Jets take VJ Payne. So, I know we were talking about Landon Robinson a little bit in this chat. Who did the Panthers take ahead of VJ Payne? That's one I still don't have. So, we are a little bit ahead when it comes to the picks. Okay, Jackson Kuwash, linebacker of Miami out of Miami of Ohio. So now we've got the Jets on the clock, who just took VJ Payne. So that is a safety off the board. All right. So we should be caught up there with round 7, pick 12. Slow queue. I feel really good about every pick except the Jonah Coleman pick. I'm still not sold on Coleman. If you want to hear my in-depth thoughts, I encourage you to check out the videos that I put out on the channel right after the picks were made. Just so I'm not repeating myself too much here on this stream. Alright, we're getting closer and closer, Broncos country. I'd say we're entering the territory right now. If Denver's going to move up, it's probably going to happen sooner rather than later. All right, so Panthers, Jackson Kuwach. So we got the Jets on the clock, and they took VJ Payne. So we've got the Steelers now on the clock, the Raiders on the clock, followed by the Steelers, the Falcons, the Rams, the Jaguars, the Patriots, the Vikings, the Seahawks, the Colts, the Dolphins, the Bills, the Jaguars, the Bills again, Seahawks again, Texans, Eagles, Patriots, and Broncos. So we still do have a ways to go here, guys. We still have several picks remaining. Oh, man. 41 people in the house. Thank you guys so much for riding with me here. We are almost at the end of the road. Got at least 3 more videos that we're going to put out for drafted guys for the Broncos, and then we've got the undrafted free agent videos after that. So all kinds of content for the remainder of the day here on the channel. All kinds of content. Then you got the Denver Nuggets. They play tonight at 6:30. Hoping that they can salvage their season against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Things aren't looking very good for them right now, so hopefully they're able to at least go in there and show some level of fight. We got a total of 41 picks here in the 7th round, and pick 13 was just made. Brandon Cleveland, defensive tackle out of NC State. That is a guy I did not scout. Sounds like the UDFA class is going to be exciting too. Can't wait. Yeah, I'm really stoked, man. I think Denver's got the potential to come away with multiple good UDFAs. Coleman's another estimate. Unfortunately, I do see some similarities with the lack of acceleration and the poor vision. That does give me some reminders of Audric Estime for sure. Not saying they're completely the same player, but there are similarities, unfortunately. All right, so the Pittsburgh Steelers are now on the clock. The final draft pick for the host city team. Then we've got the Atlanta Falcons, the Los Angeles Rams, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the New England Patriots. David says Coleman isn't anything like Estime, and Snarf Bucket goes, he gives me more CJ Anderson vibes. I mean, I feel like CJ had better initial acceleration than Jonah did. Oh, there goes Eli Heidenreich. You knew it was going to happen eventually. Pittsburgh Steelers just got him. Did I spell that right? Yes, I did. All right. So, we were talking about how much further was Eli going to fall. There he goes. So, at this point in time, for running backs, what you have left. Seth McGowan, still there. Jam Miller, still there. Did Damon Claiborne get drafted? I can't recall. Robert Henry, still there. Le'Veon Moss, still there. Jaden Ott, still there. Noah Whittington, still there. Dean Connors, still there. So those are running backs I'm looking at here in the 7th round if Denver wants to double up on that position. Oh, Albright's pissed. Heidenreich was his guy, man. Oh, was he wearing his Navy uniform? You're going to have to get more specific, Snarf Bucket. Yeah, I know that one is a little bit of a bummer to Broncos country. So we got Atlanta now up, Rams, Jaguars, Patriots, and Vikings. We're at pick 231. First pick for Denver is pick 246. So 15 picks to go. Are you talking Adam Randall? Yeah, Ravens got him. If that's what you're referring to, Ravens got him to back up Derrick Henry. And my pro comp for him literally was Diet Derrick Henry. So that's going to be a really fun one. Yeah, he did. He showed a lot of upside. Yeah, and he ended up going to a perfect situation for him in Baltimore. That is like the ideal situation. If he can be dollar store Diet Coke Derrick Henry, man. Alright, so Pick is in for Atlanta. Rams are now on the clock, followed by the Jaguars, Patriots, Vikings, and Seahawks. I believe Eli got a deferment, right? I believe he got some kind of deferment classification. Yeah, I still cannot believe it with Garrett Nussmeier, man. Who's going to take him? Like, Jaguars maybe as a backup option? Ooh, Vikings. Vikings could be an intriguing option for Garrett Nussmeier. That's not out of the realm of possibilities. Maybe the Dolphins. They're not sold on Quinn Ewers as a developmental option, and I don't think Ewers showed enough to sell them last year. Low-key, if Garrett Nussmeier is there, Denver has to consider taking him. Because that would be an immediate upgrade at backup quarterback and could give you a long-term backup quarterback. Or, if he pans out, maybe a quarterback that you could flip later on for a draft pick. It seems that way, Vibe. It seems that way. I don't think they're going to trade up. They probably would have already done so. And trading down at this point, you're trying to acquire some 2026 capital. So, I don't think they're going to move. I think they're picking all three players. And I think they're going to utilize those last two draft picks as sort of their startup for undrafted free agency and guys that they really wanted in UDFA. Instead of letting them hit the open market, they're just going to snatch them right there. Kind of like what they did with Caleb Lohner. They really wanted Caleb Lohner last year as a UDFA, and they ended up just snagging him in the 7th round. At least this time, you're not leaving a starting caliber running back on the board in Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. So, at least this time I can get behind that strategy. 52 people in the house as we wait for the Denver Broncos to get on the clock. Time-wise, I'd say we're a few minutes out. So we're just kind of waiting for that. But yeah, if they were to move one of those 7th round picks, you'd maybe hope to turn it into a 2026 or 2027 6th rounder. Whoa! Another quarterback off the board not named Garrett Nussmeier. What the hell is going on? Baron Morton, the quarterback out of Texas Tech. What are we doing? What are we actually doing? So that's a few picks ahead. Some other picks to catch you up on between that. Ethan Oniawa, the offensive tackle out of Ohio State, he's gone to Atlanta at 231. Tim Keenan III, the defensive tackle out of Alabama, goes to the Rams at 232. We don't know Jacksonville's pick yet, but the most recent pick was New England. I do not get that one at all, man. I do not get that one at all. So they're going with Baron Morton. Okay. A quarterback that I did not scout. I felt no necessity to. And he goes over Garrett Nussmeier and Hayes King. What the hell is going on in New England? $100 bonus if I nail Mr. Irrelevant? Ooh. Screw it. Haynes King. I think somebody's going to grab Nussmeier before Haynes King, so that's somebody you don't want to get in a battling or in a bidding war with as an undrafted free agent. So that's what I'm going to go with. And the Jaguars go with Zach Durfee, edge rusher out of Washington. No, I wouldn't say there's anybody on the level of Bill Krosky-Merritt. The fact that he was available so late in the draft last year was freaking ridiculous. I don't think there's anybody at that level, somebody who's truly a future starter. But there are a lot of good depth pieces still available, man. I have no idea what happened with Garrett Nussmeier. Did he interview poorly? Is there another medical issue? Because his previous medical issue shouldn't have pushed him down this far. We're in the 7th round, bro. There's a non-zero chance that Garrett Nussmeier is an undrafted free agent. I don't get it. I really don't get it. So Baron Morton is the most recent pick off the board here. And actually, okay, so we'll switch that. So it's actually Zach Dufree ahead of Baron Morton. So now we've got the Vikings on the clock and the Seahawks. Sorry if I get the picks a little bit out of order, guys. This is the time of the draft where the picks come in a super weird order. Sometimes teams will tip off the pick like 3 picks ahead. So that's what happens there. Guess they're moving on from Drake the schedule, May. All right, so we got Seattle after Minnesota, and then Indianapolis, Miami, Buffalo, Jacksonville, Buffalo again, Seattle, Houston, the Eagles, the Patriots, and then the Broncos for the first time. And the Minnesota Vikings, they go with Gavin Gearhart, the center out of Cincinnati. All right. So that is another player that I did not have on my radar, and another selection that very much benefits the Denver Broncos because it pushes more and more really good dudes down to them. Did I spell that right? G-E-R. Okay. What do I think of today's picks by Denver? I like every pick except for the Jonah Coleman pick. Oh, Seahawks go with Andre Fuller, corner out of Toledo. One of the better corners that was still on the board. I believe that's like the 2nd or 3rd corner that Seahawks have taken in the draft. So that is definitely interesting. And again, more good news because I don't think that was a player that was on Denver's radar. 55 people in the house right now as we get closer and closer to this pick. And as you guys know, once the pick is announced, we're going to announce it here on the channel. We're not going to wait for the TV to announce it. Once it comes through on Twitter, it's going to be announced here on the stream. You're thinking Bernard will be the last pick? All right, we'll see. I'm going to go grab a drink real quick, guys. I'll be right back in 30 seconds. right, so we got Indianapolis on the clock, followed by Miami, Buffalo, Jacksonville, Miami again, and then Seattle. I'm sorry, Buffalo, Jacksonville, Buffalo again, and then Seattle. Whew, man. I'm getting tired, man. And we still got a lot of work to do. But I'm excited for it, though, man. This is my favorite time of year. All right, it seems the Colts are dragging this out right now. Okay, we don't know the Colts pick. But looks like we might know the Dolphins pick. Or do we? Okay, it's Max Llewellyn. All right. Oh, and the Colts get Seth McGowan. Bummer, dude. I was hoping Seth McGowan would fall to Denver. That freaking sucks. All right, so Max Llewellyn out of Iowa comes off the board now. He goes to Miami. So now we got Buffalo on the clock, followed by the Jaguars, Buffalo again, and then the Seattle Seahawks. That is number 22. Bummer, man. I am bummed about Seth McGowan. Try to spell that right. Yes, Red Murdoch is still there. Andrew's hoping for Caden Barnett. Florida wants the Vanilla Gorilla. That's pretty funny. I've heard some off-the-field stuff about Dante Corleone. That's probably why he's not been selected. I am surprised about Daquan Wright, though. I figured he would have been gone by now. Alright, we should be less than an hour away from the conclusion of the draft here. Because I believe it's penciled in for airtime till 5 o'clock. So yeah, we are definitely moving at a really solid pace right now. And the Bills go with a punter. Tommy Doman out of Florida. So this is the second year in a row that a Florida punter gets drafted. Last year it was Jeremy Crawshaw to the Broncos. And this year it is Tommy Doman. All right, so now the Jaguars are up, and they go with Parker Hughes. Linebacker, okay. Yeah, he's out of Middle Tennessee State. I did not scout him. And then Bills are back on the clock after that. All right, we are getting closer and closer to Denver. So Parker Hughes comes off the board. Now we've got Buffalo back on the clock, followed by Seattle, Houston, Philadelphia, New England, and then the Denver Broncos. The pick for Denver can come in at any given time, and we're not waiting for the TV to announce it. So as soon as the pick comes in on Twitter, we're going to announce it on the channel, just in case you guys don't want the pick spoiled. And then we've got the final 2 overall picks in the draft. Once this first pick is made, pick 246, we're going to do a video, and then we'll do another video on the final 2 picks that are made. Bills stay copying us. It's nervous-wracking, or it's nerve-wracking. All right. Come on, baby. What are the Bills going to do here? I'm still bummed about Seth McGowan, though, man. That would have been a fun fit for Denver. All right, it says the pick is in for the Bills. So now we've got Seattle, Houston, Philadelphia, New England, and Denver. It's weird how much the Bills copy us. They even tried to get Waddle too. Well, that was never going to happen. They weren't going to send Waddle to a division rival. All right, so we're waiting on this Bills pick. Then we got Seattle. Come on, Buffalo. Hurry up and make the pick, dude. You've been on the clock forever. Oh, Armaj Reed Adams. Bummer. That is another interior offensive lineman I would have been interested in. We're 5 picks away, Crumble. All right, so we've got Seattle, Houston, Philadelphia, and New England ahead of us. And Devin Eastern, defensive tackle out of Minnesota, is gone to the Seattle Seahawks. This day 3 draft is taking forever. It's the same as it always is. It's always about 7 hours. Yes, Red Murdoch is still there. He's easily my top linebacker that's still left. I would love to get Red Murdoch here. Boy, we are so close. We are so close. And again, guys, once we have the pick, we're going to announce it. We're not going to wait on the TV. Let's go, baby. Let's go. All right, it says the pick is in for the Texans. Eagles are on the clock, then the Patriots, then the Broncos. 66 people in the house as we anticipate the first of 3 7th-round picks for the Denver Broncos. And Garrett Nussmeier is still on the board. You could think about taking him. You could think about taking Bentley here. There's so many directions you can go. This is a player that I would have thought about. Aiden Fisher, linebacker of Indiana. He comes off the board to the Houston Texans. So that's just all the more reason to go with Red Murdoch here. All the more reason to go with Red Murdoch right here. Dolphins and Bills are going to flip that division within a year. Gone are the days of the Pats being on top. Yeah, man, I think that the Bills are in very good shape right now to take back that division. 75 people in the house as we anticipate this pick. We are getting it at any given time, guys. It could come in right now. It could come in 5 minutes from now. But we are about to know the first of Denver's 3 7th-round picks. Hope you guys are excited, because I know I am. Could Denver think about Garrett Nussmeier here as a long-term backup quarterback option? Very possible. And just a reminder, we actually got the Mr. Irrelevant pick as a compensatory pick for losing Riley Dixon in free agency. All right, we've got Philadelphia and the Patriots between us. It says the pick's in for Philadelphia, then you've got New England and us. Come on, man, we've got to be able to get Red Murdoch here. Oh, I'm getting notifications from Broncos reporters. All right, the Broncos are on the clock. The Denver Broncos are officially on the clock, guys, and we're going to announce the pick as soon as we get it here on the channel. So if you guys don't want the pick spoiled, I'd recommend you take off right now. But there are a bunch of different directions the Broncos could go. They could go quarterback. They could go Haynes King or Garrett Nussmeier. They could go with possibly another running back here. They could go with possibly a linebacker. We've talked about Red Murdoch. That's a top target for me. Dallin Bentley is still on the board. Eagles go with Cole Wisniewski, Texas Tech safety. Not a player I would have been interested in whatsoever. All right, so that's the Eagles pick. We don't know who the Patriots pick is, but we do know that the Broncos are on the clock, and the pick is going to come in just a second. Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's get it. They could wait until UDFA to address linebacker. That's very possible. There should be some good ones there. And just a reminder, guys, we'll be going into video making mode as soon as the pick is in. So I will be briefly ignoring the chat, but we'll get back into it as soon as the video is out. And then once the video goes out, that's when we should be making the video about the last 2 picks that we make. Denver's taking their time here, so maybe they're entertaining trade down scenarios. That's very possible as well. 75 people in the chat right now as we await the announcement of this pick. Number 246. We are down to the last few picks in this year's draft. And then the UDFA frenzy begins, folks. Come on, baby. Send the pick in. Let's go. Well, I'm talking mostly if they do trade down, pick up 2026 or 2027 draft capital. Maybe try to pick up a 2027 sixth round pick. Okay, we've got the pick, guys. We have got the pick. So, if you guys don't want it spoiled, I will give you a second to take off here because I know that there are people out there that do not want these picks spoiled. So, this is your opportunity with the what pick is it? With the 246th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Miles Scott, safety out of Illinois. 5'10", 210 pounds, profiles as a box safety. We were talking about safety depth for the Denver Broncos, and that's what they do indeed go with Miles Scott, man. I like him as sort of a physical downhill player. This is a really interesting decision here. They just passed on Red Murdoch at linebacker, and they passed on Dallin Bentley at tight end. And they go with Miles Scott. So, we are going into video making mode here, guys. And he reunites with Pat Bryant as well. Solid pick. All right, let's go ahead and get the scouting report up. Damn, the NFL.com doesn't even have a scouting report on him. We'll use Draft Diamond scouting report. Why not? Oh, no, that's not a scouting report. Come on, dude. Seriously, give me something legitimate here. All right, boom, that'll work. All right, so let's go ahead and get into video making mode here, guys. All right, let's go. With the 246th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Miles Scott, safety out of the University of Illinois. This provides the Broncos with some much-needed depth at the safety position. Scott is 5'10" and 210 pounds, so he is a little bit of a smaller player. You kind of look at him as a box safety, somebody that can come downhill, maybe somebody who can make an impact in the run game, somebody who can make an impact in the blitzing area. So I feel like a backup insurance policy, if you will, to Talanoa Hufanga. That is what the Denver Broncos are getting here with Miles Scott. So let's go ahead and bring in his stats first of all. So at Illinois last year, he had 50 solo tackles, he had 4 pass deflections, and he had 3 interceptions. That was statistically the best season of his career. Then we come in here, and there wasn't an actual scouting report on him done by Lance Zierlein. I watched a little bit of his tape, so I have a good baseline idea of what he brings. Let's go ahead and read this scouting profile here from Draft Nation. So, starting off with the strengths, Scott began to start for the Illini in 2023 and has been a model of consistency, captaining the defensive backfield ever since. Yet another team captain, man. That is what Denver prioritizes in the draft. That's something we should know by now. He's a playmaker and electric at times, already recording several pick sixes in his collegiate career. 2024 was a breakout year for Scott, tallying 55 tackles, 2 picks, and 6 pass breakups. He's got the size to play at the next level and does equally well in coverage as he does playing in the box, close to the line of scrimmage. And Scott is the quarterback of the defense, playing the game with football IQ of a starting signal caller. Another smart, intelligent dude, man. Denver's got a formula for who they draft. From a skill set perspective, Scott does well in mirroring the routes of his assigned receiver, and he reacts quickly when gameplay changes direction on him. He's physical and plays smart situational defense, always aware of the down and distance. He breaks on the ball well, and his previous offensive experience brings him a unique perspective to the position. Weaknesses. Miles Scott, while an incredible athlete, isn't the fleetest of foot. He has adequate speed, but he's not a burner. This may hurt his overall draft stock, even if his football IQ and awareness keep him in the right position. This will lead some scouts to question how well he will do against twitchy NFL slot receivers and or deep ball specialists. And his size is acceptable, but not prototypical for NFL safeties these days. He's a sturdy 210 pounds, but he's 5'11", so this site says 5'11", which again is acceptable, but not exceptional, and taller, lengthier receivers might be able to take advantage of that. Overall, provides much needed depth for the Denver Broncos at a position of need. Devon Key is still going to be the main backup safety for the Denver Broncos, and they've also got JL Skinner still in the building, but I like this pick. I'm going to give this pick a B+, and I cannot wait to dive further and further into this dude's film because it sounds like I'm really, really going to like it. Alright guys, be sure to smash that like button as well as subscribe and ring the bell so these videos appear in your notification feed. I would really appreciate it. Those are both free and easy ways to show your support. And we've got 2 more picks coming. The last 2 picks of the 7th round. Stay tuned. The video is going to come out very, very quickly. Alrighty. And until next time, I'm your host, Gage Madrid, saying peace out. Thank you guys so much. Let me check the board real quick, see if anyone else has come off. Quintavious Hutchins came off to the Patriots, edge out of Boston College, so he stays local. And Carson Ryan, tight end out of BYU, we talked about him. He comes off the board to the Cleveland Browns at 248. So let's go ahead and get this video uploaded here. And then we will get to the chat very soon, guys, to address your comments and concerns about the Miles Scott pick. And very soon we'll be evaluating the remaining 2 picks as well. So just bear with me here, guys. And I know it's probably going to buffer. So hopefully the stream doesn't buffer too bad while I upload this. It's just got 2 minutes left on the upload, so it won't take long. Yeah, solid pick, man. Really the only pick that I take issue with at this point is the Jonah Coleman pick, and I know there are a lot of people out there that disagree with me on that. So, depending on how you look at it, this was a really, really successful draft for the Broncos. And we still have 2 picks to go. All right, just got to do the... So, I will definitely take my L for that one. All right, boom. That video is out. Thank you so much for bearing with me there. Nussmeier to the Chiefs? Aw, bummer. That sucks, man. Garrett Nussmeier to the Chiefs. Bummer. Go select notification feed. I would really appreciate it. All right, cool. That video is being seen. Excellent. We're rocking and rolling. Any other ones that I missed? Nope. Looks like we are on Garrett Nussmeier right now. So the Ravens are on the clock, followed by the Eagles twice, the Ravens again, the Colts, the Seahawks, and then the Broncos twice. And Rayshon Benny is gone, the defensive tackle out of Michigan, a player that I quite liked and would have been a top undrafted free agent target for me. So Benny is now gone to the Baltimore Ravens. Make sure I spelled his name correctly. Go. So Rayshon Benny's off the board. That is a bummer. Yeah, Deion Burks is still there, actually. That is a shock. Haynes King and Bernard. That's who you're after. Florida says, good video. I'm watching Scott's highlights. This dude is a dog. Kind of sounds like Bob Sanders, who doesn't hit as hard. I mean, that's not a bad comp, honestly. I mean, nobody's going to hit as hard as Bob Sanders, but still, that is not a bad comp. Scott's a solid pick, maybe a B-. I think Delonte Lawson is an option, and at this point, the top targets for Denver as undrafted free agents, that is who they should be targeting right here. They should be targeting their top undrafted free agent targets. Honestly, I feel like you should take red here with one of these picks. That's just me. That way you don't have to get into a bidding war for him. And now that Nussmeier's off the board, Haynes King, that's the top quarterback target for me if Denver does indeed want to bolster that position. Drop my phone. Yep, Michael Trigg also still available. That could be a potential undrafted free agent target for you. All right, looks like that video is still checking, but it is live. Excelente. All All right, so we got 2 picks back-to-back by the Eagles, the Ravens, the Colts, the Seahawks, and then Denver with the last 2 picks overall in the draft. Crumble says, don't take Michael Trigg. Why? Because you don't like him or because you think we can get him as a UDFA? We are just about to cross into hour number 7 of this stream, guys. Thank you so much to everybody who's rocked with me throughout the entirety of this one. I'm not a fan of Luke Altmaier, dude. I'll never forget watching Pat Bryant's tape, and the quarterback was so freaking bad, dude. And it was Luke Altmaier. He can't hit the broadside of a barn. Oh, War Bernard. We got an international pathway player off the board. I hope I'm pronouncing his first name right. I know that people were really, really excited about him. But the Eagles just got him, or who got him? The Ravens? I just saw the notification. I just saw it. It is the Eagles. Miles Scott sounds like a character from The Office. That's sick, man. We got an international pathway player on the board. So, the Chiefs quarterback room. Patrick Mahomes, Justin Fields, Garrett Nussmeier, Chris Oladokun, and Jake Hayner. All right, we're just a couple picks away. Yeah, that's him, Crumble. I'm not a fan of Altmaier personally, and I will admit, I didn't watch his tape this year. I'm just thinking back to that Pat Bryant tape where I had to watch him, and oh God, it was terrible. I did not evaluate him this year, mostly because I didn't think he was worth the time. Apparently Kansas City needs all the quarterbacks, just like Cleveland. Yep, so Bernard's out of Nigeria, and this will be his first NFL playing time. Or playing football in general. "74 viewers in the house, guys. Thank you so, so much for tuning in, man. Really, really appreciate it. Yep, college Nigeria. Just like Nikola Jokic. Nikola Jokic, Serbia. Yeah, Lawson's still there. He may go UDFA at this point. All right, the Lawson or the Miles Scott video is doing quite well, which is excellent. And we are not done, guys. As soon as the draft is over, as soon as we get that last video out, not only are we going to be going live for Sean and George Payton's press conference, but we're also going to be making videos on all the undrafted free agents that the Broncos signed today. So expect plenty of content coming here on the channel. Oh, we're already getting UDFA agreements out there. Chargers are going to sign Jacob Spomer. Peyton Zroddick, he's going to the Los Angeles Rams. So teams are already working to sign undrafted free agents. At this point, Denver's got to take whoever they feel like is their top UDFA targets. We are just a couple picks away, baby. So we've got the Eagles, the Ravens, the Colts, the Seahawks, and then our final 2 picks. 108 people in the house right now. We have not picked yet, Citrus. We got Miles Scott earlier in the 7th round, safety out of Illinois. But we are waiting for our next pick. And the Eagles go with Keyshawn James Newby. Interesting. I had a UDFA grade on him. That is interesting indeed, man. We'll always approve of a UNM Lobo coming off the board, though. 6. No, we have not signed any UDFAs yet. I imagine Denver will get started once they make the final 2 picks. In essence, Denver has pick of the litter when it comes to the UDFAs because they can just draft them. Yeah, I'll always root for a UNM Lobo, Devin. I did have a UDFA grade on him, though. I am glad he got drafted. We are just a couple picks away, guys. We've just got, Baltimore, Evan Bernstein, guard out of Northwestern, or Bernstein. BeernTsen. Being a division rival, what are your views on the Raiders draft? I can't complain. We took a draft plan out of Denver's War Room book. Yeah, you guys have had a really, really strong draft, man, from top to bottom. I do like Miles Scott. I like him as kind of a box safety for the Broncos. Provides some much-needed depth there. All right, guys, we are so close. And I obviously don't expect any trades coming, so Denver is getting ready to make the back-to-back picks to end the draft. I'm going to throw on the rave music once the Broncos are done drafting. Again, guys, we are not done making content today. We are going to be making videos on all the undrafted free agents. We usually do about 90-second blurb videos for them, so definitely excited for that. And those always do really, really well. Oh, there goes Deion Burks. I knew that Burks wasn't going to last, man. Yep, I knew he wasn't going to last. So now, we are on the clock. The pick is in for Seattle. We are on the clock for the final 2 picks, guys. All right, Deion Burks is off the board. We'll find out who Seattle takes, but in essence, Denver's got pick of the litter right here for the undrafted free agents. In case you guys don't want these picks spoiled, because I'm going to announce them as soon as they come out on Twitter, this is your opportunity to leave this stream, and you can come back once the picks are announced. We're going to be making the videos live. We'll talk in the chat for a couple more minutes. Then we're going to dip out of here because I know once the draft is done, Sean and George are going on the podium. And then once Sean and George are done, that's when we'll start doing the UDFA videos. All right, guys, we are waiting any moment now. And the Seahawks are going with Michael Dansby, corner out of Arizona. All right, guys. The Denver Broncos are on the clock for the final 2 picks of the 2026 NFL Draft. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go, guys. So whoever Denver ends up taking right here, these are clearly going to be the 2 guys that they feel the strongest about as undrafted free agents. These are the guys that Denver does not want to hit the open market. Dallin Bentley is still there. Red Matlock is still there, guys. There are a lot of really good players that are still available for the taking here. All right, it says the first pick is in. We should get it any second now. As soon as we have it, we're announcing it, guys. Could be Haynes King here. And remember, just because they don't get our guy on the first try, doesn't mean they're not going to get him on the second try. Come on, man. Red Murdoch. I wouldn't hate Lawson here. I definitely wouldn't hate Lawson here at all. I'd love Haynes King here. Come on, baby. We are waiting for this pick. 83 people in the house as we wait for the pick. And we're not going to do the video until the second pick comes in, so we'll go ahead and condense them into one single video. Ooh, boy. Yep, we got nothing yet. The suspense is killing me. There's so many good players, and Denver's got pick of the litter. They can get 2 of them right here, right now. Denver literally has pick of the litter. Come on, baby. These are basically your top undrafted targets right here. Yes, and they can sign free agents now, and that won't factor into their compensatory pick formula moving forward. Come on. They are dragging this out as long as possible here. The pick's in. The pick's in. I'm going to give you guys a second here. All right, screw it. The chat's already spoiling it. It's Dallin Bentley! Let's go! We got an inline freaking tight end! Let's go! Yeah! Oh, I'm so freaking happy, dude. Oh, I'm over the moon. The Broncos finally have a true inline wide tight end. A guy who's not a project player like Caleb Lohner. Let's go! Woo! Oh, that is an A+ pick, man. Getting Dallin Bentley with the 256 pick. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Oh, I'm so over the moon. Quite frankly, I don't care what they do next. Oh, let's freaking go, man. Oh, I am so happy. You got Justin Jolie and you got Dallin Bentley. All right, we're waiting on our last pick, but I am over the moon right now, guys. He's one of my dudes. We got an inline freaking tight end. We've got a real tight end. A real tight end, Broncos country. Let's go. That might be enough to push my draft grade up to an A. I think that just pushed me up to an A. Jalen Daniels, Kansas quarterback, is signing with the Bucs as an undrafted free agent. Oh, bummer. Haynes King, he's signing with the Panthers, so clearly Denver wasn't that interested in him or they would have taken him. Could this be Red Murdoch here? If they get Red Murdoch here on top of Dallin Bentley, dude. Yes! Yes! Oh, dude, I'm so freaking happy. Is this real? Yes! They got Red Murdoch! Yes! Oh, dude! Double freaking wins in the chat! Let's go! They just got Red Murdoch! A very draftable linebacker who profiles well as a run defender. A big-time heat-seeking missile. Yes! 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 Oh, the Broncos just killed it. Oh, they just freaking killed it, Broncos country. Red Murdoch is mystery relevant. Let's go! Let's go, baby. Oh my God. Oh, I am so pumped, dude. Oh, I am so pumped, dude. Holy crap. One of my guys. Let's go. UDFAs are already going down, guys. Already. But Denver just got two of my favorite players to end this thing. Let's go. All right, guys. We're going to be going into video making mode, breaking down the two awesome draft picks at the end of Dallin Bentley and Red Murdoch. Oh, dude. Pinch me. Am I dreaming right now? I am so over the moon. Oh, come on and load, you piece of stupid. Okay, there we go. Oh, dude. You just got two of my favorite players at the end of the freaking draft. Let's go, baby. Let's go. That is how you nail the end of the draft right there. That is how you freaking nail the end of the draft. Oh, that is freaking awesome, man. You needed an inline tight end and you needed linebacker depth, and you just got both. All right, guys, we're going into video making mode. So, we will be addressing the chat as soon as we get this video out, and then we'll be going live for Sean and George Payton's press conference. Let's get into it. Let me try to contain my excitement here for just a second. All right, let's go. The Denver Broncos just made the final two selections of the 2026 NFL Draft. Number 256 and 257 overall. And what they just pulled off is nothing short of incredible. They got two players that I had 5th round draft grades on. I am so over the moon. First, the Denver Broncos get Dallin Bentley, the tight end out of Utah, with the 256th pick. I was so stoked with that. I didn't care what they did with the next pick. But they made it even better. They got Red Murdoch, the linebacker out of Buffalo. This fills two needs for the Denver Broncos immediately. Dallin Bentley is that true inline tight end that I've been begging the Denver Broncos to draft for literally years. He's somebody who can block and be a good blocker at that, not just an average blocker like Adam Troutman. And then you get Red Murdoch, a run-defending linebacker that eventually could become your succession plan for Alex Singleton. Talk about a hell of a consolation prize for missing out on the earlier linebackers in the draft. Let's go ahead and start things off here with Dallin Bentley. Oh, dude, I'm so freaking happy. 6'4", 253 pounds. That is the size of an inline blocking tight end. His prospect grade says average backup or special teamer. Whatever, I don't give two craps. He fills a very important role. With just 3 catches over his first 2 seasons at Utah, Bentley's 48 grabs in 2025 came as a surprise. He has the build of an inline tight end, but mostly uses his size to occupy defenders instead of digging into blocks. I disagree with that. I think his blocking tape's actually really good. A heavy portion of his catches came against zone, so he'll need to refine his route running and his contested catch technique to prove he can win on his own. Bentley's NFL future could depend on his ability to play with more tenacity and technique as a run blocker. You see, I disagree with this. I see good run blocking on tape with Bentley, but his catch production from 2025 might not translate. Strengths: big target with long wingspan, adequate timing to the linebacker on workup blocks, can cover and stay engaged with second-level targets, extends and adjusts to retrieve high throws, above average focus to bring passes in. Hands are soft but sticky with few unforced drops. Weaknesses, according to Lance Zierlein: needs to work with quicker inside hands as a run blocker. I will agree his hand placement can be a little bit better, but I think he's got the know-how. He's got the physicality to his game. Inconsistent fitting his run blocks with proper positioning. I disagree with that. Below average drive throughout contact in his lower body. Plays with a lack of tenacity. What are you watching here, Lance? I disagree with that. Allows closing defenders to eat off his plate when contested, and can be a lumbering route runner in space. Overall, I disagree with some of the points in this analysis. I think that Bentley is a more than cromulent blocking tight end and can be that future inline blocker that we need. That's an A+ grade for me. And then we come in here to Red Murdoch. Same thing. He can be an average backup or special teamer, but whatever, man. He's going to have an opportunity to compete to be that third linebacker here in Denver. Inside linebacker with a nose for the football and loads of production to prove it. Murdoch plays firm at the contact point with physicality and toughness. He's ready for battle when the ball comes downhill, but he lacks the closing burst to stay ahead of blocking schemes and shut down the outside run before it turns the corner. He's a consistent tackler with good stopping power when he's in position. His coverage features too many mistakes and a lack of recovery talent. I do agree with that. He's mostly a 2-down thumper. He lacks speed and third down value, but he's tough and makes plays and appears suited for core special teams duties, which is also a big plus for the Broncos, and I have to imagine that was also behind the Bentley pick as well. Jarring production includes a 39.5 tackles for loss in the past 3 seasons. Set NCAA records for forced fumbles 17 with intent and technique. Plays with heaviness in his hands and pads as a striker. Able to absorb blocks with balance and hold his ground. Can work around a block or greet it with a smack. Pursues with leverage and is a successful tackle finisher when he's in position. Weaknesses: hip tightness restricts his agility and lateral quickness. He's got below average reaction time and flow to stay ahead of blocks. He's missing desired sideline to sideline speed to close and capture to the perimeter. He's slow to gather his weight and change direction in the open field, and suffers from coverage confusion and loses track of targets, leading to big plays. But as a run defender and future developmental piece behind Alex Singleton, I love this, man. This is about as good as the Denver Broncos could do at the back end of the draft, and I am really, really, really excited. Oh, Charlie, thank you so much for the $100 donation. I will get to that in just 1 second. Thank you so much. All right, guys, let me know how you feel about the Denver Broncos' final 2 draft picks. We're going to get this video out as soon as possible. Be sure to smash that like button as well as subscribe and ring the bell so these videos appear in your notification feed. And until next time, guys, I'm your host, Gage Madrid, saying peace out. Charlie, dude, that is so generous. Thank you so much. I can't even say how grateful I am. That is absolutely awesome. Thank you. All right, guys, we will get to your questions in the chat and all that in just a second. Just got to get this video uploaded. Oh, man, that is about as good as you could do right there if you're Denver at the back end of the draft. That is freaking awesome, man. That really is. All right, and then we'll be bringing Sean and George Payton in very shortly. I believe they're at the podium as we speak. So we'll go ahead and address a few questions in the chat after we upload this video, and then we'll get Sean and George in. Oh, I am so excited, man. And I know it's probably buffering while we upload. I do apologize for that, Broncos country. The 2026 NFL Draft is officially in the books, man. Let's go. Thank you guys so much. So, yeah, there is still a lot of content coming here on the channel, and this stream is not over yet, guys. We are still going to get... We're rocking and rolling here, Broncos country. We are still very much into... For this video to finish uploading... Excellent. Atkins is a good tight end for us. Kroll needs to be cut as soon as possible. I agree, Rich. I could not agree more. You want Rashul Faison as an undrafted free agent? I never got positions have been addressed. Bentley's a beast. Just watch his highlights. I agree, man. I really like what he brings. I still wish we would have tried to trade up to get Jacob Rodriguez. Sometimes the board just doesn't fall for you, man. Yeah, thank you again so much, Charlie. That is very hyped. Yeah, 17 forced fumbles. Absolutely ridiculous. Some people are mad since we picked a lower school linebacker instead of a Lawson. I hope so too, man. And I'm definitely excited to start talking about UDFAs because I do expect the Broncos to be quite active there. All right, let's just attach this thumbnail really quickly here. And let's go ahead and launch this video. Well, I'd say this was a damn good draft, Broncos country. I may have some issues at the end of the day with the Jonah Coleman pick, but I'd say that Denver more than made up for it with all the value that they got from top to bottom. This was an awesome draft, man. This was an absolutely awesome draft. Let me see. Are Sean and George at the podium yet? That's what we're waiting on right now is Sean and George. Okay, they're not at the podium yet, which is good. Uh-oh, did the stream crash? Are we back, guys? Let me know if the stream is having some issues for you guys. It might just be buffering a little bit while we finish uploading this video. I'm not sure. Corner says stream still up. Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. Whole lot of red, indeed. Yep, we got two different kinds of tight ends, man, which I'm definitely excited about. Got your inline tight end, and you've got your receiving tight end. I couldn't be happier with the way that position shaked out, and Red Murdoch was about as good a value as you were going to find at that point. So, I'm looking right now just to see if Denver's got any UDFAs yet. I don't believe they do. Maybe that's what Sean and George are up to right now. But Denver basically got their top 2 guys. Oh, Le'Veon Moss to the Dolphins. So yeah, these UDFAs are moving really, really quickly. But as soon as the Denver Broncos sign some, we'll let you guys know. Alrighty, I think I'm going to go ahead and wind this stream down so that way we can get going here for the press conference when Sean and George come up. Again, thank you so much to everybody who tuned in today and throughout the entirety of this process. Thank you, Charlie, for the $100. Really appreciate it. Overall, damn good draft for the Broncos. And basically, we're now into the 8th round of the draft with the UDFAs. Merlo says, when do we get Bentley? We drafted him with the 256th pick, and then we got Red Murdoch at 257. Alright, before we get out of here, guys, you can just do me a big favor and smash the like button as well as subscribe and ring the bell so these videos appear in your notification feed. I would really appreciate it. Those are both free and easy ways to show your support. Helps tell YouTube's algorithm to push us out, and it helps us get seen by more and more members of Broncos Country just like you and me. And if you want to go above and beyond in supporting the channel, please consider becoming a supporter on Patreon or a YouTube channel member. Links to do both in the description below. And until next time, guys, we will see you for the UDFAs